Chapter 211. Shocking News. The Three Royal Beasts. Meanwhile, within the Celestial Mountains, a piece of news, akin to a bolt from the blue, is spreading through the crowd with unparalleled swiftness. Have you heard? Some of the life essence auctioned at the auction house is counterfeit, lacking the miraculous effects it claims to possess. Incredible news! A significant portion of the life essence put up for auction is indeed fraudulent. Not only does it provide no benefits, but it also entails significant side effects. What the hell? The latest and most explosive news. Everyone gather round. All the life essence possessed by the auction house is nothing but a sham. Do not use it under any circumstances. It is rumored that using it could lead to spontaneous combustion. Initially, the speed of dissemination was relatively slow. However, as time progressed, the pace of propagation accelerated dramatically. Moreover, the tales became increasingly outrageous. Ultimately, everything sold at the auction house was declared counterfeit. Even the scales of the Kunping fish brought forth by the Sea Emperor outing for auction were distorted in the retelling. They turned into mere gimmicks employed by the auction house to inflate prices. At the heart of the rumors is the life essence, fervently sought after by the masses. Upon hearing this news, all those who had procured life essence from the auction house were collectively engulfed in a state of bewilderment. They were engulfed in doubt, pondering the veracity of such claims. As the news gained momentum, some could no longer contain their curiosity and opened the life essence they had hesitated to use, beginning to absorb its power. Subsequently, anyone who had utilized the life essence acquired from the auction house would feel an overwhelming surge of fury. Although the life essence possessed some efficacy and could heal minor ailments, it paled in comparison to the extraordinary life essence previously sold by Lin Bei. If the former were likened to a murky stream, the latter would be akin to an expansive, pristine ocean. Damn, this is truly counterfeit. The audacity of the auction house to deceive us with fakes is astounding. Seeking death. Bang, bang. In their heightened rage, some individuals even smashed the life essence they held onto the ground, raising their feet to stomp vehemently upon the shattered bottles. Refund. If you do not refund my money, I shall dismantle your auction house. This has infuriated me to no end. I had hoped to return home and harness this miraculous power to cure a long-standing ailment, only to find that after spending a fortune, I ended up with counterfeit junk from a pathetic auction house. Let us all proceed to the auction house. We must demand an explanation from them. An explanation? I demand genuine goods. Meanwhile, some composed individuals furrowed their brows in speculation. Was this a deliberate act by the auction house? Or was it orchestrated by that young man? Both scenarios are plausible. It ultimately depends on how the auction house responds. A venue that has operated for so many years. It seems improbable that they would engage in such conduct. In truth, the occurrence of this event was within the auction house's strategic planning. It merely advanced due to the unforeseen variable of Lin Bei. They had initially intended to shift all blame onto him. Moreover, they had prepared a set of plausible justifications, confident that they could render their opponents speechless. Additionally, while the reputation of an auction is undoubtedly significant, it pales in comparison to the hundreds of billions in profits. Some damage could be tolerated. It is precisely for this reason that the auction house would act in such a manner. At this moment, at least 10,000 individuals were hastening toward the auction house. Whether they had acquired life energy or not, all were eager to witness the proceedings of the auction. They wished to see how the auction house intended to resolve this matter. Unbeknownst to them, chaos reigned within the auction house itself. At that moment, inside the auction house, Li Fuguwei issued his orders without hesitation. All of you, go forth. Ensure he is poisoned. The 20-odd centipedes, each varying in appearance, advanced towards Lin Bei. Although these centipedes differed in both appearance and abilities, they shared a common trait. All were venomous. The winged centipedes, as they flapped their wings, released a black toxic mist that enveloped their surroundings. The pincers of the centipedes were also coated in venom. Just a single drop of this venom could fell a creature as massive as an elephant. Among the 20-odd centipedes, 1/5 were of the king level, while the rest were merely half-step king level. Undoubtedly, this constituted a formidable fighting force. Had Li Fuguwei been confronted by Meng Fong, who could manipulate the 5 elements mantis, victory would have been assured within 10 seconds. A king level could easily dominate a half-step king level. In the face of these fearsome centipedes, Lin Bei maintained a facade of calm, his his expression betraying not the slightest change. These creatures appear quite formidable. Perfect. It's time for those three to practice their skills. After all, they haven't engaged in combat since reaching the king level. As he spoke, the centipedes launched their assault. One centipede unleashed a torrent of flames, the heart of the blaze a vivid green, evidently laced with poison. Several others followed suit, expelling streams of venom. Sizzle, sizzle. As the venom splattered upon the ground, it swiftly corroded and dissolved the earth. Were it to come into contact with human flesh, the consequences would be dire. A few centipedes encircled Lin Bei, their razor-sharp legs poised to strike. Should he be pierced, he would be rendered as porous as a sieve. Additionally, a thick cloud of toxic gas surged through the air, advancing layer upon layer toward Lin Bei. Observing from the sidelines, Lu Ying could not help but furrow his brow, a hint of gravity appearing in his gaze. Disgusting. Another toxin user. I wonder if he can handle this. An enemy who employs poison is undoubtedly the most troublesome adversary. The angel of exorcism nodded in acknowledgement, her tone serious. We must be prepared. Should he find himself at a disadvantage, we will intervene. Poison is the most terrifying. At this juncture, Lin Bei's voice, laced with amusement, rang out. Su Huang, since the three of you have reached the king level, you shall deal with these centipedes. Indeed, within these few days, the system had deducted a substantial number of points from Lin Bei, successfully cultivating the blazing rock armor dragon, the void reincarnation dragon, and the temporal emperor's nether dragon to true king level. This was to be their inaugural battle. Chapter 212, Divine Coordination. Explosively powerful. Observing Lin Bei's motionless demeanor, a cruel glint flickered in Li Fugui's eyes as he sneered mockingly. You dare not evade? You deserve this. Even if the warden of the infernal abyss were present, there would be no time to intervene in this situation. The venom possessed by my centipedes is lethal. One drop could send you straight to hell. Li Fugui felt no hesitation about whether to kill Lin Bei. Even if it meant facing Lu Ying directly afterward, he would not hesitate to eliminate Lin Bei. After all, that was far preferable to being imprisoned in the infernal abyss. He had no desire to experience the feeling of his talents being suppressed, unable to summon his pets. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At that moment, three thunderous dragon roars reverberated throughout the auction hall. In the next instant, the entire venue fell into a state of temporal suspension. Li Fugui, his mouth still partially agape, was frozen in place. The venomous flames that surged toward Lin Bei halted midair, appearing like a mere illusion. The multitude of sharp appendages aimed at Lin Bei also froze, remaining eerily still. Simultaneously, the flame rock armored dragon, time emperor nether dragon, and void reincarnation dragon materialized beside Lin Bei. Witnessing the centipede's intent to pierce Lin Bei, the eyes of the flame rock armored dragon ignited with fervent flames. No, not just its eyes. Even its four claws and the scales along its back blazed with terrifying fire. Buzz. The air was filled with a furious dragon's roar. As the flame rock armored dragon could no longer tolerate the situation. The moment the roar echoed, it swung its claws violently, striking the surrounding centipedes. Boom. A ferocious explosion, akin to flames capable of incinerating the heavens, enveloped the nearby centipedes in a fiery embrace. The Time Emperor Nether Dragon and Void Reincarnation Dragon also brimmed with rage. They too could not bear such an affront, willing to endure injury themselves. The three dragons would rather sacrifice themselves than allow their master to suffer even the slightest harm. In the face of grave danger, they would willingly perish for Lin Bei. This exemplifies the unparalleled power of absolute loyalty, the very essence of unwavering fidelity. Buzz. The Void Reincarnation Dragon ascended into the air, unleashing its powers of the void and reincarnation in an unrestrained explosion. In the next moment, the reincarnation energy surged into the flames, initiating a cycle of rebirth. With each cycle, the flames grew increasingly potent. Not only did their power amplify significantly, but the coverage and temperature also intensified. 5 seconds later, the reincarnation energy dissipated. The explosive flames had devoured all martial attacks within, mercilessly incinerating everything. During these 5 seconds, the void power also played a substantial role. All attacks aimed at Lin Bei had been redirected elsewhere, their targets now the surrounding fearsome centipedes. At this moment of temporal suspension, the centipedes remained unresponsive. But once the state was lifted, the situation would drastically change. Realizing this, Lin Bei took a step forward, gradually closing the distance toward Li Fugui. As he summoned his centipede pets, Li Fugui retreated swiftly, creating distance with remarkable speed. The resounding, deliberate footsteps echoed within the fiery, suspended space. sounding almost surreal. The distance between the two was not particularly vast, and after approximately 30 seconds, Lin Bei stood before Li Fuguwei, his footsteps coming to an abrupt halt. Next, Lin Bei raised his fist and, without hesitation, delivered a powerful blow directly to Li Fuguwei's rotund belly. Thud. A dull thud resonated, akin to a hammer striking stone. This punch showed no mercy. Subsequently, Lin Bei slowly withdrew his fist and spoke with an unperturbed tone. Ah Huang, lift the time suspension. Though the Time Emperor Nether Dragon had reached the king level, maintaining several king-level centipedes and numerous half-step king-level centipedes, alongside Lu Ying and Angel Passia, in a state of temporal suspension was still an immensely draining endeavor. The duration could not exceed several minutes, with 10 minutes being the absolute limit. Upon hearing this, the Time Emperor Nether Dragon dispelled the time suspension. The once stagnant time resumed its normal flow. In the next instant, Li Fuguwei beheld Lin Bei standing before him, momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend the situation. How did this happen? As Li Fuguwei was about to utter a word, his body uncontrollably flew backward with such speed that it left afterimages in the air. Meanwhile, the centipedes, originally poised to attack Lin Bei, were now engulfed in searing flames and experiencing inexplicable assaults from their own comrades. Sizzle, sizzle. A few of the weaker centipedes were already beginning to scorch, soon to be cooked alive, reduced to mere barbecue. This was entirely expected. The flames of the flame rock armored dragon were inherently potent, and after undergoing multiple cycles of reincarnation, their strength had reached astonishing heights. The centipedes, racked with intense agony, were oblivious to the unfolding events. They had been on the brink of delivering a fatal blow, yet suddenly, the tides had turned dramatically. They felt no sense of anomaly. Thud. After being propelled backward for several seconds, Li Fuguwei crashed to the ground, blood strewn across the area, painting a grim picture. After howling in agony and rolling several times, Li Fuguwei gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain and gradually rose to his feet. What in the world was happening? How did he accomplish this? This is utterly absurd. He was utterly befuddled, so bewildered that he questioned his very existence. What had transpired? Why was Lin Bei standing before him? And why had he been sent flying? He had seen nothing. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Li Fuguwei glanced once more at Lin Bei. In that instant, he was struck with terror at the scene before him. Chapter 213. You made the most foolish decision. In Li Fuguwei's gaze, all the centipede pets he had summoned, whether they were king level or half-step king level, were engulfed in a sea of flames, enduring a terrifying inferno akin to a hellish blaze. At this moment, Li Fuguwei could distinctly sense that the condition of each of his centipedes was exceptionally poor, deteriorating to an unprecedented extent. It was akin to being submerged in scalding magma like a juvenile lobster, utterly incapable of extricating oneself from this dire predicament. Several of the weaker centipedes had already lost a significant portion of their vitality, leaving them perilously close to death, with the threshold of demise looming ever nearer. Hiss! He instinctively inhaled sharply, goosebumps rapidly spreading across his skin, and could not help but murmur to himself. What the hell? What in the world has transpired? Could it be that everything I just witnessed was merely an illusion? Indeed, it was entirely natural for Li Fuguwei to entertain such thoughts. Others would likely feel the same. After all, the disparity between the preceding and subsequent circumstances was outrageously vast. Victory had seemed assured, yet the situation had undergone a cataclysmic reversal in an instant. Moreover, he remained oblivious to the reasons behind this turn of events, with not even the slightest anomaly evident. It truly felt indistinguishable from a mirage. Li Fuguwei was utterly unaware of the peculiar acceleration of time that had occurred during the auction. Not only him, but even the more formidable Lu Ying had failed to perceive it. As he gazed at the drastically altered circumstances, he finally grasped the reality. He had invoked the power of time. Otherwise, the situation could not have transformed so dramatically. At that moment, the angel of purification affirmed, "Indeed, it is unmistakably so, for I did not observe any movement from him." Her tone was grave as she fixed her gaze upon the Time Emperor's dark dragon. It is worth noting that even if someone or a magical beast moved at the speed of light, the angel of purification would be able to detect some traces. Yet just moments ago, she had sensed nothing at all. Thus, only one possibility remained. Taking a deep breath, Lu Ying's gaze towards Li Fuguwei was tinged with a hint of pity, his tone laced with amusement as he spoke. You truly brought this upon yourself. To have miscalculated to such an extent. Now you should comprehend that even with immense financial resources, some young individuals are not to be trifled with. Inflicting harm upon such a genius will only invite calamity. As he uttered these words, he felt a sense of relief within himself. Grateful that he had not become a mortal enemy of Lin Bei. Lu Ying could hardly fathom what would have transpired had he been at odds with Lin Bei. The phrase "the younger generation is formidable" encapsulated his high regard for Lin Bei. The angel of purification shared a similar sentiment, nodding emphatically as she remarked, "Truly deserving of His Majesty's title. Remarkably unique. Just moments ago, we were contemplating what to do if he were in danger. What a grave misjudgment." Before long, Li Fugui compelled himself to regain his composure, enduring the excruciating pain in his abdomen as he gritted his teeth and sprinted forward. With all his strength, he activated his innate ability. "Return, all of you, return to me." As these words echoed, the centipedes that had vanished into the inferno reappeared within Li Fugui's talent space. Upon reaching the king level, regardless of how many pets one possessed, they could all be accommodated within the talent space. Below the king level, however, limitations imposed restrictions, while pets could still be placed within the talent space. Their number would be constrained, correlating directly to one's strength. Li Fugui was acutely aware that if this situation persisted, the centipedes he had painstakingly tamed would ultimately perish in the flames. Though the centipedes had sustained severe injuries from the terrifying blaze, their resilience meant that none had succumbed to death, with only a few rendered entirely unfit for battle for the rest of their lives. Having successfully retrieved his pets, Li Fugui finally breathed a sigh of relief, subsequently pouring a plethora of medicinal items into his talent space. Thank goodness, they are all alive. He felt a wave of relief wash over him. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. In the next moment, Li Fugui clutched his abdomen and looked towards Lin Bei, his mouth slightly agape, as if he wished to voice something, yet no words emerged. However, his inability to articulate did not hinder Lin Bei from speaking. "Oh, you managed to recall your pets? This action is undoubtedly the most foolish thing you could have done." Upon hearing this nonsensical statement, confusion rapidly etched itself across Li Fugui's face. He could not comprehend why Lin Bei would utter such words. What? In such an extremely perilous situation, recalling pets is the only way to mitigate losses. Allowing them to remain outside would merely result in the loss of many. Clearly, recalling them was the most prudent decision. It was precisely because he understood this that Li Fugui found Lin Bei's words incomprehensible. Having made the most correct choice, why would the other party insist that he had acted foolishly? Was there something wrong with him? At that moment, Lin Bei issued a command to the Time Emperor's Dark Dragon and the Void Reincarnation Dragon: suppress his talent for as long as possible. With a resounding dragon's roar, the Time Emperor's Dark Dragon unhesitatingly unleashed its two extraordinary powers. 3 seconds later, a golden sphere, no larger than a peanut, coalesced from the powers of time and the suppression monument. The instant this golden sphere manifested, Li Fugui's talent was effectively suppressed. He could no longer sense his innate ability, as if it had been abruptly extracted from him. What is happening? My talent has vanished. Crack. A second later, a localized rupture in the void ensued, swallowing the golden sphere into the abyss. As the sphere disappeared, Li Fugui's talent was restored to normal, and he immediately grasped the situation, exclaiming in a state of panic, "That small sphere can seal my talent. How? How is that possible?" Another second later, the golden sphere reappeared before Li Fugui. As if possessed by a soul, it swiftly entered through his nostrils, coursing through his body. In the next moment, Li Fugui's talent vanished once more. This time, it was a complete and utter disappearance. Chapter 214. It is undoubtedly Li Fugui who emerges. The small sphere, formed from the powers of time and the suppression monument, upon entering Li Fugui's body, transformed into a vast quantity of gas, flowing throughout him. Moreover, during this flow, the gas began to integrate into Li Fugui's being, becoming a part of him. Upon reaching the king level, the Time Emperor's Dark Dragon had acquired this power, evidently a capability specifically designed to target individuals. As long as this power is fused with Li Fugui, his innate talent will be suppressed for as long as he lives. To resolve this predicament, apart from relying on the Time Emperor to subdue the Nether Dragon, there is but one solution: to exchange for another body. For the Time Emperor has yet to find a means to merge this power with a person's soul. If it were to merge with the soul, that individual would be utterly incapacitated. Meanwhile, Li Fugui, who could no longer sense his innate talent, was furiously glaring with bloodshot eyes, as if driven to madness, violently tearing at his already sparse hair while uttering desperate, furious, and resentful cries. "Where is my talent? Where has it gone? Why? Why has my talent vanished? No, this cannot be. I refuse to accept this." Li Fugui understood all too well the significance of talent. In this world, talent is the very foundation of a person. Without it, one is destined to fall into obscurity, and whether they live or die becomes a matter of indifference. Moreover, he had offended many. If others were to learn of his lost talent, he could only expect dreadful retribution. After all, without the ability to summon his tamed beasts, he could not tame more. consequently rendering him devoid of any combat capability. Li Fugui's desperate howls echoed for at least 2 minutes, ceasing only when his throat ached and his voice turned hoarse. During this turmoil, he grasped the meaning behind Lin Bei's words. So this is how it is. No wonder he said I committed the most foolish act. I understand now. I comprehend it all. Indeed, the decision Li Fugui made was truly the most foolish of choices. Had he not recalled the centipedes, but instead forced them to flee from the flames, although he would have certainly lost a few half-step king-level centipedes. The remaining ones could have remained in the outside world, serving some purpose. Compared to losing all centipedes and being robbed of his talent, the former would have been a far better outcome. Yet, Li Fugui made that most foolish choice. What he lost was not merely precious centipedes, but the most invaluable affinity for centipedes. The loss magnified exponentially. It was akin to having a fortune yet finding one's account frozen, worse than being broke. Observing the disheveled and despondent Li Fugui ahead, Lin Bei felt no sympathy, maintaining an air of indifference. Do you understand now? Why I said you made the most foolish decision. Now, what do you possess to resist? He was not a villain, but neither was he a benevolent fool. For those who wished to harm him, he held not even a shred of sympathy. Weakness of heart is a fatal flaw. Throughout history, many have perished due to such softness. Only those enemies stripped of all threats are worthy adversaries. As he spoke, Lin Bei stepped forward, slowly approaching Li Fugui, his right fist gradually clenching. Crackling. The power of wind and thunder converged in his right fist, amplifying its might to an extraordinary degree. Upon hearing the footsteps and the sound of thunder, Li Fugui snapped back to reality, hastily glancing at Lin Bei, who was advancing towards him. In an instant, he anticipated the impending event and promptly knelt on the ground, trembling as he pleaded, I beg you, spare me. I am sorry. I was blind to provoke you. I shall not dare again. I only ask for one chance. Fear gripped Li Fugui's heart. He dreaded the thought of being cast into the inferno of evil, losing even the last remnants of freedom. If that were to happen, everything would truly be over. Despite hearing Li Fugui's desperate words, Lin Bei's expression remained unchanged as he continued his slow approach until he reached Li Fugui's side. I will fulfill my promise. At that instant, he unleashed a powerful punch forward. Boom. The fist, enveloped in thunder, struck Li Fugui with tremendous force, causing an explosive crackle of lightning. Ultimately, only a hoarse scream echoed before Li Fugui lost consciousness, his eyes rolling back as he succumbed to darkness. Meanwhile, thousands had gathered at the auction house's entrance, their eyes ablaze with fury as they glared at the doors, erupting into a chorus of curses. Li Fugui, get out here. You must provide us with an explanation, or I will report you. How dare you pull such a grand deception? You must be out of your mind. Come out and kneel to apologize. I swear, if I don't beat you to a pulp, I want to be able to quell this anger. Various curses filled the air, encompassing Li Fugui and the relatives of other auction house members, who were all subjected to the ire of the crowd. Clearly, these individuals were exceedingly enraged. After all the money and effort invested to acquire the life essence, only to discover it was a counterfeit. The fact that they had not exploded from sheer rage could be considered a display of restraint. The cacophony from outside easily infiltrated the auction house, which was otherwise quiet, rendering the clamor even more pronounced. Naturally, Lin Bei heard their outcry. They've arrived? It seems I should step outside to meet them. This was precisely a part of his plan. In the next moment, Lin Bei recalled all the dragons to their designated space, grasped one of Li Fugui's feet, and began dragging him towards the exit of the auction house. Following closely behind were Lu Ying and the Angel of Purification. Thus, Lin Bei swiftly arrived at the entrance of the auction house, raising his other hand to slowly push open the tightly shut doors. At that moment, the crowd gathered outside witnessed the doors swinging open from within. Instantly, a fresh wave of chatter erupted. Someone's coming out. It must be that scoundrel Li Fugui. We must teach this guy a lesson for daring to scheme against us. Yes, not only must we punish him, but he must also refund our money. Chapter 215. I, Lin Bei, shall provide you with the most reasonable resolution. In truth, the thoughts of these individuals fell within a normal range of expectations. At this juncture, under these circumstances, the likelihood of someone emerging from the auction house being Li Fugui was the highest. If anyone else were to step out, it would be akin to inviting censure upon themselves. Even if others emerged to explain and desperately sought to disperse the crowd, it would be of no avail. After all, at this moment, the emotions of the crowd were in a state of furious rage. Such actions would not only prove futile, but would also provoke significant backlash. As each second passed, Lin Bei finally stepped out from the confines of the auction house, entering the gaze of the multitude outside. The instant they laid eyes on him, the throng surrounding the entrance fell into a stupor. The previously rampant tide of angry murmurs abruptly ceased. Expressions of astonishment painted every face as they realized that the situation had transcended all expectations. The incredulity was palpable. After a bizarre silence that lingered for a full 3 seconds, a gasp of disbelief shattered the awkward quiet. It is he. Why is he emerging from the auction house? He should be imprisoned in the Tianshan Great Prison. The words struck like a meteorite, creating a tempest in the tranquil sea of their understanding. Soon, other voices joined in. Yes, indeed. He was clearly locked away in the infernal prison. Furthermore, during my visit to Tianshan Great Prison to see a friend, I heard he was incarcerated in the wicked prison. How could someone imprisoned in the wicked prison possibly appear here? This cannot be real. How could such an event transpire? Each individual was utterly bewildered as to why Lin Bei was present in this place. Since the establishment of the wicked prison, such a phenomenon had never occurred. Those confined within its walls had but one fate, to remain there indefinitely. Notable figures had previously been imprisoned in the wicked prison, yet regardless of the methods employed, none had successfully escaped, ultimately becoming mere shells of their former selves. Once an individual entered the wicked prison, absent a miracle, their life would invariably meet an untimely conclusion. It was precisely this knowledge that incited their vehement reactions, akin to seeing a ghost in broad daylight. Lin Bei, of course, was aware of their murmurs. Yet he chose to remain indifferent, maintaining his usual composure as he continued to stride forward. The onlookers fixated their gazes on Lin Bei, many forgetting even to blink. With each step he took, the unfortunate Li Fugui, dragged along by one foot, finally came into view. Instinctively, the crowd shifted their attention to him. Despite his deplorable state, charred and twitching like a dying pig, people recognized Li Fugui almost instantaneously. Gasp! A chorus of shocked intakes of breath swept through the crowd. Following this, a flurry of astonished discussions erupted. Is that really Li Fugui? What on earth happened to him? This is absolutely horrific. He looks like a pig electrocuted to death. What could possibly have transpired? Why was Li Fugui being dragged out by Lin Bei in such a manner? The situation grew increasingly bizarre. The appearance of someone who should not have been there was one thing, but now, the person they sought had transformed into this wretched sight. What could it possibly mean? Was the heavens playing a cruel joke? Anyone who had gathered around the auction house and witnessed this spectacle was subconsciously questioning their own reality. At that moment, Lin Bei reached the steps and finally halted his advance. He cast a calm gaze over the sea of humanity before him, absorbing the expressions of every individual. And within his heart, he reached a definitive conclusion. Since you have gathered here, it is clear you are aware of the situation at hand. Now, I shall elucidate this matter and instruct you on how to proceed. Upon hearing Lin Bei mention this issue, the crowd collectively set aside their chaotic thoughts. Their focus sharpened as they listened intently. Their purpose for being here at this moment was to resolve this very matter. Soon, Lin Bei's voice resonated once more. The root cause of this dilemma is the auction house. They, without my consent, took the 100 vials of life essence entrusted to them, unlawfully tampered with and counterfeit them, and sold this subpar life essence to you, unaware of the truth. Undoubtedly, both you and I are victims. You may have merely lost money, while I was, through some means, sent into the wicked prison by Li Fugui, who sought to see me dead. Thus, it is evident that the auction house not only intended to deceive you, but also sought to make me the scapegoat. At this juncture, he paused, allowing the crowd a moment to react. Instantly, chaos erupted among the masses, who began to vociferously denounce the auction house. Upon uncovering the auction house's intentions, their disdain deepened, and many resolved never to attend another auction in Tianshan City. After approximately a minute, Lin Bei spoke again. My purpose in being here is to ensure that Li Fugui and the auction house pay the appropriate price. Now, Li Fugui has borne the cost, and I shall confine him to the wicked prison to settle the grievances between us. After uttering these two sentences, he paused for a moment before continuing. Furthermore, although I am also a victim in the realm of life essence, I am nonetheless connected to the matter. I cannot refund the money spent on life essence. You must seek recompense from the auction house. However, I can offer you a most reasonable solution. Refunds would certainly not be forthcoming, as the fault did not lie with Lin Bei. The money he took rightfully belonged to him, being the proceeds from the sale of life essence, albeit exceeding expectations. Upon hearing this, the crowd's curiosity was piqued. They were eager to learn what this solution entailed. Chapter 216. The entire crowd shocked, on the verge of departure. Lin Bei, uninterested in prolonging the suspense, quickly declared, I shall continue to sell genuine life essence, with prices determined by the market, and everyone is welcome to purchase life essence from me. Ordinary customers may buy at the original price, limited to 1 vial at a time, while those who have been deceived by the auction house may use their defective products as a 10 million discount voucher. Each defective vial serves as a 10 million discount voucher. Moreover, The number of defective products you possess allows you to purchase an equal number of genuine vials. Rest assured, the products I provide are authentic, and I will not deceive you as the auction house has. After purchasing life essence from me, you can even verify the quality on the spot. This was the plan he had meticulously devised, a scheme that would inflict substantial losses on the auction house, while yielding immense profits for himself. Lin Bei understood all too well that the demand for life essence was boundless. Everyone is susceptible to illness and injury. However, not every ailment can be cured, nor can every wound be healed. Many diseases and injuries are challenging to treat fully, and countless individuals succumb to their afflictions. Yet, the life force possesses the power to heal. With a sufficient absorption of this vital energy, even life-threatening injuries can mend in the blink of an eye. This explains why so many are eager to acquire the life force. The offer of 10 million serves to demonstrate sincerity and to alleviate some discontent among certain individuals. After all, this sum is derived from those very people. Additionally, it can be viewed as a means of offsetting the costs associated with fabricating the auction. In this arrangement, both the auction house and Lin Bei, along with those involved, stand to profit. Upon hearing Lin Bei's words, the majority of the crowd erupted in excitement, their faces reflecting a unified thrill. What? Did I hear that correctly? Such a stroke of fortune? How much life force does that fellow possess? 1,000 vials or 10,000? The monetary value is inconsequential. What matters is that even one subpar vial could be exchanged for a superior one. This means I could purchase several more. A tremendous boon. Truly, a magnificent windfall. I sincerely hope he sells the life force right now. Those capable of affording several million or even $1 billion for life force are certainly not impoverished. They have come merely to seek justice, unwilling to suffer losses without cause. Yet, they did not anticipate such a delightful surprise. Their originally planned return to the city would now be delayed by several days. Everything is worth it. Listening to the fervent discussions rising from below, Lin Bei's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Everything was proceeding as smoothly as he had envisioned. Exhaling slowly, he murmured to himself, "Thankfully, it seems I need not worry about finances for the time being." In truth, Lin Bei was indeed in dire need of funds. Nurturing dragons is an endeavor entirely reliant on monetary resources. To fortify the dragon's prowess, continuous expenditure of points is essential, and points can only be acquired through monetary conversion. As the number of dragons increased, the rate of expenditure escalated correspondingly. It would not be an exaggeration to say that money flowed like water. A moment later, Lin Bei spoke again. "Ladies and gentlemen, please pay heed. This is a personal compensation I offer you. True compensation must be sought from the auction house." As his words echoed, he resumed his stride, dragging the unresponsive Li Fugue along, leisurely approaching the abyss of evil. The crowd was vast, with a multitude of personalities present. Lin Bei's earlier remarks had successfully incited some nefarious intentions. Among the most exhilarated was Meng Yuan. He harbored an irreconcilable grudge against Lin Bei due to the death of his brother, Meng Fong, at Lin Bei's hands. Now, hearing such tantalizing news, his desire to eliminate Lin Bei intensified. Immediately, Fong Yuan followed closely behind Lin Bei, seeking an opportune moment to strike. Many spectators observed this unfolding scene. Unable to restrain their murmurs, it seems Meng Yuan is about to act. Should we intervene to protect him? If he is killed, it would not bode well for us. We must stop Meng Yuan, for even if he intends to attack, it should only be after we secure the life force. At that moment, Lu Ying and the Angel of Purification surged forth, directly approaching Meng Yuan, whose intentions were most apparent. With a whoosh, a flurry of pristine feathers erupted, each piercing into Meng Yuan's flesh, with some even penetrating through his body. Blood poured forth from the multitude of wounds, swiftly forming a pool around him. Thud! Meng Yuan collapsed to the ground, devoid of all life. He was dead. It was only when the scent of blood began to waft through the air that those present grasped the gravity of the situation, instinctively turning to the lifeless Meng Yuan. Their eyes filled with shock and terror. They could hardly accept this reality. Mere moments ago, they had been deliberating on how to thwart Meng Yuan. Yet in this instant, he had transformed into a corpse. The abruptness of the event was overwhelming, so much so that they momentarily forgot to speak. However, in this silence, Lin Bei's voice suddenly rang out, "Do not waste time. I have many matters to attend to." As his words concluded, both Lu Ying and the Angel of Purification spoke in unison, their tones reverent, understood. With that, Lu Ying swiftly followed Lin Bei, clutching the spoils obtained from Meng Yuan. The Angel of Purification surveyed the surrounding crowd, vigorously flapping its wings, now rapidly sprouting feathers, and disdainfully declared, "Protect him? You are not worthy." It was dead serious. Only when Lin Bei, Lu Ying, and the Angel of Purification vanished from sight did the onlookers gradually regain their composure. Yet, Even upon regaining their senses, no words escaped their lips. They remained silent, fixated on Meng Yuan's corpse. Even in retrospect, the occurrence seemed utterly surreal. The formidable Meng Yuan had been dispatched in an instant. Meanwhile, those who had vanquished him displayed such reverence towards Lin Bei, akin to that of servants. It was indeed ludicrous. This night would undoubtedly be etched in their memories forever. After a considerable time, they finally remembered their intent to seek retribution from the auction house. Chaos ensued once more. At this moment, Lin Bei was making his way back to the abyss of evil. The necessary tasks have been nearly completed. One more visit to the abyss of evil, and I shall depart from Tianshan City. Chapter 217. The Invitation, Gate of Sinful Bones. Tianshan City had merely served as a transit point for Lin Bei. His initial purpose for arriving in this city was simply to procure some rare materials. Yet, the unfolding events had taken an entirely unexpected turn. Although he obtained what he sought, an array of intricate matters had arisen, each more complex than the last. Among these issues were the extraordinary beings, Kunpeng and Zhu Long. Nonetheless, overall, events were progressing favorably, and Lin Bei had incurred no losses. Now that he had nearly completed his objectives, Lin Bei saw no reason to linger in Tianshan City. He had a multitude of pressing matters to attend to. Whether it be venturing to the Zonglin mountain range to seek out the dragon pearls capable of unsealing the azure dragon and other sacred beasts, or traveling to the North Sea to uncover the truth behind Kunpeng, each undertaking was of paramount importance. Thus, he had little time to squander. Furthermore, after experiencing numerous events, Lin Bei had discerned an anomaly. The seals of the four sacred beasts, including the azure dragon and vermilion bird, the cries for help emanating from the scales of the Kunpeng, and the temporal powers of the candle dragon within the abyss of malevolence, are all intrinsically linked to dragons. To lift the seals of the four sacred beasts requires dragon balls. The cries for assistance from the Kunpeng's scales necessitate an affinity with the dragon lineage. As for the candle dragon, it is, quite evidently, a dragon. Clearly, every single aspect is intertwined with dragons. To label this as mere coincidence would be exceedingly far-fetched. Undoubtedly, there lies an astonishing connection behind it all. No matter how one contemplates, this conclusion is inescapable. In this regard, Lin Bei is profoundly intrigued, immensely curious. He harbors a strong desire to ascertain the true nature of these events. The situation is becoming increasingly captivating. He is eager to uncover the truth. Crack. Upon reaching a deserted area, the void suddenly shattered, and Lin Bei, along with Le Ying and the Angel of Purification, were all engulfed within it. Returning from the void to the abyss of malevolence is the quickest and most convenient method. Utilizing alternative means would undoubtedly attract the attention of the jailers, leading to a myriad of unnecessary complications. Subsequently, they swiftly traversed through the void. Before long, they successfully returned to the abyss of malevolence. Thud. The first to be unceremoniously ejected from the void was the still unconscious Li Fugui. He lay motionless on the ground. Positioned at the center of a throng of mindless corpses, upon awakening, he would likely be fainted once more from sheer fright. Following this, Lin Bei, Lu Ying, and the Angel of Purification emerged slowly from the void. Their arrival point was deep within the abyss of malevolence. The moment they exited the void, Lin Bei promptly commanded the system, enhance Little Six and Bone to the greatest extent possible. Strive to elevate them all to the king level before we head to the North Sea. As for points, handle it as you see fit. Soon, the system's notification chimed. Rest assured, host. This system is dedicated to nurturing dragons and will ensure their growth in a reasonable manner within the shortest time frame. Even while still within Tianshan, Lin Bei was acutely aware that this journey to the North Sea would undoubtedly be perilous. This is due to the involvement of the Kunpeng and the Sea Emperor Ao Ding. The commotion from Lin Bei's return had not gone unnoticed, successfully capturing the attention of Kong and Wu. For the past few days, the two had been lingering in the abyss of malevolence, awaiting Lin Bei's return. During this time, they had repeatedly communicated with the higher-ups and had already devised an optimal course of action. Upon seeing Lin Bei emerge from the void, Kong was instantly filled with excitement. Wu, he has returned. Finally, he is back. Our wait was not in vain. Not only was he enthusiastic, but Wu shared the same fervor. Quick, let us hurry over. If his bone dragon is present, perhaps we can truly unlock that gate of sin. In the next moment, the two swiftly advanced forward. Before they could reach him, a voice interrupted. May I trouble you for a moment? Hearing this, Lin Bei turned to look at Kong and Wu. He felt no surprise at their arrival. The reason for returning to the abyss of malevolence was precisely because of them. A second later, Kong's voice rang out again. Our leader wishes to invite you to assist with a task. He has long desired to access a certain place, but has been unable to open that door. However, if your bone dragon aids us, it may indeed be possible to unlock that door. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei's interest was piqued, his eyebrows raising in surprise. What manner of door is it that requires a bone dragon to open? He refrained from immediately agreeing and coolly responded, elaborate further. Then, Kong and Wu proceeded to elaborate on the matter of the Gate of Sin. This so-called Gate of Sin is a door crafted from white bones, emblazoned with the character for sin in crimson. Aside from this red character, there is nothing else. No handle to turn, nor means to knock. It appears to be nothing but a slab. According to ancient lore, this door cannot be opened by mere human strength. It can only be unlocked through a specific method related to bones. It is precisely for this reason that Kong and Wu sought out Lu Ying within the abyss of malevolence, aiming to obtain the staff in Lu Ying's possession. However, upon witnessing Lin Bei's possession of a genuine bone dragon, their objective shifted accordingly. Within moments, Lin Bei absorbed this information and inquired once more, "Why do you wish to open this door? What lies beyond it? What benefits can I expect from assisting you?" Despite his keen interest in the Gate of Sin, he would not offer assistance without sufficient motivation. With so many other pursuits to attend to, why should he delay his own affairs for the sake of others? Unless the rewards are substantial. Kong and Wu had anticipated this very point and promptly offered their assurances. "Fear not, your benefits shall not be lacking. State your desires, whether it be wealth, power, or rare treasures. We will exhaust every means to procure them for you. We are no third-rate forces. While we may not rival the Mountain Sea organization, we are not far behind. As for what lies beyond the door, we too are in the dark. That door is shrouded in mystery." Upon hearing this, Lin Bei made his decision. Very well, since the benefits are ample, why not proceed? After all, it merely requires opening a door. Chapter 218, The Valley of Divine Artifacts. A collective apology. I can agree to this matter. However, you must wait for a while. I have many pressing matters to attend to. Although he assented, Lin Bei maintained that his own affairs took precedence. He must first resolve matters concerning the North Sea before addressing the Gate of Sin. Agreements must be prioritized. In the next moment, Kong quickly interjected, "As long as you agree, it suffices. Whenever you find the time, you may assist us. We are not in a rush for a month or two." They were indeed not in a hurry. After all, they had waited for many years. So a few more months posed no significant inconvenience. As Kong finished speaking, Wu retrieved a blue spherical object from his pocket, carefully placing it in Lin Bei's hand. He pointed at the small orb. "If you wish to contact us, simply shatter this ball." Lin Bei nodded slightly and stowed the blue sphere away. All right. Thus, the objectives of Kong and Wu had been achieved, and their next course of action was to wait. In the next moment, both retrieved a gray orb from their pockets. "In that case, we shall take our leave. Await your good news." Upon concluding their discourse, Kong and Wu simultaneously hurled the gray orb to the ground. With a resounding crack, the orb shattered, unleashing a brilliant burst of gray light. This luminescence lasted but a fleeting 3 seconds. As the radiance faded, so too did Kong and Wu, evidently departing from the abyss of malevolence. Witnessing this, Lin Bei couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, his understanding of Kong and Wu deepening. How intriguing. Such a method exists. With this gray orb in hand, could one not traverse in and out of the abyss of malevolence at will? This extraordinary technique was indeed a first for him. At that moment, Lu Ying's voice resonated from behind. Indeed, with such a gray orb, one can freely enter and exit the abyss of malevolence. However, the cost of producing this gray orb is astoundingly high, starting at no less than hundreds of millions for each one. Unless it is of utmost importance, no one would dare to expend such a resource. Having experienced numerous events related to this gray orb, he was now able to articulate this insight. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei turned to Lu Ying, curiosity evident in his tone as he inquired, "Are you familiar with their origins?" His interest in the backgrounds of Kong and Wu was piqued, as their unusual nature had already been established. In response, Lu Ying earnestly nodded and replied, "If there are no unforeseen circumstances, they should be from the Artifact Valley." The Artifact Valley is a faction dedicated to the creation of various wondrous items. Those orbs were crafted by them. Lin Bei mentally noted the name Artifact Valley, his intuition suggesting that future encounters with this faction were inevitable. After all, the very name implied they were undoubtedly affluent. A few moments later, Lin Bei cast aside these thoughts and once again addressed Lu Ying. "Next, I intend to journey to Beihai. What are your plans? Do you wish to accompany me to Beihai, or do you prefer to pursue your own affairs?" He would not compel Lu Ying to join him. The choice was entirely his. Without any hesitation, Lu Ying confidently replied, "I shall go. However, may I request 2 days' time? I need to meet an old friend." At this juncture, he abruptly halted, his expression becoming markedly conflicted. After a moment's contemplation, he continued, Could you provide me with a few portions of life essence? My friend might require it." Despite having exerted little effort, Lu Ying felt somewhat embarrassed to make such a request, acutely aware of the considerable value of life essence after spending several days in Tianshan City. To ask for a few portions felt excessive even to him. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei's expression shifted to one of mild amusement, and a smile danced in his eyes as he chuckled. Is it merely a few portions of life essence you seek? What a trivial matter. They hardly hold any real value. Moments later, he handed Lu Ying 20 vials of life essence and simultaneously opened a void passage leading to the outside world. Go forth. After you conclude your business, come directly to Nanshan City to find me. Before long, Lu Ying, clutching the 20 vials of life essence, stepped into the rift of the void. Half an hour later, Lin Bei, accompanied by Wang Yuling and Ren Ting, sat atop the void reincarnation dragon, swiftly traversing the expanse of the void. During this time, he accomplished 2 tasks. One was to arrange a date with Si Lingxian for their journey to Beihai, and the other was to leave a substantial supply of life essence with Bai Zhou, who remained in this location along with the Time Sovereign's nether dragon. Leaving Bai Zhou alone posed too great a risk. However, with the assistance of the Time Sovereign's nether dragon in the void, there was little cause for concern. Should any malevolent intent arise, they could swiftly suppress it with overwhelming force. Once someone experienced the consequences, others would undoubtedly feel a sense of trepidation. After an arduous journey, Lin Bei, Wang Yuling, and Ren Ting finally returned to Nanshan City. The moment they entered the city, the trio emerged from the void in a secluded area. Subsequently, they casually boarded a vehicle, embarking on their return to the old neighborhood. Meanwhile, at Lin Bei's residence, the leaders of the 5 major academies of Nanshan City had congregated beneath his building, each wearing anxious expressions as they awaited his arrival. During the days of the auction, they had become aware of Lin Bei's actions, and naturally, they had speculated about his identity. Ultimately, they witnessed Lin Bei emerging with Li Fuguei in tow and the instantaneous vanquishing of Meng Yuan. After Lin Bei and Lu Ying's departure, the 5 leaders hastily returned to Nanshan City, instinctively gathering at Lin Bei's home to await his return. The residents of the neighborhood were astonished to see the 5 leaders. Their presence here seemed utterly incongruous. Those familiar with the 5 leaders remained hidden, observing from their homes while speculating on the purpose of their visit. Approximately half an hour later, Lin Bei and his companions returned to the neighborhood, swiftly arriving at their doorstep. At that moment, the 5 leaders also noticed Lin Bei and, in unison, bowed their heads, addressing him with urgency. We apologize. We were mistaken. Instantly, every onlooker was left in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief as they witnessed this extraordinary scene unfold before them. Who is Lin Bei? The residents of this neighborhood were well aware. Merely a young man, unanchored and possessing no remarkable traits aside from his handsome appearance. Yet, how could this be? The 5 leaders were collectively bowing their heads in apology to Lin Bei. This was beyond what any drama would dare portray. When I encountered the leaders, I merely offered a courteous greeting. Yet, why did they treat Lin Bei in such a manner? Were they not all students of the same academies? Could it be that Lin Bei held some leverage over the leaders? Everyone, beneficiaries of quality education, wondered why only he stood out so remarkably. They were bewildered, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Everything seemed so utterly surreal. At this moment, even if 2 moons were to appear in the sky, their attention would remain fixated on the astonishing occurrence before them. Observing the 5 leaders bowing their heads in fear, Lin Bei's brow furrowed slightly, an expression of distaste flickering in his eyes. He felt no goodwill toward these 5 individuals. The initial fondness he had felt upon their first meeting had been completely obliterated by their previous actions. You are not at fault. There is no need for apologies. Indeed, the actions of the 5 leaders were not erroneous. They were merely doing what any reasonable person would do. Choosing to evade danger is indeed an instinctive response of human nature. With that said, Lin Bei did not wait for the 5 deans to utter a word. He firmly grasped the timid Ren Ting's hand and strode past the 5 of them. While their actions may have been justified, it did not necessitate his goodwill towards them. Wang Yuling observed the 5 deans and, with a resigned shake of her head, let out a long sigh, saying, "Rest assured, Brother Bei will not hold any grudges against you. Just ensure that you do not provoke him again in the future." The implication of her words was clear. Should they cross Lin Bei again, the 5 deans would face dire consequences. Had this been a few days prior, she would have, like the others, been unable to fathom the unfolding events. However, after spending several days in Tianshan and witnessing numerous occurrences, Wang Yuling underwent a profound transformation, both in mindset and perspective. Simultaneously, she came to realize that her brother Bei was shrouded in mystery. Anything could transpire involving him. Even if one day Lin Bei were to become the Lord of Nanshan, Wang Yuling would feel no surprise, for she had adequately prepared herself psychologically. Having spoken, Wang Yuling also took her leave, following closely behind Lin Bei. She had previously arranged for Rinting to stay at her home for a few days. After all, it seemed somewhat inappropriate for a young girl like Rinting to reside under the same roof as Lin Bei. On the surface, that was her reasoning. Yet only she knew the true thoughts within her heart. Thud. It was not until the sound of a security door closing resonated that the 5 deans dared to lift their lowered heads, exchanging tacit glances towards the recently shut door. Each of their faces bore a complex expression, filled with regret, fear, and disappointment. After several seconds had passed, one of the deans lamented, "Only now do I truly comprehend how foolish our decision was that day. Although it appeared that we had averted great danger, in reality, we forfeited a monumental opportunity. Had we chosen to stay back then, we might have enjoyed the same fortune as Baizhou now. Alas, how I envy Baizhou." 10 minutes later, the 5 deans finally departed from the community. The onlookers dispersed in turn, for the night was destined to be one of wakefulness for them. After engaging in casual conversation for a while, Wang Yuling returned home with Rinting, leaving Lin Bei alone in the modest dwelling. In the next moment, he summoned all of his dragons. Each dragon, deliberately sized down to the dimensions of a computer tower, began to flit about the room. All the curtains had been drawn to prevent outsiders from witnessing the dragon's presence. Their arrival shattered the silence of the room, infusing it with a newfound vibrancy. As a few dragons frolicked within the space, Lin Bei settled onto the sofa and retrieved all the items he had acquired from the auction: the shadow mirror, the skin of a royal chameleon, half of an yin-yang chessboard, and branches of the ancient elven tree. He had indeed collected a considerable array of items, each possessing its own utility and eligibility for dragon synthesis. However, among these numerous items, few could serve as synthesis materials at that moment. Only the shadow mirror and the royal chameleon skin were viable for use. These 2 synthesis materials offered a remarkable combination. One could create multiple projections, while the other could alter its physical coloration, allowing perfect blending with the environment. Using them for synthesis with the shadow dragon turned out to be an excellent choice. Post-synthesis, the shadow dragon could retain its original black coloration, yet when faced with danger, such as being engulfed in flames, it could instantly transform into a fiery hue, rendering it undetectable to adversaries. When submerged in the ocean, it could adopt a deep blue color. Contemplating this, Lin Bei waved his hand, summoning the pitch-black shadow dragon. Whoosh! Though the shadow dragon was dark, it was obedient and rushed to its master with remarkable speed. Simultaneously, Lin Bei addressed the system in his mind. "System, initiate the synthesis function." A second later, the system's prompt echoed, "Please select synthesis materials. Merely state their names. A minimum of 3 materials is required for each synthesis." Almost instantaneously, as the system's prompt concluded, Lin Bei declared his choice: shadow dragon hatchling, shadow mirror, royal chameleon skin. Utilize these 3 materials. Swish! In the next moment, the 3 selected materials were enveloped in golden radiance, transforming into 3 small orbs of light that hovered silently in the room, devoid of any other activity. Ding! Synthesis in progress. Please be patient, host. Subsequently, Lin Bei stored the remaining synthesis materials that were temporarily unnecessary back into the system space. Though they were not needed now, they would inevitably prove useful in the future. Before long, 10 minutes had elapsed. The orbs of light began to show an intricate web of cracks, intertwining like a spider's web. As time passed, the fissures multiplied. Ultimately, after a few more minutes, the golden orbs exploded, scattering throughout Lin Bei's home. The system's prompt resounded once more: ding! Congratulations, host, synthesis successful. Upon hearing this system notification, a subtle smile graced Lin Bei's lips, and a flicker of excitement quickly flashed in his eyes. Indeed, another synthesized dragon had joined his ranks. Just as he finished speaking, the golden shards of light that had scattered around the space instantly dispersed. The synthesized shadow dragon then made its grand appearance. The other dragons that had been playfully cavorting in the room also gathered around, their curiosity piqued by the newly synthesized shadow dragon. Yet, upon beholding it, they were momentarily taken aback, for the synthesized shadow dragon was entirely unlike what they had envisioned. Its appearance had seemingly undergone no change whatsoever. It remained as pitch black as before, devoid of any impurities. Gazing at the shadow dragon felt akin to staring into a void of darkness. Lin Bei found himself momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. He knew the shadow dragon was unique, but never anticipated it to be this distinctive. Despite merging with 2 materials, there was not the slightest alteration. Both Lin Bei and the other dragons instinctively believed the synthesized shadow dragon would exhibit some change, yet the reality was entirely different. Roar! The shadow dragon, sensing Lin Bei's thoughts, let out an unhappy cry. It felt a deep sense of injustice. Despite undergoing synthesis like the others, it remained unchanged. leaving it somewhat dejected. In the next moment, Lin Bei raised a hand and gently patted the shadow dragon's head, smiling as he assured, "It's all right. No matter how dark you are, I will always love you." His words rang true. Regardless of how unique their appearance may be, are they not still one's own dragons? Upon hearing these words, the newly synthesized shadow dragon hatchling felt a sense of comfort within. It remained a mere infant, in need of its master's consolation. Simultaneously, relevant information materialized. Name, not yet named. Species, new breed of shadow dragon, designation pending. Status, juvenile stage, the weakest period in a dragon's life. Loyalty, unwavering loyalty. Even if darkness ceases to exist in the world, it is willing to transform into the last vestige of darkness, eternally following its master. Abilities, mastery over shadow manipulation. The power to create various shadow projections, and the ability to change its own coloration. Introduction, born from the shadows, this dragon possesses a distinctly unique appearance, capable of traversing through shadows at will. Upon maturation, it may even control shadows, with the fusion of 2 additional powers. The abilities of the shadow dragon have grown considerably stronger. While combat may not be its forte, its presence simplifies the act of fighting. Subsequently, Lin Bei designated a brand new species and name for the synthesized shadow dragon hatchling, as well as opened the acquired gift package. The new species was renamed the ever-changing shadow dragon, commonly referred to as Little Lin, with enhanced capabilities in shadow manipulation and extraction. As time ticked away, Lin Bei remained in Nanshan City, occasionally taking Rin Ting out for leisurely strolls, enjoying a carefree existence, free from pressing matters. Meanwhile, the system busily deducted points to cultivate one dragon after another. The dangers lurking in the North Sea were more apparent to the system than to Lin Bei. It feared that Lin Bei might encounter unforeseen circumstances in the North Sea, hence the urgency of its actions. Initially, the points were insufficient. But thanks to Bai Zhou selling life essence in Tianshan City, the points could barely sustain usage. However, this resulted in Lin Bei's finances dwindling. Despite the exorbitant cost of life essence, such consumption was unsustainable. This was merely for the cultivation of a few royal-level dragons. At this moment, within the holy sanctuary of the Light Altar, only 2 individuals were present. One was the exalted Lord of the Light Altar, and the other was Lu Ying, who had just arrived. The Lord of the Light Altar gazed at Lu Ying, his eyes filled with astonishment. "I never expected to see you again in my lifetime. My old friend." His words were laden with surprise, and his emotions were evidently unsteady. In response, Lu Ying smiled, his expression radiant. "Not only you. Even I never anticipated that one day I would return here. How nostalgic this place is. Once a revered figure of the Light Altar." Lu Ying was naturally familiar with the sanctuary. However, he fell victim to the corruption of the abyss of fallen gods, ensnared in an inescapable mire, which had prevented him from returning for so many years. At that moment, the Lord of the Light Altar spoke again. "Since you have returned, I shall personally restore the position that rightfully belongs to you." With that, he rose slowly, clearly not jesting. In truth, had it not been for the abyss of fallen gods, Lu Ying would have become the Lord of the Light Altar in this generation. The current Lord was merely the first among those Lu Ying had bested, lacking the qualifications to ascend as the Lord, ultimately seizing an unexpected opportunity to claim the title. However, before the Lord of the Light Altar could fully rise, Lu Ying hastily interjected, "No need. I have no interest in the position of Lord. My purpose in returning is not to contest that title with you, but to bring you something of great utility." As he spoke, he produced all the life essence and laid it before the Lord of the Light Altar. "Life essence. You should know what it is. Use it to combat the curse of the abyss of fallen gods afflicting you." Without hesitation, the Lord of the Light Altar uncorked a vial of life essence and poured it directly onto the dark curse on the back of his right hand. After a second, the curse faded significantly, and the malevolent aura dissipated by more than half. It is crucial to note that this was merely the effect of one vial. With a few more vials, the result would be even more profound. Gasping in astonishment, the Lord of the Light Altar was left in a state of utter shock. This life essence from Tianshan City can actually dispel the curse of the abyss of fallen gods. He could hardly believe that such miraculous substances existed in the world. To witness this was nothing short of divine intervention. Having observed this, Lu Ying nodded with satisfaction, arriving at a definitive conclusion. "If it proves effective, then I shall rest assured. The remaining life essence you may use as you see fit. I must take my leave." His purpose for returning was to assist the Lord of the Light Altar in lifting the curse, and now that he had achieved his goal, it was time to convene in Nanshan City. In the blink of an eye, another day had passed. After several hours of continuous travel, Lu Ying arrived at the apartment complex where Lin Bei resided. Chapter 221, Departure to the North Sea. The moment Luing set foot in the dilapidated complex, Lin Bei, who remained at home, felt an intuitive awareness. He rose from his seat and slowly walked to the security door. Upon pushing it open, Luing appeared before him. Mr. Lin, I have arrived. Lin Bei nodded slightly, inviting Luing into the room. The reason Lin Bei had stayed in Nanshan City for these past few days was twofold: to enhance his strength and to await Lu Ying's arrival. In a sense, the North Sea was the place Lin Bei truly yearned to visit, albeit it bore exceptionally high risks. The previous encounters in Tianshan City and the Monster Forest could only be deemed minor skirmishes, with no particularly dangerous incidents. When facing such perilous endeavors, having someone to rely on was certainly preferable to facing the challenge alone. Most importantly, the loyalty of this individual was beyond question. As for Bai Zhou, another fiercely loyal ally, his responsibilities would continue to revolve around selling life essence and accumulating sufficient funds. Many had already learned of the dragon capable of suppressing talents, covertly protecting Bai Zhou, thus deterring any ill intent. In Tianshan City, a few short-sighted royal-level experts had permanently lost their talents. However, as a precaution, Lin Bei would devise contingency plans for Bai Zhou. When Luing stepped into Lin Bei's abode, he was greeted by the sight of over 10 diminutive dragons, their sizes having dwindled significantly. Half an hour prior, the Time Emperor's infernal dragon had also returned to Nanshan City, having sold all its life essence. Luing stood in stunned silence at the doorway. He had envisioned Lin Bei as formidable, yet the reality surpassed all expectations. Truly terrifying. For an ordinary person, taming 10 ordinary magical beasts as pets was an exceptionally challenging task. Yet, Mr. Lin had managed to tame such a multitude of dragons, a feat hard to fathom. Was it not said that dragons were exceedingly rare? How is it that Mr. Lin consistently finds dragons? Moreover, these dragons are of various peculiar types, with scant records to substantiate their existence. Although intrigued by this, Lang understood that it was imperative not to delve into any inquiries. The wisest course of action was to quietly accept everything. Moments later, Lin Bei collected all the dragons. Those that had been synthesized entered his exclusive space, while the unsynthesized ones remained confined within the system's domain. Had he completed all necessary tasks? Was there anything requiring my assistance? Since the other party had chosen loyalty, he would not regard them merely as a tool, hence his inquiry. In response, Lang nodded, his voice brimming with excitement as he spoke. It went exceedingly well. Thanks to your life essence. Reflecting on it now, I still find it quite astonishing. The life essence, valued at tens of millions per vial, can even mitigate the curse of the abyss of fallen gods. Should this information reach the ears of the discerning, it would undoubtedly stir a new wave of fervor. Contemplating this, he promptly suggested, I recommend raising the price of the life essence. Its ability to dilute the malevolent forces of the abyss of fallen gods is invaluable. For those ensnared by its dark power, even a price as steep as 1 billion would not deter them from purchasing. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei arched an eyebrow, pleasantly surprised. While he was aware of the formidable power of the radiant white dragon, he had not anticipated that merely a fraction of its power could dispel the abyss's influence. After all, when the radiant white dragon purified the angel of purity, it unleashed an immense holy force. Understood. Upon returning from the North Sea, I shall initiate adjustments. The preliminary plan is to launch specialized products. Lin Bei suddenly realized that with the radiant white dragon at his side, he could truly embark on an ambitious venture. Consequently, the wealth he accumulated would multiply, allowing him to pursue even more endeavors. In the blink of an eye, an hour had elapsed. During this time, Lin Bei had retrieved Renting from Wang Yuling's residence. He had also left behind a substantial amount of life essence for Bai Zhou, along with portable condensed versions of time power and the seal of the abyss, and had reached out to the celestial spirit of the radiant platform. The celestial spirit, possessing an affinity for dragons, had heard the voice within the Kunping scales, and it was evidently more fitting for it to join them. After completing these tasks, he officially set forth on his journey. 10 minutes later, Lin Bei, Ren Ting, and Lang stepped into the teleportation array of Nanshan City. The North Sea, as its name implies, is the great ocean to the north. Conversely, Nanshan City lies to the south, a considerable distance from the North Sea. The sole method to reach the North Sea is through the teleportation array. After multiple transfers, they would arrive at the city closest to the North Sea. Although one could traverse the void to reach the vicinity of the North Sea, the energy expended would be several times greater than that required by the teleportation array, rendering it an unsuitable option. With a whoosh, as the teleportation array activated, the trio instantaneously departed from Nanshan City. In just a few hours, they would find themselves at the shores of the North Sea. Not far away, Wang Yuling witnessed Lin Bei and his companions as they vanished. In an instant, her expression transformed into one of unwavering determination, her delicate fists clenched tightly. Brother Bei now seems increasingly out of reach. I cannot afford to fall too far behind. Upon concluding her self-reflection, Wang Yuling withdrew a card crafted from pure gold from her pocket. The front bore the two characters, Qingsun. It appeared to be a name, while the back displayed a string of numbers, evidently a means of contact. Taking a deep breath, Wang Yuling dialed the number. Soon, the call connected, and a cool female voice resonated from the other end. Have you come to a decision? Would you like to become my sole disciple? As many had speculated. When Wang Yuling's talent was revealed, it attracted the attention of numerous renowned powerhouses. During this period, more than one individual had extended an invitation to her. However, Wang Yuling only wished to remain by Lin Bei's side. Thus she had refrained from responding until his departure prompted her resolve. If I become your disciple, will I become incredibly strong? Wang Yuling's aim was simple. She merely sought strength. Only by growing stronger could she fulfill the promise she once made, to assist Lin Bei in taming dragons. In the next moment, the voice on the other end replied, absolutely. As long as you are willing to come to the Zhonglin mountain range, I will devote myself to nurturing you. Before long, you shall stand out among your peers. Do you accept? Chapter 222. Farewell, Lin Bei. I shall embark on my journey tonight. The Zhonglin mountain range was an unfamiliar territory for Wang Yuling. In fact, one could say she had never even heard of it. Yet, this posed no obstacle. Her resolve remained steadfast. She had determined to grow stronger. With clarity in her heart, she understood that the path to strength would undoubtedly require enduring many challenges. Taking another deep breath, Wang Yuling declared, I am willing. Following this, the line fell silent, as if the recipient were processing the news. A few seconds later, the cool female voice resumed, stay where you are. I will send a bird to fetch you. With that, the call ended. Wang Yuling stowed her phone and gazed at the now tranquil teleportation array. Brother Bei, I wish you success. As her words faded, a melodious bird call echoed through the skies. The sound was crisp and enchanting, resonating throughout Nanshan City in less than a second. Wang Yuling instinctively looked up at the night sky, where a cerulean bird flitted its wings gracefully. This bird was astonishingly beautiful. Its feathers glimmered like the azure sea, radiating a resplendent and dazzling glow under the moonlight. The shimmering wings captivated all who beheld it, evoking an irresistible allure. Though merely a bird, it appeared akin to a celestial being. As Wang Yuling gazed at the azure bird, she stood rooted to the spot, her eyes reflecting nothing but its magnificence. She had never encountered such a stunning creature in any book. To call it a divine bird would not be an exaggeration. Only when the azure bird descended and perched before her did she slowly regain her senses, asking in astonishment, Are you here to fetch me? It seemed the only plausible explanation. Otherwise, why would such a breathtaking azure divine bird land here? With a soft chirp, the azure divine bird nodded, its intention unmistakably conveyed. As its call echoed, it raised its claw and gently grasped Wang Yuling, placing her upon its back. In the next moment, the resplendent azure wings fluttered once more. As the cerulean divine bird ascended into the lofty skies, perched upon its back, Wang Yuling gazed down at the city of Nanshan, her expression shifting into a complex tapestry of emotions. After several moments of contemplation, she finally spoke. Farewell, Lin Bei. Tonight, I embark on my voyage. Indeed, to the Zhonglin mountain range, one could truly consider it an expedition. The wonders found there are no less astonishing than those of alien worlds. Upon her utterance, the blue divine bird commenced to flap its magnificent wings with fervor, departing from Nanshan City at a terrifying speed. From its appearance to its departure, a mere minute had passed, leaving the inhabitants of Nanshan City in a state of bewilderment. Meanwhile, Lin Bei, Lu Ying, and Rin Ting had already traversed to another city. They hastened to the location of this city's teleportation array, paid the requisite fees, and once again stepped into the transportation formation. To reach their destination, they would need to utilize at least 10 teleportation arrays. Although it was a cumbersome process, there was no alternative but to comply. Simultaneously, within the sacred hall of the Radiant Altar, the celestial being Si Lingxian stood face to face with the Holy Lord. Si Lingxian, as you venture to the North Sea, be sure to exercise caution. Cities such as Nanshan and Tianshan pose little threat. However, the North Sea is a different realm entirely. As he spoke these words, the Holy Lord furrowed his brow, visible veins protruding from his temples, as if recalling a weighty matter. That place is fraught with peril. It is inhabited by formidable magical beasts and notorious individuals. The North Sea is a lawless territory, solely kept in check by the Sea Emperor Eoding. Furthermore, there exists a venerable being from the Shanghai organization. Upon hearing this, Si Lingxian's demeanor grew grave, grasping the magnitude of the dangers that lurked in the North Sea. Yet, despite the gravity of the risks involved, her resolve remained unshaken. Thank you for the warning, Holy Lord. However, My curiosity compels me to see for myself. I wish to uncover the truth behind that plea for mercy." In response, the Holy Lord fell silent, already aware of the matters concerning the Kunping fish scales, and thus understood the profound secrets they concealed. After a brief pause, he finally spoke. "Well then, if you wish to go, venture forth. It will serve as a valuable trial." Alas, if only Luing had not disappeared, it would have been reassuring to have him accompany you. Remember, exercise utmost caution. If the intelligence is accurate, the venerable being from the Shanghai organization is known as the Great Fish Venerable. Si Lingxian understood the implications of the Holy Lord's words. Upon reflection, the connection between the Great Fish Venerable and the immense fish scales was indeed apparent. "Very well," she declared, departing the sacred hall to commence her journey to the North Sea. Meanwhile, the Holy Lord remained seated within the hall. After a prolonged silence, he finally rose, shaking his head in resignation. "Alas, my concern lingers. Should Si Lingxian encounter danger, it would spell trouble. For safety's sake, I should accompany her. It provides an opportunity to seek out that Lin Bei as well." Unbeknownst to Si Lingxian, the Holy Lord stealthily followed her on her journey to the North Sea. Time passed swiftly, and after utilizing several cities' teleportation arrays, Lin Bei and his companions finally emerged from the last one. This particular array was unique. While others were situated within city confines, this one resided outside of it. Moreover, its use was unrestricted. Upon stepping out of the array, Lin Bei looked ahead and saw a sign that read, "Welcome to Beiming City." The sign was dilapidated, cracked, and worn, evidently having endured many tribulations. At that moment, Ren Ting suddenly spoke. "Once we pass through this city, we will reach the North Sea. My home lies adjacent to its shores. The nine-headed dragon that Renan promised you is also hidden near the North Sea." Her tone was markedly different this time, brimming with excitement and enthusiasm. Hearing this, Lin Bei nodded, grasping one of Ren Ting's hands with a smile. "Then let us traverse this city." Chapter 223, The Chaotic City. A peculiar sight. Since Ren Ting's homeland and the location of the nine-headed dragon were both beside the North Sea, their immediate task was to navigate through this city known as Beiming City. Only by traversing this coastal city could they behold the legendary ocean and pursue their intended endeavors. In the next moment, Lin Bei took Ren Ting's hand and stepped forward, directly entering the depths of Beiming City, with Lu Ying trailing behind. He had some knowledge of Beiming City. "We should be cautious. For many years, order has been absent in Beiming City. The city is largely devoid of ordinary citizens. It is populated solely by dangerous individuals." Lin Bei acknowledged this with a slight nod, feeling no inclination to relax his vigilance. Even before entering Beiming City, he sensed something amiss. The air was thick with the stench of blood. Unlike Nanshan and Tianshan, which had guards monitoring their entrances and recording the information of entrance, Beiming City displayed no such order, appearing as though anyone could come and go at will. Before long, Lin Bei and his companions found themselves within Beiming City, the process remarkably smooth, with no one obstructing their passage. The moment they entered, Lin Bei beheld a scene starkly dissimilar to that of any other city. Bloodstains were scattered across the ground, some dried, others still fresh. Corpses lay strewn about, both male and female, young and old. Furthermore, various damaged weapons and equipment littered the area. Pockmarked walls and ground bore testament to the chaos that had unfolded, unmistakably indicating that this city was anything but tranquil. Rather than a city, Beiming resembled a battlefield. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Bei's breath grew heavier as he comprehended the true nature of Beiming City. This city was indeed extraordinary. He had never encountered a place like it, where slaughter and death were commonplace. Lin Bei ceased his forward movement, opting instead to observe his surroundings carefully. In doing so, he discerned a peculiar detail. Despite the utter chaos on the streets, with individuals summoning pets to engage in combat, shops lined both sides of the thoroughfare. Regardless of the nature of the establishment, it is teeming with people, exuding an oddly harmonious ambience. Even those who appear fierce and formidable comply with the rules within the shop. Not only is there no hint of conflict or bloodshed, but even the language exchanged is imbued with courtesy. What on earth is happening? In such a chaotic city, there are shops still operating? Moreover, their businesses are thriving. The streets are rife with disorder, while the shops stand in tranquil serenity. The former resembles hell, while the latter evokes a sense of paradise, existing in stark contrast. This bewildering phenomenon leaves Lin Bei astonished, as he struggles to comprehend the situation. Yet, before he can ponder further, he stumbles upon another astonishing revelation. The shops on the right and left sides of the street are strikingly identical. The first shop on the left is named Ao Ding Seafood Restaurant, while the first shop on the right is called Big Fish Seafood Restaurant. The second shop on the left is named Ao Ding Herbal Shop, and the second shop on the right is Big Fish Herbal Shop. The third shop on the left is Ao Ding Inn, and the third shop on the right is Big Fish Inn. Looking around, whether it be the fifth shop, the 15th, or even the 30th, this peculiar phenomenon persists on both sides of the street. Apart from their names, there is not a single distinguishing feature. The exterior and interior decorations are completely alike, as if they have been copied and pasted. No matter how one views it, this situation is decidedly unsettling. Lin Bei's brow furrows, and he mutters in confusion, Ao Ding and Big Fish. Ao Ding should refer to the Sea Emperor of the North Sea. Then who is Big Fish? How could they possibly share the city? The information is evidently clear, and he is capable of discerning its implications. Just then, Lu Ying speaks up. This Big Fish is likely the esteemed Big Fish from the Mountain and Sea Organization, though there is no concrete evidence. Numerous intelligence reports indicate that the location of the esteemed Big Fish should indeed be the North Sea. Lin Bei harbors no doubts regarding Lu Ying's words. For not everyone possesses the capability to contend with the Sea Emperor of the North Sea, and the esteemed figures within the Mountain and Sea Organization evidently hold such qualifications. It seems that the situation in the North Sea is far more intricate than I had imagined, even involving the Mountain and Sea Organization. Esteemed Big Fish? From this name, he must be privy to some knowledge. Lin Bei refrains from proceeding further and instead enters one of the shops to temporarily evade the turmoil outside. He does this because he intends to await Si Lingxian. Acting together would undoubtedly be more efficient, considering Si Lingxian is no weakling. Meanwhile, atop the Azure Divine Bird, Wang Yuling has ventured far from Nanshan City. The speed of the Azure Divine Bird is so swift that her eyes struggle to remain open. The city below, the mountains, and the rivers are all but indistinguishable. After 5 minutes of relentless flight, the Azure Divine Bird suddenly decelerates considerably, allowing Wang Yuling to finally open her eyes and gaze ahead. What greets her vision is a range of mountains densely cloaked in trees. It is none other than the Songlin Mountain Range. Chirp, chirp. Simultaneously, the Azure Divine Bird emits a low call, signaling that they are about to enter the mountain range. Bathed in the soft glow of the moonlight, Wang Yuling scrutinizes the Songlin Mountain Range, but upon closer inspection, she finds herself momentarily entranced. From her aerial vantage point, this so-called Songlin Mountain Range astonishingly reveals two distinct shapes. The mountains appear circular, and remarkably so, while the trees interlace to form the likeness of a dragon. A green dragon. Altogether, it resembles a dragon ensnared within a ring. Is this the Songlin Mountain Range? Wang Yuling is momentarily taken aback, unable to regain her composure. The Songlin Mountain Range is indeed extraordinary. At that very moment, after a long journey, Si Lingxian finally steps into the bounds of Beiming City. Upon entering this city, her expression shifts to one of astonishment, clearly taken aback. Chapter 224, The Truth Revealed. 2 doors. After a brief pause of less than 3 seconds, Si Lingxian's voice gently resonates. No wonder the Holy Lord specifically instructed me. This city by the North Sea is indeed markedly different from those others. With that, she strides forward. Having maintained contact with Lin Bei previously, Si Lingxian is aware of his location. Within a minute of entering Beiming City, another individual crosses into its realm. This person appears peculiar, wearing a pure white mask, a long white robe, and even white shoes. Standing there, he resembles a blank canvas. Quite strange indeed. In truth, he is the Holy Lord of the Radiant Altar. Both the mask and the robe, as well as the shoes, are designed for disguise. Although he appears as a mere white background, to others, he presents an entirely different visage. The specific appearance is determined by the Holy Lord's intention. He can be an elder, a child, or even a woman. Without hesitation, he follows closely behind Si Lingxian. Minutes later, Si Lingxian steps into the shop where Lin Bei is located. Upon entering, she immediately spots Lu Ying standing beside Lin Bei and feels a surge of shock, her eyes widening involuntarily as she instinctively asks, Lu Ying, why are you here? Even if I entrusted you with taking care of Lin Bei, there was no need for you to come all the way here. As her words escape her lips, Lin Bei and Lu Ying exchange glances, both equally taken aback. Lin Bei looks at Lu Ying, his tone laden with complexity. You are Lu Ying. He recalls Si Lingxian mentioning that should he encounter danger, he should seek Lu Ying's assistance. However, the unfolding events render seeking help unnecessary. With so much transpiring, Lin Bei had forgotten to inquire about Lu Ying's name, leading to this moment of revelation. He had grown accustomed to not knowing Lu Ying's name. Yet this man who chose to accompany him is the very person Si Lingxian indicated he could seek refuge with? Lu Ying solemnly nods, equally speaking with a tone filled with complexity. So the Lin Bei she referred to is indeed you. He finds it impossible to reconcile the Lin Bei standing before him with the Lin Bei in need of assistance that Si Lingxian spoke of. It feels utterly incongruous. How could such a powerful individual possibly require his help? Observing the evident surprise of both Lin Bei and Lu Ying upon discovering each other's identities, Lingxian is left bewildered. Her mind is a chaotic jumble, unable to grasp the situation. What on earth is going on? After a thorough explanation from Lu Ying, Lingxian finally grasped the situation at hand. Subsequently, her gaze towards Lin Bei transformed into one of profound peculiarity, akin to observing an unfamiliar entity, to the extent that she almost wished to dissect him for study. This left Lin Bei feeling somewhat helpless. Yet he could do nothing but shake his head in resignation and declare, "Since everyone is gathered, let us set forth. There is no time to waste." In the blink of an eye, half a minute passed, and the four resumed their journey down the street. Their presence startled the disguised lord of the bright altar. Goodness! How could Ling be here? Not only that, but how could he be walking alongside Lingxian? What is happening? As they continued onward, the people on the street gradually turned their attention to the four unfamiliar faces. Such a rarity, and there are two women. Should we eliminate the two and capture the women? A middle-aged man, two youths, and a child, none appear threatening, and an old man trailing behind. What a ragtag group this is. Listening to the openly disdainful remarks from the crowd, Lin Bei's expression grew increasingly frigid as he coldly addressed Lu Ying and Lingxian. Scare these individuals away. There is no need to squander our time on them. In the next moment, both Lu Ying and Lingxian summoned their pets simultaneously. With a powerful flap of its wings, a gargantuan angel surveyed the surrounding crowd, proclaiming, "Should there be any further foolish utterances, I shall deliver judgment on your behalf." Buzzing. The bright dragon soared into the sky, its sacred radiance spreading outward, its roar resonating throughout the city. At that moment, the dragon's belly appeared to have swelled considerably, as if it were on the verge of laying an egg, making it quite evident. Gazing at the rotund belly, Lin Bei couldn't help but feel a slight headache. He raised a hand to gently massage his forehead and remarked, "Xiao Bai, I hope you can be a responsible father." Upon witnessing the appearance of the angel and the bright dragon, some individuals in the vicinity were instantly gripped by profound fear, promptly darting into nearby shops. Their terror dissipated as they realized the shops were safe havens. I underestimated them. Thankfully, they did not strike first. As for the others, they temporarily shelved their ill intentions and redirected their focus elsewhere. Let us not provoke them for now. Let us observe their purpose. What faction do they belong to? Yet a few remained fixated on Ren Ting, whispering, "That little girl looks so familiar. I must have seen her somewhere." Do you feel that too? I have the same sensation. How strange. The remainder of their journey proceeded smoothly. Although the deeper they ventured into Beiming City, the harsher the conditions became. The presence of the angel and the bright dragon ensured that everyone wisely chose not to provoke them. The state of Beiming City remained unchanged, still rife with terrifying sights. And the shops lining the streets stood in stark opposition. As they delved deeper, more and more gazes were fixated upon Ren Ting, their eyes shimmering with curiosity. Why does she resemble that little girl from the Ren family so much? It can't possibly be her. So many years have passed, but the resemblance is uncanny. Indeed, too striking. Finally, after half an hour of rapid travel, Lin Bei and his companions arrived at the opposite side of Beiming City. Before them stood two doors. Apart from the inscriptions above them, they were utterly identical, down to the minutest detail. One read "Sea Emperor Ao Ding," and the other Great Fish Sage. However, the guards stationed before the doors clearly did not belong to the same faction, as they remained on high alert towards one another. Besides these sentinels, no one dared to gather in front of the doors. Only Lin Bei and his party stood before them. Chapter 225, The Exquisite Qingsun, the Soaring Water Column. Meanwhile, riding atop the azure divine bird, Wang Yuling had entered the realm of the Zhonglin mountain range. In an instant, she felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. It was as if she had plunged into an unfathomable abyss, where even the slightest movement required her to grit her teeth. A bone-chilling cold enveloped her, and fierce winds howled through the skies, their terrifying roars echoing across the land. The only source of solace for Wang Yuling was the melodic calls of the azure divine bird beneath her. She gazed down at the creature, gently stroking it, and instinctively murmured, "What exactly is the Zhonglin mountain range?" The beast forest I visited before pales in comparison. That place felt like a child's playground. Wang Yuling's assessment stemmed from the fact that she had only traversed the safe zones of the beast forest, never venturing deep within. In truth, the depths of the beast forest surrounding Nanshan City were also a rather menacing territory. Although there remained an insurmountable gap when compared to the Zhonglin mountain range, it would not be so diminutive as to resemble a child's play area. At the very least, it could be likened to a small haunted house. Caw, caw. As if sensing Wang Yuling's thoughts, the azure divine bird emitted a series of reassuring calls, conveying to her that there was no need for excessive worry. As long as it was present, no danger would befall her. Hearing the bird's cry, Wang Yuling finally eased her troubled heart. Phew, phew. After half a minute of continued flight, the azure divine bird descended upon the Zonglin mountain range, landing atop a peak. Wang Yuling dismounted from its back, standing once more upon solid ground, and immediately gazed downward. What met her eyes was a dense expanse of trees. Massive beasts swiftly navigated through the thickets. Although visibility was limited, Wang Yuling instinctively felt a surge of dread. Rationality warned her that any one of the beasts in these woods could slaughter her in the blink of an eye. Taking a deep breath, Wang Yuling sought to calm her unease, and at that moment, a chilling voice resonated from behind her. At last, I have awaited your arrival, my chosen successor. Wang Yuling swiftly turned to face the source of the voice. In the next instant, upon seeing the woman who spoke, her eyes widened uncontrollably. For this was no ordinary woman. Her skin was as pale as snow, radiating a unique luminescence in the night. Her features were exquisitely refined, devoid of any flaw. Even under scrutiny with a magnifying glass, her hair was a deep azure, mirroring the hues of the azure divine bird's wings, cascading long enough to touch the ground, yet remaining perfectly unkempt. Her eyes, also azure, were breathtakingly captivating. Her ethereal beauty was akin to that of a celestial being. But what truly astonished Wang Yuling was the fact that at least 10 azure divine birds trailed behind this remarkable woman. Each creature appears exceptionally formidable. Are you indeed Aomori? Although Wang Yuling had pledged to become Aomori's disciple, she had yet to meet Aomori before, having received the business card from another individual. Upon encountering Aomori now, Wang Yuling felt reassured in her choice. Aomori nodded, her long hair billowing in the air, and spoke in a cool, serene voice. It is I. From this day forth, you shall be my disciple. I shall nurture you to become the next guardian of the Zonglin mountain range. In response, Wang Yuling felt a surge of joy. Excellent. After uttering this exclamation, a question sprang to her mind, prompting her to inquire once more. Are there dragons in the Zonglin mountain range? Upon hearing this, Aomori paused momentarily but quickly replied, Indeed, not only are there dragons, but many other wonders as well. She could only divulge this much for now. However, when the time is right, Aomori would share more with Wang Yuling. Meanwhile, in Beiming City, Lin Bei and his companions remained stationed before two doors. Lin Bei glanced at Ren Ting and whispered, Is there any distinction between these two doors? He felt uncertain about this matter. Although the doors stood side by side, the realms behind them could differ, given the presence of magical beasts with spatial abilities. If these two doors were linked to different dimensions, entering carelessly could lead to complications. Soon, Ren Ting spoke. I only possess a general understanding. Passing through the door belonging to Sea Emperor Ao Ding will lead to his territorial waters, while entering the door of the Great Fish Venerable will take one into his domain. The door of the Great Fish Venerable allows entry upon payment of a sufficient fee. Yet the door of Sea Emperor Ao Ding cannot be accessed merely by payment. Only those invited by Sea Emperor Ao Ding are permitted to enter. She paused, gazing at the Great Fish Venerable's door for a moment before continuing. My home lies within the territorial waters of the Great Fish Venerable. After all these years, I wonder what he has become. Unbeknownst to her, Ren Ting's mood had darkened considerably, and her tone was tinged with sorrow, a fact she herself had not realized. Hearing this, Lin Bei raised an eyebrow, quickly arriving at a decision. In that case, let us proceed through the door of the Great Fish Venerable. I will take you back to sea. Despite possessing the Kuanping scales procured from Sea Emperor Ao Ding, he had no intention of entering that door for the time being. Regardless of which door they chose, they would inevitably engage with the North Sea. So it was best to set aside the notion of entering Sea Emperor Ao Ding's door for now. In the next moment, Lin Bei grasped Ren Ting's hand and moved forward, with Lu Ying and Si Lingxian closely following. Further back, the disguised Lord of the Bright Altar hastened his pace as well. Halt! To enter the door of the Great Fish Venerable, the admission fee is 1 million per person. Without hesitation, Lin Bei paid the fees for all four of them. Subsequently, the tightly shut door swung open, revealing a white passageway, unmistakably a spatial conduit. Lin Bei felt no surprise at this revelation, as he had anticipated that if the two doors did not lead to different destinations, there would not be two doors in the first place. Let us proceed. He was the first to enter the spatial passage. Upon re-emerging, Lin Bei found himself before an expansive sea. The ocean stretched endlessly, teeming with countless creatures that had long since become one with the waters. This was his first sight of the sea. However, the North Sea differed somewhat from his preconceived notions of the ocean. Most areas basked in sunlight, with fair weather prevailing. Yet, beneath the pristine sky, a small portion of the sea was shrouded in a gray mist. Above the mist, dark clouds loomed, perpetually releasing rain. After observing the sea for a considerable time, Lin Bei shifted his gaze to attend to other matters. At that moment, however, the distant surface of the sea began to churn violently, prompting him to focus intently on that area, his eyes glinting with intrigue. For the tumultuous waters were situated beside the mist. What is about to transpire? Boom! 3 seconds later, a colossal water spout surged from the depths, soaring into the sky and merging with the dark clouds. No, rather than a mere water column, it resembled a tsunami. The sheer size was staggering, with a width of at least several hundred meters and a length stretching thousands of meters. In an instant, the rain cascading from the clouds intensified, transforming into a torrential downpour. As the heavy rain washed over, the obscured details beneath the thick mist began to emerge more clearly. What lay within appeared to resemble a city veiled in fog. Yet, he could not assert with certainty that it was indeed a city, as he could only barely discern an outline. A second later, the dissipated gray mist thickened once more, shrouding the ethereal silhouette of the city back within its hazy embrace. Chapter 226. Host, please enter the sea. Not only was Lin Bei's attention captured, but Lu Ying and Si Lingxian were equally drawn to the spectacle. They all gazed intently at the mist, their expressions transforming into ones of astonishment. Taking a deep breath, Si Lingxian exclaimed in surprise, "Is there a city over there? It's impossible. How could there be a city on the ocean?" Just as she finished speaking, Lu Ying interjected. The existence of a city atop the sea is not an utterly inconceivable phenomenon. It can be achieved with sufficient power. What is truly astonishing is the mist enveloping that city and the water spout we just witnessed. Although we have yet to encounter the mist, I can sense that if we were to venture into it, we would undoubtedly become lost within, and that water spout instills a sense of dread, making me too fearful to confront it directly. After speaking, he licked his lips, clearly exhibiting signs of anxiety. Lu Ying's words reflected his genuine feelings, devoid of any intent to frighten Si Lingxian. At that moment, Ren Ting unexpectedly chimed in. "You need not worry. Although what we just witnessed appeared terrifying, there is actually no danger involved. The elders used to say that such phenomena have been occurring for a long time. They repeat themselves many times each day. Sometimes there are over 10 occurrences in a single day, while other times there may be only one." Until now, she had displayed minimal reaction, indicating that she had frequently encountered such events in the past. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei gradually withdrew his gaze. Has that city shrouded in mist and the rain falling from the clouds existed for a long time as well? At this moment, his interest in the North Sea deepened. He had suspected that secrets lay within the North Sea, but he had not anticipated the existence of such myriad mysteries. Upon hearing this, Ren Ting nodded affirmatively, her tone imbued with seriousness as she spoke. "Indeed, the mist and the dark clouds have existed for many years. During my childhood spent by the sea, I never witnessed the mist dissipate, nor did I see the rain cease." At this juncture, as if recalling a memory, she hastily continued, "By the way, the elders used to say, never approach that mass of mist, for you might be devoured by a gigantic fish." A hint of fear lingered on Ren Ting's face, as though she genuinely feared being consumed by such a creature. What initially seemed to be a casual remark prompted Lin Bei to glance once more at the mist, instinctively muttering to himself, "Devoured by a giant fish." "A giant fish, you say? It seems I must investigate this further." When he thought of a giant fish, the first creature that came to his mind was the Kuenping. The Kuenping is indeed a colossal fish of legendary status. However, even if he intended to investigate, that would have to wait. His primary objective now was to escort Ren Ting home, and, in the process, acquire the 9-headed dragon mentioned by Renin. Subsequently, Lin Bei and his companions chose not to linger on the mist and torrential rain, instead advancing along the coastline under Ren Ting's guidance. Meanwhile, Ao Ding, the Sea Emperor of the North Sea, was perched atop a fish's back, situated merely 100 meters from the mist. Yet, his gaze was not fixed on the mist, but rather on the tranquil surface of the sea below. Despite the calmness of the waters, Ao Ding observed intently, as if his sight penetrated the depths of the ocean. After a brief moment, he abruptly lifted his head, directing his attention toward Lin Bei and his group, his brow furrowing as he exclaimed, Why is there a reaction to the scales of the Kuan in that fellow's territory? Could it be that one of his subordinates has successfully acquired a scale?" Though he found this peculiar, Ao Ding refrained from taking any action. After all, it was the domain of the great fish sovereign, and intruding recklessly would undoubtedly lead to considerable complications. After scrutinizing Lin Bei and his companions for a considerable time, Ao Ding gradually withdrew his gaze, contemplating aloud, "Very well. I shall observe the situation. Ultimately, having dispatched 5 scales, losing one will not significantly impact the overall outcome. Yet, I wonder what the Kuan's intentions are. To have so willingly relinquished 5 scales and requested that I deliver them to the southern city, proclaiming that they are for those fated to possess them. In truth, delivering the scales to the Tianshan auction house was not his initiative. It was a request from the Kunpeng. As the Sea Emperor of the North Sea, Ao Ding had resided there for many years. By a twist of fate, he had encountered the Kunpeng and subsequently forged a friendship with it. He could not bear to refuse a request from a friend. After walking along the coastline for some time, a system notification chimed. Ding. The host has successfully completed the second phase of the task. Due to the critical nature of this task, partial rewards will be granted to the host. Ding. Rewards related to the second phase task have been issued to the system space, and the host may utilize them at any time. Ding. The third phase task has been activated. Please, host, dive into the sea. Upon encountering this third task, Lin Bei found himself somewhat speechless. Dive into the sea? However, despite his incredulity, he recognized the importance of the task. Once submerged, there was a high likelihood he would encounter the Kunpeng. Shaking his head to dispel his chaotic thoughts, Lin Bei accessed the system space. Inside, he discovered a box that resembled a gift package, albeit with subtle differences. Without overthinking it, he commanded, "Open." Soon, the system notification resounded. Ding. Super Reward Blind Box is opening. The host may obtain a variety of items from the blind box. The specifics, utility, and quantity will depend on your fortune. In an instant, Lin Bei understood. The box was indeed a blind box. He was somewhat taken aback. Was the system truly so trendy? It was nothing like a machine. Ding. Super Blind Box opened successfully. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Ultimate Dragon Clan Experience card. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Divine Water Repelling Pearl. Though there were only 2 rewards, both were exceptional. The Ultimate Dragon Clan Experience card speaks for itself, while the Divine Water Repelling Pearl grants its holder the ability to survive in the ocean. After walking for a while longer, Ren Ting, who was leading the way, came to a halt. We've arrived. As her words echoed, Lin Bei looked ahead, only to find a scene of collapsed ruins. All the houses and structures had crumbled, with the only relatively intact feature being a large well. Upon witnessing this, Lin Bei prepared to say something, but before he could utter a word, a voice called out, "So it truly is the Ren family. When I received the news earlier, I could hardly believe it." Chapter 227, Ren Ting. They are your responsibility to deal with. At this, Lin Bei and the others turned their gaze toward the source of the voice. The speaker was a bald man whose individual features appeared unremarkable, yet together they exuded a fierce demeanor. Beside him stood 2 other men, equally intimidating, their bodies marked with numerous scars. These 3 were clearly not to be trifled with. The moment Ren Ting laid eyes on these 3 men, she instinctively tightened her grip on Lin Bei's hand, her youthful face etched with profound, visceral anger. It is them. They are the ones who brought calamity upon our clan. Though she had spent years in the Tianshan prison, she would never forget their faces. After all, the hatred was etched into her very soul. It was unforgettable. Ren Ting's voice was unfiltered, and thus the 3 bald men heard her words, immediately responding with sinister laughter. "Oh, little girl, you have quite the memory. Since you still remember us, I presume you are also aware of our intentions, yes?" At this point, they paused, casting their eyes upon Ren Ting and Lin Bei, a wicked smile swiftly emerging. "Young lady of the Ren family, hand over the legendary 9-headed dragon cub without delay. Otherwise, matters will become quite troublesome. A few years ago, we could annihilate your Ren family, and today, I can easily extinguish your companions. Surrender the 9-headed dragon cub to us. It is your only choice." Upon hearing these words, even Si Lingxian and Luing furrowed their brows tightly, feeling an intense disdain for these individuals who would threaten a young girl. Not to mention Lin Bei. Without allowing Ren Ting to respond, Lin Bei took the lead and declared, "Are you not being a tad excessive?" Initially, he had no desire to engage with such individuals, but at this moment, Lin Bei was driven by a bold thought. Moreover, he sought to ascertain one particular matter. At that moment, the 3 individuals turned their gaze toward Lin Bei and began to vehemently berate him, exclaiming, "What business is it of yours? Speak another word out of turn, and we shall annihilate your entire clan." Their arrogance was beyond measure. Such an attitude could only be described with that singular term. Instantly, Lin Bei's countenance darkened. He had never before encountered such audacious individuals. Neither in the Tianshan Mountains nor in Nanshan City had he seen their like. The next moment, Lin Bei slowly turned his head toward Ren Ting, a light laugh escaping his lips as he inquired, "Have they always been this brazen?" He bore no concern for the danger posed by the trio. After all, he had recently acquired the most formidable Dragon Clan experience card. Facing even a Kunpeng would not instill fear in him. Ren Ting nodded earnestly, her teeth clenched as she glared at the 3 men, responding, "Indeed. When they came to our clan years ago, they demanded we surrender the 9-headed dragon hatchlings. As soon as we refused their request, they ruthlessly began to slay my kin without mercy. Even from merely hearing her words, the cruelty of these individuals was palpable. To take lives merely over a disagreement was utterly lawless. Soon, Lin Bei continued, then, the most fitting place for them is the abyss of evil. His words were earnest. These three men and their followers were indeed well suited to languish in such a wretched place. An idea began to take shape in Lin Bei's mind. He lifted his hand to stroke his chin, his gaze drifting toward a distant isle. Constructing a prison upon the sea seems like a splendid choice. Establishing a prison would serve not only to confine these individuals, but also to provide a secure haven. At times, with the presence of the royal town's dark dragon and the void reincarnation dragon, one could indeed create a prison that far surpasses the Tianshan Great Prison. Lin Bei had already attracted considerable attention, and it was time to make preparations. Using Nanshan City as a base seemed increasingly inadequate. It was simply too weak. However, this was merely a preliminary thought. The actual implementation would depend on the circumstances at hand. Seeing Lin Bei and Ren Ting conversing without a hint of fear, the three men were instantly enraged. After years by the North Sea, they had never been so disregarded, wishing for death. Then allow me to grant your wish. Yet, as soon as the words escaped their lips, Luing and Si Lingxian summoned their pets once more. The angel of exorcism and the luminescent dragon, cradling a small dragon, appeared instantaneously, their angelic eyes and the dragon's gaze fixated directly upon the trio. The three men, who had been preparing to act, were rendered speechless in place. They had initially thought that intimidating a mere girl would suffice, yet the situation unfolded quite differently. At that moment, Lin Bei summoned the Holy White Dragon. It was not a matter of his desire, but rather the Holy White Dragon's own insistence to emerge. Upon its arrival, the Holy White Dragon approached the luminescent dragon. Standing side by side, its eyes intently fixated on the luminescent dragon's belly, as if gazing upon the dragon egg within. Simultaneously, Ao Ding, observing from a distance over the sea, caught sight of this scene. A flicker of surprise flashed across his eyes, and a smile crept onto his resolute face. Two such dragons, an angel, and the reaction of the scales. These must be individuals from the luminescent altar. It seems Kuan has achieved commendable success, at least managing to bring those with an affinity for the dragon clan to the North Sea. For now, I shall remain vigilant. They must not come to harm. Otherwise, Kuan's efforts will have been in vain. After uttering these two sentences, Ao Ding fell silent, continuing to observe Lin Bei and his companions. At this juncture, the three men dared not utter another word, left with no choice but to stand in place. Lin Bei, too, refrained from issuing an order to attack. Instead, he turned to Ren Ting and remarked, "They are your adversaries. You may handle them as you see fit." He understood that such deep-seated enmity was best resolved by the aggrieved party themselves. In an instant, Ren Ting's heartbeat quickened, her breath becoming heavy. After taking a deep breath, she nodded with determination, understood. In the next moment, Ren Ting activated her innate talent, her voice laced with fury as she called out, "Ajio, reveal yourself." This marked her first use of her talent since leaving the Tianshan Great Prison. A second later, her pet materialized beside her. It was a hydra, a creature with 9 heads, a truly remarkable being. Lin Bei was taken aback, astonished to discover that Ren Ting's pet was indeed a hydra. Another motive behind his inquiry was to observe Ren Ting's capabilities. In that moment, Ren Ting continued, "Among our clan, many possess the affinity for the hydra. In several wells within our territory, numerous hydra eggs lie in wait. We have been close to hydras since childhood, making taming them an effortless endeavor." Pausing for a few seconds, she then added, "And the 9-headed dragon is, in fact, the evolved form of the hydra?" Chapter 228, Raising Dragons. I am a professional. Upon hearing Ren Ting's words, Lin Bei was genuinely astonished. He had not anticipated that the 9-headed dragon promised to him by Ren Ting was an evolution from the hydra. Transforming from serpent to dragon is an exceedingly extraordinary and arduous process. Although the names 9-headed dragon and hydra sound similar, they represent entirely distinct entities. The chasm separating snakes from dragons is insurmountable. Snakes are mere ordinary creatures, while dragons are revered divine beasts. With this revelation, Lin Bei's interest in the 9-headed dragon intensified. So that is how it is. How fascinating. It truly was a wise decision to bring Ren Ting here. Clearly, agreeing to this matter previously was an astute choice. He could hardly contain his eagerness to behold the 9-headed dragon. He was eager to discover what the 9-headed dragon truly looked like. Ren Ting's voice continued to resonate. In all these years, only one 9-headed dragon has been born within our clan. The moment it emerged, we concealed it in a place beyond the reach of outsiders. My father once told me that we must never casually entrust the 9-headed dragon to others. For the 9-headed dragon possesses the ability to command all hydras. Should anyone tame the 9-headed dragon, All those with the Hydra talent would be significantly suppressed in the presence of that individual. However, through our time together, I have decided to entrust the nine-headed dragon to you. This is the best and most suitable choice. Initially, she harbored thoughts of retracting her decision. But as she gradually witnessed Lin Bei's strength and mystery, those thoughts had long since vanished. Renting was acutely aware of her obligations. Her father had merely instructed her not to casually entrust the nine-headed dragon to others, yet he had not explicitly forbidden her from doing so. Thus, she resolved to uphold her promise. She recognized the sacrifices her decision would entail, but hesitation was unwarranted. Upon hearing her thoughts, Lin Bei gently patted Renting's head, his tone grave and solemn as he reassured her, "Rest assured, the nine-headed dragon will be safe with me and will not suffer or be delayed. I am a professional in dragon care. Indeed, in this world, none possessed a deeper understanding of dragons than he." At that moment, the three individuals fully comprehended their predicament. Exchanging glances, they reached a consensus. In the next instant, the fierce bald man retrieved a shell no larger than a fingernail from his spatial ring and cast it into the sea behind him. Upon contact with the water, the shell began to expand, rapidly growing until it was large enough to accommodate all five of them. "Let us go." With that exclamation, the three raced toward the shell, evidently eager to depart from the scene. Just then, Lin Bei's voice rang out, "Xiao Bai?" The holy white dragon, who had been fixated on the bright dragon, snapped back to attention and turned to face the shell floating on the sea. Boom. In an instant, a golden beam of light struck the shell. Crack. The shell shattered into countless fragments, which were whisked away by the sea breeze. The three fleeing individuals halted abruptly, their faces etched with fear. Where on earth did that Renting find these people? This is utterly absurd. Wasn't she supposedly imprisoned in the Tianshan prison? How could she return here without any prior notice, and with these three terrifying individuals in tow? This is madness. What they did not realize was that the situation was not Renting's fault. It was all due to Lin Bei. He had promised to bring Renting back, and had also brought Luing and Si Lingxian along with him. After gently stroking Renting's head once more, Lin Bei smiled and said, "Go. Those three are now yours." With a deep breath, Renting, accompanied by her nine-headed snake, approached the trio. "Agio, we shall take our revenge." The nine-headed snake was well aware of the events of years past, and would show no mercy as it prepared to strike. As Renting advanced step by step toward the three, the angel of exorcism, the bright dragon, and the holy white dragon flanked her, vigilant against any potential threats from the trio. She observed this with gratitude swelling in her heart. Moments later, Renting stood before the three. Her fists clenched as she shouted, "It is your greed that has led our clan to this fate. What wrongs have we committed? Is possessing the nine-headed dragon truly a sin? Is refusing to hand it over to you a transgression? Is not cooperating with you a fault? Why? Why did you choose to act in such a manner?" Her demeanor was unhinged, clearly the result of pent-up emotions finally finding an outlet. The trio, led by the bald man, understood that their fate was sealed, and thus they had no desire to feign cooperation. They bluntly retorted, "Of course it is wrong. To possess what one should not ultimately invites calamity. Your refusal to cooperate reveals your lack of self-awareness. You deserve to be extinguished. This world is one where the strong prey upon the weak. Those who do not submit to the powerful are doomed to perish." Upon hearing this, Renting was taken aback. She had not anticipated such a response from them. As soon as she processed their words, Lin Bei stepped forward, interjecting before she could speak. "I shall grant you one chance to retract your statement." As he spoke, the surrounding space fell into a state of suspension, with only the area around Lin Bei maintaining its normal flow of time. Even Ao Ding, watching from afar, remained oblivious to the alteration of time. Buzz, buzz. Dragons began to materialize around Lin Bei, their wide eyes fixated on the bald man and his companions, their roars echoing, relentlessly assaulting the trio's psyche. They were utterly dumbfounded, completely at a loss for words. Dragons. So many dragons. How could this be possible? Lin Bei's voice pierced through the silence. Did Renting and her companions err in their actions? Consider your response carefully. He fixed his gaze upon the trio, and all the dragons did likewise, making the three men feel as insignificant as ants. Moments later, unable to withstand the overwhelming pressure, the trio finally lowered their heads, murmuring, "And no, we were not wrong." Faced with such circumstances, any pretense of bravado crumbled beneath the weight of instinctive fear. Courage could not triumph over primal instinct. In the next moment, all the dragons vanished, and the flow of time resumed its normal pace. Having received the answer she sought, Renting issued her command once more. "Kill." Hiss, hiss. 3 jets of venom simultaneously erupted, enveloping the trio. The three began to struggle desperately, their agonized cries resonating. Renting, undeterred by their plight, turned to Lin Bei, her face alight with joy. Brother Lin Bei, I will take you to find the nine-headed dragon. Chapter 229. Is this what you call a teleportation array? After personally vanquishing 3 enemies with whom she bore a profound grudge, Rin Ting's spirits visibly lifted. Her tone lightening as she spoke with Lin Bei, a hint of concealed laughter evident in her voice. It was clear how deeply she loathed those who had harmed her clan. Lin Bei responded with a smile. Excellent. The nine-headed dragon is a prize we must secure. Although claiming the nine-headed dragon would inevitably entail certain responsibilities and provoke numerous troubles, every bit of it was worth it. The nine-headed dragon was no ordinary dragon. Rin Ting had already mentioned that it was inherently superior to the nine-headed snake, capable of commanding it to carry out various tasks. A second later, Rin Ting and the nine-headed snake moved in unison toward the dilapidated ruins. Lin Bei gestured for Luing to keep a watchful eye on the 3, ensuring they met their end there, before following closely behind Rin Ting. As they entered the shattered remnants, both Rin Ting and the nine-headed snake surveyed their surroundings, their 20 eyes reflecting profound nostalgia, tears silently cascading down their cheeks. The fleeting joy they had just experienced was swiftly replaced by the weight of sorrow. Hiss! Hiss! The nine-headed snake raised its head, its demeanor evidently disturbed. Rin Ting quietly sobbed, her heart heavy with grief. They could no longer contain their anguish. Nor was there any need to, for this was home. Even though Lin Bei was aware of the situation between Rin Ting and the Hydra, he refrained from uttering a word, silently walking behind her. In such circumstances, it is often better to remain silent rather than offer hollow comfort. Some pains and past experiences can ultimately only be borne alone. Concurrently, he contemplated the notion that had taken root in his heart, the establishment of a prison upon the North Sea. The more he pondered, the greater the feasibility of the idea appeared to him. Once constructed, this prison would rival even the famed Tianshan prison. Whether for the confinement of foes or for his own refuge, it would serve splendidly. Should time permit, he would endeavor to initiate this project. However, such ambitions must wait until other matters are resolved. There remains a plethora of tasks ahead. Locating the Hydra is merely the first step. As they approached the enormous well, Rin Ting halted, forcefully wiping away her tears. She turned to Lin Bei and declared, Brother Lin Bei, the nine-headed dragon is concealed within this well. To encounter it, we must descend. She was acutely aware of this, having witnessed the events unfold firsthand. Gazing into the abyss of the vast well, Lin Bei stepped forward and peered downwards. The well was profound, its depths obscured from view. The upper section, illuminated by sunlight, revealed the well's walls, yet as one gazed deeper, visibility waned until only darkness remained. Confronting this well felt akin to facing an unfathomable chasm. A scent of blood and dampness wafted upward from the depths. Though he could not see the bottom, Lin Bei was certain that something awaited him there. Should he descend? The nine-headed dragon could not possibly be hidden within this well, could it? If it merely resided here, how could those people have failed to find it? Thus, the matter could not be so straightforward. After a brief moment of composure, Rin Ting regained a semblance of normalcy and promptly responded, How should I put this? The nine-headed dragon was indeed hidden within this well, but descending will not lead us to it. Within this well lies a unique teleportation array that only members of our clan can activate. The nine-headed dragon awaits on the other side of that array. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei finally grasped why these individuals had been unable to locate the legendary nine-headed dragon for all these years. It appeared that specific conditions had to be met. At that moment, Rin Ting continued, Brother Lin Bei, simply place your hand on the edge of the well. I will activate the array, and you will be able to meet the nine-headed dragon. Without hesitation, Lin Bei reached out to touch the well's edge. Meanwhile, Rin Ting summoned the Hydra back and bit her right thumb with her tiger-like teeth, allowing her blood to drip into the still waters of the well. Drip, drip. After 10 drops fell into the tranquil water, Rin Ting withdrew her finger and stepped back, placing her hand on the well's edge, urgently instructing Lin Bei, Brother Lin Bei, prepare yourself. At that instant, the previously calm waters of the well underwent a terrifying transformation. Boom. Water from the well erupted forth, shooting skyward like a fountain. Accompanied by a myriad of marine creatures, both living and deceased, drawn into the depths of the well by the surging tides. Once they entered, there was no escape. A second later, a colossal serpent's head emerged from the well. Its size nearly matched that of the well's opening, allowing it to surface effortlessly. The colors intertwined in hues of red and blue, harmoniously blending without discord. Its cold, slitted eyes fixed intently on Lin Bei and Rin Ting, as though contemplating something. Upon its forehead, there was a formidable scar, resembling the character for one. Gazing at the immense serpent's head before him, Lin Bei felt a flicker of astonishment. The contents of the well surpassed his imagination. However, before he could react or speak, the The serpent flicked its tongue and ensnared both Lin Bei and Rin Ting, drawing them into its maw. Yet, they were merely placed within its mouth, with no further action taken. Standing in the darkness of the serpent's mouth, Lin Bei bemusedly inquired, Rin Ting, is this what you refer to as the teleportation array? As soon as he spoke, Rin Ting's voice echoed back, indeed. We are currently in the process of teleportation. Once it concludes, we shall meet the nine-headed dragon. In response, Lin Bei ceased his inquiries, feeling a headache coming on. Is this what one would call a teleportation array? Absurd. Time passed without measure, and the serpent's mouth, which had remained tightly shut, gradually began to open. Chapter 230, the fourth sequential task, first encounter with the nine-headed dragon. Hiss, hiss. As the great serpent opened its mouth, its tongue sprang to life, once more coiling around Lin Bei and Rin Ting and propelling them outward. After approximately 2 seconds, Lin Bei found himself standing on solid ground once again. Without hesitation, he began to survey his surroundings. The environment had transformed. At the center was a vast platform littered with an assortment of bones, measuring no less than several football fields in size. At its periphery loomed a small mountain, atop which was a massive cavern. Beyond this, there lay an endless expanse of ocean. Clearly, this was a most peculiar location. Having swiftly assessed the surroundings, Lin Bei turned to regard the colossal serpent's head that had delivered him to this place. However, when he beheld it again, he was momentarily taken aback. Although this serpent's head appeared nearly identical to the previous one, the scar upon its forehead bore a distinct difference. The former was shaped like the character for 1, while this one resembled the character for 2. No matter how one looked at it, these two serpent heads could not possibly belong to the same creature. A thought flickered through Lin Bei's mind, prompting him to voice, could it be? This serpent is also a hydra? Yet, Lin Bei hesitated to affirm this notion. The serpent's colors were peculiar, an intertwining of red and blue, while Rin Ting's hydra companion was predominantly black and gray, devoid of such vibrant hues. As he scrutinized the serpent's head, its piercing, slit eyes remained locked onto him, as both parties appraised one another. As Lin Bei gazed at the serpent's head, the longer he looked, the more intricate his thoughts became. In those fleeting seconds, a singular notion struck him. Could this serpent possibly be the legendary Jiuing? The nine-headed serpent, a creature of fire and water, capable of wielding the forces of both elements in battle and possessing 9 heads. Upon reflection, water and fire seemed to correspond with the colors red and blue. However, one could not merely rely on colors to ascertain such a matter. Just then, the system's prompt echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for triggering the 4th chain quest. You have encountered 2 exceptionally unique serpent heads and have formed a hypothesis, suspecting that this serpent, whose number of heads remains uncertain, may very well be the fabled Jiuing. It is imperative to investigate this matter further. Therefore, please ascertain the exact number of heads it possesses. Upon reaching a certain stage of completion in the chain quest, you shall receive corresponding rewards. Upon hearing this notification, Lin Bei felt a wave of exasperation. Was it truly necessary to verify whether this was indeed Jiuing? The previous 3 chain quests had all been linked to such extraordinary beings. Yet, he could only grumble internally. The tasks at hand had to be addressed with diligence. Indeed, it was essential to delve deeper into this mystery. Moreover, Lin Bei found himself perplexed by the recurring theme of the system's chain quests being intertwined with these remarkable entities. Nonetheless, he refrained from overthinking, recalling that the system had previously assured him he would come to understand everything in due course. In the blink of an eye, several seconds passed, and the enormous serpent head, inscribed with 2 characters, abruptly plunged into the ocean, swiftly vanishing from Lin Bei's sight. Only then did Lin Bei redirect his gaze to Rin Ting, who was waiting nearby, and promptly inquired, what was that serpent all about? It appeared remarkably powerful. How could you all end up in such a predicament with it present? He had myriad questions swirling in his mind, many of which eluded comprehension. Almost instantaneously, Rin Ting provided her response. That serpent cannot leave this well. It is confined within its depths, only able to dwell at the very bottom. Moreover, it will not fight for anyone. Even though our clan has made a pact with it, we can only obtain the 9-headed serpent from it. We are utterly incapable of issuing commands. We may only negotiate matters related to the 9-headed dragon. It seems to hold a particular regard for the 9-headed dragon. Although Rin Ting's explanation was somewhat vague, it did afford Lin Bei a general understanding. As for the remaining uncertainties, it seemed he would have to explore them on his own. After a firm nod, the 2 chose not to linger on this topic, instead directing their attention towards the cavern before them, stepping forward into its depths. Given the current circumstances, it appeared that the 9-headed dragon could only reside within this cave. As they approached the cavern's entrance, a cacophony of snoring sounds emanated from within, resembling a chorus of slumbering individuals. Instantly, Lin Bei and Rin Ting halted in their tracks, exchanging a knowing glance, both arriving at the same conclusion. Based on the present situation, that snoring could only belong to the nine-headed dragon. After all, with 9 heads snoring simultaneously, such chaos was entirely plausible. Lin Bei couldn't help but feel bemused. It seems the nine-headed dragon enjoys a rather comfortable life. It has ample food and drink, and can indulge in long slumbers daily. I now wonder if it even knows how to fight. Not only Lin Bei, but Rin Ting also appeared bemused. Rubbing her head, she remarked, when it was younger, it certainly wasn't like this. With that, she approached the cave's entrance, inhaled deeply, and called out loudly, "Hey, come out." Her voice resonated powerfully, and the cavern's emptiness amplified the echoes. Instantly, the snoring ceased, replaced by the sound of hurried footsteps. After a full half-minute, the nine-headed dragon emerged from the cave. This was Lin Bei's first encounter with the creature. The nine-headed dragon bore only one similarity to the nine-headed serpent. It possessed 9 heads. Each head was largely alike, save for the differing colors of their eyes, which numbered 9 in total: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, gray, white, and black. Beneath its neck lay a body reminiscent of a western dragon, complete with 4 claws. Though the nine-headed dragon appeared somewhat corpulent, to use contemporary vernacular, it was akin to a couch potato. This was Lin Bei's initial impression of the nine-headed dragon. In truth, the reality was not far from his expectations. The nine-headed dragon had resided here for many years, never venturing into the outside world. When hunger struck, it feasted on the marine life surrounding it, and when thirst beckoned, it drank seawater. While seawater is undrinkable for humans, for the nine-headed dragon, it was beneficial for its health. One could say it had no worries regarding sustenance. Apart from eating and drinking, the nine-headed dragon had little else to occupy its time. Out of boredom, it could only pass the hours by sleeping or gazing at the surrounding waters. Over time, it had become this way. To call it a couch potato was hardly an exaggeration. However, despite its somewhat bloated appearance, the nine-headed dragon was still extraordinarily unique. Especially those 9 pairs of differently colored eyes. Each pair emanated distinct waves of power. Lin Bei could barely sense the various power fluctuations contained within. The red eyes pulsed with the energy of flames, the green with the essence of nature, the blue with the force of water, and the purple with the might of lightning. Just from these 9 pairs of eyes, one could discern the extraordinary nature of the nine-headed dragon. Powerful, remarkably powerful. Thus, Lin Bei found himself quite enamored with this dragon. Truly, it was the legendary nine-headed dragon. As his thoughts trailed off, Rin Ting's voice chimed in beside him. "So, what do you think? The nine-headed dragon is incredibly strong, isn't it? After all, it came into existence through the collective efforts of all the 9-headed serpents. There is only this one in the entire world. Brother Lin Bei, you must treat it well." Even though she was acutely aware of the nine-headed dragon's rarity, she was resolute in her decision to bestow it upon Lin Bei, both to honor an earlier promise and to secure her own future. Meanwhile, the nine-headed dragon, having not encountered humans for many years, was cautiously observing Rin Ting and Lin Bei. Within its 9 pairs of dragon eyes, a myriad of complex emotions swirled: surprise, joy, fear, and more. It was evident that the arrival of the two was quite an adjustment for it. The dragon was in a constant state of speculation regarding Lin Bei and Rin Ting's intentions. At that moment, Rin Ting stepped forward, advancing a few paces until she stood directly before the nine-headed dragon. Instantly, all 9 of the dragon's eyes shifted to a state of vigilance. Buzz, buzz. Simultaneously, the 9 dragon heads began to chant in unison. Having frequently heard dragon calls, Lin Bei easily discerned their meaning. The nine-headed dragon was warning Rin Ting. It urged her not to approach it. Be cautious. It was currently very frightened. Despite hearing Lin Bei's words, Rin Ting did not halt her advance. Instead, she continued to move forward. As she walked, she spoke. "Have you forgotten me after just a few years? We used to play together all the time." The moment the words left her lips, Rin Ting once again summoned the nine-headed serpent from within. Hiss, hiss. In the next instant, the serpent appeared, flicking its tongue at the nine-headed dragon, seemingly conveying something. Soon, the nine-headed dragon's demeanor underwent a significant transformation. The initial vigilance and unease dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming excitement and exhilaration. Buzz, buzz. The dragon's harmonious roars filled the air. The nine-headed dragon hurriedly approached Rin Ting, rubbing its 9 dragon heads affectionately against her small head. Clearly, it recognized her. After a moment of intimate interaction among the girl, the dragon, and the serpent, Rin Ting finally recalled her purpose. A second later, she pointed at Lin Bei and smiled at the nine-headed dragon, saying, "I believe he is worthy of being your master. Not only is he exceptionally strong, but he is also a truly good person." More importantly, he possesses a unique affinity for dragons. What do you think about accepting him as your master? Once you do, you can leave this place and no longer worry about being captured by those people. It was evident that Rin Ting was wholeheartedly promoting Lin Bei, articulating every quality she believed made him admirable, persistently enticing the nine-headed dragon. Upon hearing her words, the nine-headed dragon cast a skeptical gaze towards Lin Bei, who stood to the side. It found it hard to believe Rin Ting's assertions. Could such a human, whose size was dwarfed by its own, truly be so formidable? It appeared utterly powerless. Observing the nine-headed dragon's expression, Rin Ting immediately guessed its thoughts. After all, as childhood companions, they shared a certain understanding. Oh dear, I am not deceiving you. Brother Lin Bei is indeed very powerful. Despite Rin Ting's insistence, the nine-headed dragon remained unconvinced. To it, Lin Bei appeared utterly weak. The nine-headed dragon trusted its own judgment, even if it was not opposed to being tamed. It had no desire to submit to a weakling. Faced with this, Rin Ting grew increasingly exasperated, even beginning to stamp her feet in frustration. She realized that no matter what she said, the nine-headed dragon would not choose to believe her, and she understood all too well the reason behind the dragon's reluctance. It was simply due to that tragic event that had transpired years ago. Having experienced such an event, the nine-headed dragon certainly did not wish to follow a weak master. Lin Bei had been observing everything that transpired and comprehended the nine-headed dragon's thoughts. It appeared that it did not mind being tamed, but it was adamant about not submitting to someone it deemed weak. With this conjecture in mind, he approached the nine-headed dragon. Instantly, silence enveloped the surroundings, with only the sound of Lin Bei's footsteps echoing. Both the nine-headed dragon and Rin Ting turned to face him. Moments later, Lin Bei reached the side of the nine-headed dragon and directly inquired, "Do you think I am weak?" His tone was remarkably calm, revealing no hint of joy or anger. In response, the nine-headed dragon honestly nodded all 9 of its heads. It was unwilling to submit to Lin Bei simply because it considered him too feeble. At that moment, Lin Bei realized that his surmise had been correct. Unable to suppress a smile, he exclaimed, "I have never encountered such a uniquely spirited dragon before." As he spoke, Lin Bei summoned all of his dragons from their respective spaces. Buzz, buzz. One by one, dragons materialized, their roars resonating through the air. Approximately a second later, aside from the holy white dragon accompanying his wife, all other dragons appeared in the modest space. Upon their arrival, every dragon immediately fixed their gaze upon the nine-headed dragon, staring intently. In their eyes shone an unmistakable fury, for these dragons were aware that the nine-headed dragon deemed their master weak. Stunned, the nine-headed dragon was utterly bewildered. The number of dragons before it exceeded even the quantity of its own heads. Chapter 232, Successfully Taming the Nine-Headed Dragon. From the moment of its birth, the nine-headed dragon had known with clarity that it was a uniquely special entity, distinct from other nine-headed serpents. While they all possessed 9 heads, the disparity between them was vast. All nine-headed serpents would willingly bow their heads before it. Yet at this moment, the nine-headed dragon found itself face to face with 10 dragons sharing a similar bloodline. It had never experienced such a phenomenon. Until now, the nine-headed dragon had never seen another dragon clan member apart from itself. Moreover, these dragons exuded a powerful and mysterious aura. It perceived the strength it possessed, as well as a power it did not have. Among them, there was an extraordinary force that was entirely intangible. The nine-headed dragon felt a sense of disbelief. This revelation left it astounded. However, what astonished the nine-headed dragon even more was that these 10 dragons all shared the same master. And that master was Lin Bei, whom it had deemed weak. In that moment, the eyes of all 9 heads of the nine-headed dragon widened to their fullest extent. Despite the multitude of its eyes, it found itself momentarily overwhelmed by the sheer number of dragons before it. The energy fluctuations that had previously surged within it came to an abrupt halt. Observing the visibly perturbed nine-headed dragon, Lin Bei smiled and remarked, "If, after seeing them, you still consider me weak, then I have nothing left to say." He did not wish to confront the nine-headed dragon directly. Firstly, even if he forcibly tamed the nine-headed dragon, it would not willingly follow him, leading to a multitude of problems. Secondly, being too forceful could potentially provoke the wrath of the 9 infants. No, not just the 9 infants, but it could also incite the fury of all nearby nine-headed serpents. To the nine-headed dragon and those serpents, the nine-headed dragon is indeed extraordinarily unique. Upon hearing Lin Bei's voice, the nine-headed dragon suddenly snapped back to reality, hastily retracting its gaze from the flame rock armored dragon and the 6-winged thunderstorm dragon, and turning its full attention to Lin Bei. Buzz, buzz. Its 9 heads swayed in unison while vocalizing in a melodic chant. The meaning was rather straightforward, an apology an admission of error, a recognition of strength. At that moment, the nine-headed dragon wholeheartedly embraced Rin Ting's words. This man is undeniably the most fitting master for it. The mere fact that he could tame as many as 10 dragons was ample evidence of this truth. It acknowledged that it had misjudged him earlier. Realizing this, the nine-headed dragon felt an urge to strike itself with its own tails. How could it misjudge when it possessed 18 eyes? What use were so many eyes if they failed to see clearly? It was utterly baffling. Yet, it is important to note that this cannot entirely be blamed on the nine-headed dragon. After all, when Lin Bei had not summoned the dragons, he appeared to be an ordinary person, distinguished only by his striking looks and somewhat aloof demeanor, devoid of any other remarkable attributes. Soon, mere seconds passed, and during this brief interval, the nine-headed dragon resolved to approach Lin Bei, gently nudging him with its 9 heads, exuding an affectionate demeanor. The message it conveyed was exceedingly clear. Being merely a juvenile dragon, and having spent its life in this locale, its understanding of the world was quite limited, and its thoughts remained simplistic. It naively believed that if it merely found a stronger master, it would no longer have to endure the tragic experiences of its past. Upon perceiving the sentiment conveyed by the nine-headed dragon, Lin Bei raised a hand and casually stroked one of its dragon heads. Simultaneously, he summoned forth his affinity for dragons. Striving to establish communication with the nine-headed dragon, the nine-headed dragon was quite cooperative. The taming process proceeded remarkably smoothly. Within mere minutes, Lin Bei would have successfully tamed the nine-headed dragon. Rin Ting, observing this scene, was filled with a complex emotion. She reflected on how, after all these years, the nine-headed dragon had finally taken this step. Yet, it was indeed the right step. Unbeknownst to Lin Bei, Rin Ting, and the nine-headed dragon, beneath the surface of the water, a serpent head bearing a scar with 2 characters was intently watching the unfolding events on the vacant ground. Beside this serpent head was another with a scar of 3 characters. Following that was one with a scar of 4, then 5, and ultimately, one with a scar of 9. These 9 colossal serpent heads, each marked with scars ranging from 1 to 9, had completely occupied the space beneath the water, leaving only a minuscule gap. 9 pairs of cold, slitted pupils were fixated on Lin Bei. Indeed, they were all observing Lin Bei, rather than the nine-headed dragon. After a prolonged gaze, one of the heads finally spoke. It resembles, truly resembles. There are so many dragons. As soon as the words left its mouth, another chimed in. It resembles, indeed, but it is merely a dragon. Yet, it feels as though something is amiss. In the next moment, the second head also opened its mouth. Regardless of who he is, it has chosen him. What transpired beneath the water's surface was destined to remain unknown to anyone else. Meanwhile, on the northern coast, the trio led by the bald man had succumbed to the venom of the nine-headed serpent. Their skin turned a ghastly shade of purple as they lay lifeless on the shore. Lu Ying and Si Lingxian were waiting by the well. The angel of purification stood vigilantly at the well's edge, occasionally casting wary glances around. The light dragon and the holy white dragon frolicked nearby. The bond between the 2 dragons remained as strong as ever. Boom, boom. At that moment, a group of individuals seated within enormous shells was hastily approaching the location across the sea. Instantly, the 2 individuals and the 2 dragons, along with the angel, entered a heightened state of alert, watching the increasingly chaotic surface of the water. 10 seconds later, the massive shell grounded itself on the shore, and a crowd swiftly disembarked. Their gazes fixated on the lifeless bald man and others who had perished from the serpent's venom. In the next moment, their expressions shifted dramatically. Yet, it was not sorrowful. Rather, they all wore expressions of exhilaration. This was the venom of the nine-headed serpent. It seemed that Rin Ting had indeed returned. Finally, there was a chance to locate the nine-headed dragon. With a long exhale, Lin Bei finally completed the taming of the nine-headed dragon. It was no easy feat. The challenge of taming a dragon was indeed exceptionally high. Lin Bei distinctly remembered that when Wang Yuling had tamed those herbivorous creatures, it had not been nearly as strenuous. Buzz, buzz. The surrounding dragons simultaneously vocalized in celebration, congratulating Lin Bei. Chapter 233. The nine-headed dragon offers treasure, plunges into the water. Although the process was arduous, the outcome was splendid. At the very least, he had successfully tamed the nine-headed dragon. Following the taming, an extraordinary bond formed between Lin Bei and the dragon. By merely activating his innate talent, he could convey his thoughts and considerations to the nine-headed dragon. Although this sense of familiarity currently paled in comparison to his connection with the holy white dragon and the six-winged thunderstorm dragon, given sufficient time, it could certainly reach that level. Overall, it was quite satisfactory. One of the objectives of my journey to the North Sea has been accomplished. Now, I can attend to other matters. There are many tasks to undertake. So many affairs have accumulated that it has become somewhat overwhelming. After being tamed by Lin Bei, the nine-headed dragon also developed a newfound sensitivity towards the other dragons. Previously, despite being a dragon like the others, it had felt a sense of estrangement and an underlying hostility. However, now, that hostility had completely dissipated, leaving only warmth and goodwill. Buzz! The 9 dragon heads lifted in unison, roaring in harmony as the 9-headed dragon approached the 10 other dragons. Each of its massive heads radiated excitement. The flame rock armored dragon, the Emperor's wraith dragon, and the others welcomed it with open arms. Meanwhile, beneath the surface of the water, the 9 colossal serpent heads, each bearing scars ranging from 1 to 9, continued to observe the happenings above. However, they had shifted their focus from Lin Bei to the 9-headed dragon, which was gradually integrating into the dragon group and beginning to communicate with the other dragons. Soon, the first serpent head spoke. It seems it is indeed more suited to be among dragons. The 9-headed serpents display such humility before it, they are unworthy of accompanying it in its growth. Upon hearing this, the third serpent head expressed strong agreement. Indeed, it certainly appears that way. The 5th serpent head then chimed in. After all, it is a dragon too. Naturally, it is suited to interact with other dragons. The other serpent heads gradually began to murmur among themselves. Their sentiments echoed a similar theme, suggesting that the Hydra had indeed found a commendable sanctuary. After a brief exchange of opinions, their gaze shifted back to Lin Bei, fixating upon him with unblinking intensity. Just then, the 9-headed dragon, having enjoyed amicable interactions with the Void Reincarnation Dragon and its kin, suddenly appeared to recall something significant. With a resonant hum, it swiftly darted into the cavern, propelled by several of its limbs. Lin Bei, Ren Ting, and many other dragons instinctively turned their attention to the retreating figure of the 9-headed dragon, their expressions tinged with mild bewilderment. They found it rather peculiar that the creature would act in such a manner. Nevertheless, Lin Bei had no intention of hindering the 9-headed dragon, for there was no necessity to do so, as it did not seem to portend any ill. Moreover, his thoughts were not entirely consumed by the 9-headed dragon at that moment. An inexplicable chill crept down his spine, as though he were being scrutinized from behind. This unsettling sensation arose from his heightened mental acuity, a gift that set him apart from others. Were it anyone else, they would not even be aware of such a feeling. Moments later, Lin Bei furrowed his brow and turned to face the tranquil surface of the water behind him. Murmuring to himself, "What is this? Such a strange sensation." Although discomforting, he could not ascertain its cause, merely sensing the anomaly without understanding it. With a sudden thud, a cacophony erupted from within the cavern just as the 9-headed dragon entered, reminiscent of a husky wreaking havoc in a home. Approximately a minute later, the 9-headed dragon re-emerged into the line of sight of Lin Bei, Ren Ting, and the 10 dragons, a purple orb clasped within the jaws of its central head. The other dragon heads vocalized in unison, urging Lin Bei to retrieve the orb. Upon accepting the purple orb, Lin Bei raised an eyebrow and examined it closely. Activating his source eye, 9 serpent venom orb, an orb that amalgamates the venom from countless 9-headed serpents. Many 9-headed serpents, having reached the pinnacle of their strength with no further prospects for advancement, voluntarily infuse their essence into this orb. Its purpose is to accumulate sufficient self-defense power for the 9-headed dragon. Upon gleaning the information about the purple orb, Lin Bei comprehended its formidable nature. An orb that contained the venom of numerous 9-headed serpents, after years of accumulation, must possess a toxicity that reached unfathomable levels. If cast into a river, that water would transform into a toxic stream, where anyone who drank from it would either succumb to death or lapse into an unconscious state. This unexpected boon was indeed substantial. If utilized for fusion with a dragon, it would surely prove advantageous. A venomous dragon would undoubtedly be powerful. Initially, Lin Bei had only intended to subdue the 9-headed dragon, never anticipating any additional gains. Yet, fate had contrived otherwise, delivering remarkable treasures into his grasp. After securing the purple orb within his system space, Lin Bei turned his gaze once more to the water's surface. The intricate chain quest associated with the 9 infants materialized in his mind. Within this brief moment, he resolved to explore the depths of the water. From Ren Ting's words, he understood the significance of the 9-headed dragon to the 9 infants. In the next instant, Lin Bei recalled all dragons except the Void Reincarnation Dragon, the Time Emperor's underworld dragon, and the 9-headed dragon into his system space and personal domain. "I am preparing to descend," he declared. "Ahuang Aksu, remain in the void and follow my lead. If peril arises, unleash all your might immediately." After issuing orders to the 2 dragons, he turned to the 9-headed dragon and inquired once more, "Fat 9, Control the water currents below and grant me the ability to thrive within the depths." The nine-headed dragon nodded in unison, understanding its task. It relished the name Fat Nine. With the three dragons capable of cooperating, Lin Bei was ready to delve into the unknown. He knew he must confront the depths, sooner or later. With a decisive thud, Lin Bei rose to his feet and approached the water's edge, leaping in without hesitation. Chapter 234, The Insatiable Glutton. Confronting the Nine Infants. As Lin Bei plunged into the water, the Void Reincarnation Dragon vanished into the void, closely followed by the Time Emperor's Underworld Dragon. Though the two dragons were uncertain of what lay beneath the surface, they could infer from their master's words that whatever dwelled below was far from ordinary. Otherwise, such caution would not have been necessary. Simultaneously, the nine-headed dragon, unwilling to be outdone, submerged all 9 of its heads into the water. The blue-eyed head immediately activated its innate abilities. The waters that had previously encircled its master quickly dispersed in every direction, causing Lin Bei's body to plummet downward. Stripped of buoyancy, he could no longer remain suspended in the air. Wind and thunder wings. Lin Bei decisively activated his wings, illuminating the previously dark surroundings. With a powerful flap, he propelled himself downward. Lin Bei's actions did not escape the scrutiny of the 9 serpent heads below. They instinctively exchanged glances, their 18 eyes glinting with surprise. Soon, the first serpent head spoke. "Interesting. Quite intriguing. He has willingly entered the water. Could it be he is coming for us?" As the first head finished speaking, the second head chimed in. "Given his demeanor, he has not only laid a contingency plan, but also brought the nine-headed dragon along. He must have sensed something." The other heads, each bearing unique scars, engaged in their own discussions, all centering around Lin Bei. Meanwhile, by the northern sea, those who had arrived in shells had shifted their focus to see Ling Xian and Lu Ying, their faces adorned with sinister grins as they approached the two. Upon spotting the 2 dragons and an angel, their malevolent expressions intensified, and some even drooled in anticipation. "Oh, how delightful. 2 dragons and an angel. We are indeed fortunate. After feasting on seafood for years, I have longed for a change in flavor." As these individuals spoke, there was not the slightest hint of restraint, and naturally, Ling Xian and Lu Ying overheard their words. In an instant, the expressions of both transformed into a much darker countenance. Not only did they react this way, but even the holy white dragon of radiance and the radiant dragon, along with the angel of purification, shared their profound displeasure. The enmity within them surged with greater intensity. Ling Xian's exquisite brows knitted tightly, her eyes brimming with an icy murderous intent. "I cannot have misheard. They intend to treat my dragon and Lin Bei's dragon, as well as your angel, as mere food?" Had she not heard such an outrageous proclamation with her own ears, she would never have believed that anyone would dare to utter such words. What a farce! How could anyone dare to regard dragons as sustenance? What difference does this make from madness? Even the nefarious Shanghai organization, known for its grand conspiracies and countless wicked deeds, has never committed such an unhinged act. A second later, Lu Ying's voice broke the tension. "You did not mishear. They indeed uttered such words. The situation may be even more complex than we had imagined." He was already prepared to face battle at any moment. Given the audacious and arrogant demeanor of these individuals, conflicts and confrontations were undoubtedly unavoidable. Buzz. The holy white dragon of radiance roared in fury, deeming these individuals even more despicable than those of the Shanghai organization. The radiant dragon and the angel of purification glared fiercely at them, their eyes almost aflame with wrath. Upon witnessing the states of Ling Xian, Lu Ying, and the 2 dragons, those individuals not only felt no sense of gravity, but became even more exhilarated. In the distance, the Sea Emperor Ao Ding could not help but furrow his brow slightly. Should I intervene with that group of mad gluttons? Their strength may not be formidable, yet their abilities are rather troublesome. I wonder how this will unfold. He hesitated. Although he was aware that Ling Xian and the others were connected to the Kunping scales, he could not recklessly intervene across boundaries. At this moment, Lin Bei also sensed the happenings in the outside world. He detected that the holy white dragon of radiance was in an exceptionally furious state. What has transpired? Why is Xiao Bai like this? In the next moment, the force and frequency of the winds and thunder behind Lin Bei intensified, descending at an accelerated pace. Behind him, the 9-headed dragon erupted with full force, its somewhat cumbersome body deftly weaving through the currents of water. Finally, after a full minute of rapid descent, having traversed at least 1,000 meters, Lin Bei reached his destination, catching a glimpse of the 9 colossal figures below. Along the way, he encountered numerous unique creatures, starfish the size of houses, adorned with numerous spines, octopuses covered in scales, and possessing dozens of legs. As bolts of lightning struck the depths, the dim ocean floor was instantaneously illuminated. The lightning was peculiar, not dissipating instantly, but lingering for a while. Bathed in the brilliant lightning, Lin Bei observed the 9 serpentine heads below. He could see each scar from 1 to 9 distinctly. Indeed, there were 9 heads. Just as Lin Bei muttered to himself, the system's notification chimed in promptly. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully completing the first ring of the task. Ding. The second ring of the task has been activated. Although it can be determined from its characteristics that it is a Jiu-ing, a definitive answer has yet to be obtained. Please, host, inquire whether it is indeed a Jiu-ing. This second ring of the task was distinct from previous ones, astonishingly simple in its demands. It merely required him to pose a question. Having undergone multiple sequential tasks, Lin Bei found it hard to believe such a thing. It seemed somewhat abnormal. As his expression shifted slightly in astonishment, the 9 colossal serpentine heads also gazed intently at Lin Bei, occasionally murmuring amongst themselves as if deliberating on something. Suppressing the confusion within him and taking a deep breath, Lin Bei asked in a grave tone, Are you the Jiu-ing? The moment the term Jiu-ing escaped his lips, the 18 eyes upon the 9 serpentine heads widened to their utmost, staring at Lin Bei in sheer astonishment. This state persisted for a full 30 seconds. On the 31st second, the voice of the first serpentine head resonated. Jiu-ing? Yes and no. Chapter 235. We are not qualified to be Jiu-ing. Yes and no. This response left Lin Bei perplexed. What does it mean to be both yes and no? It was akin to asking someone if they were male or female, only to receive a reply of being androgynous, leaving one utterly bewildered. It was simply absurd. Lin Bei stared at the 9 enormous serpentine heads below, instinctively falling into silence. At that moment, the system's notification chimed once more. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the second ring of the task. Ding. The third ring of the task has been activated. Please, host, ascertain why it stated those words. Why is it a Jiu-ing? And why is it not a Jiu-ing? Upon completion of the third ring of the task, corresponding rewards will be granted. The system's prompts intensified Lin Bei's bewilderment. However, he was uncertain how to proceed. Although he was still in the dark, he could surmise that the underlying reasons were undoubtedly intricate. Simultaneously, the 9 enormous serpentine heads scrutinized Lin Bei intently, ceasing their verbal exchanges and instead communicating through their thoughts. They were, after all, a singular existence, capable of such feats with ease. How could he know the name Jiu-ing? This should not be possible. Logically, no one should know that name. After all, even we abandoned that name. How strange. This is indeed exceedingly strange. Clearly, both Lin Bei and the 9 colossal serpentine heads failed to comprehend the words exchanged moments prior. Their mutual silence lingered on. It was not until the arrival of the 9-headed dragon that the situation began to shift. The 9-headed dragon positioned itself beside Lin Bei, with half of its heads observing their master while the other half gazed downward at the colossal serpentine heads, the final head lost in contemplation. The circumstances before them were somewhat bizarre. One head seemed insufficient. Buzz, buzz. Moments later, 8 dragon heads simultaneously opened their mouths, each conveying entirely different messages to Lin Bei and the 9 serpentine heads below. Both Lin Bei and the 9 gigantic serpentine heads comprehended the meanings relayed by the 9-headed dragon. Thus, the standoff and silence were swiftly shattered. Lin Bei unfurled his wind and thunder wings, descending directly to the ground below. The sea that had once encircled him was forcibly isolated due to the might of the 9-headed dragon. Gazing at the 9 colossal serpentine heads before him, Lin Bei's expression solidified with resolve. After taking a deep breath, he spoke. The Jiu-ing, a bizarre entity of water and fire, capable of wielding flames and torrents in battle, emits cries akin to an infant's wail, and possesses precisely 9 heads. Its form resembles that of an ox, while its tail is akin to that of a dragon. Hence, it is called Jiu-ing. Moreover, you not only possess 9 heads, but your colors also embody the essence of water and fire, blue and red. Although I have yet to see your body or tail, nor heard your cry, I can assert with certainty that you are indeed the Jiu-ing. Were it merely based on appearances, Lin Bei would hesitate to declare the entity before him as Jiu-ing. However, the series of tasks issued by the system and the words just spoken by the Jiu-ing had convinced him of this truth. The 9 serpentine heads before him were undeniably the Jiu-ing. In the next moment, the 9 heads exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting heightened astonishment, interlaced with a thread of gravity. Simultaneously, they were not at peace within their hearts. After a long pause, the first head finally spoke. Your knowledge exceeds imagination. Alas, you are merely human, devoid of draconic lineage. Otherwise, the rest of the statement remained unspoken, and the other heads maintained a solemn silence. At this juncture, Lin Bei's voice resonated once more. If you are indeed the Jiuying, why do you deny it? Even in denial, the truth remains unchanged. His earlier words were a prelude to this inquiry, designed to compel the nine heads to confront reality before he probed further into the reasons behind it. This was the only course of action. The situation unfolded as Lin Bei had planned. The nine heads refrained from reverting to their cryptic speech and remained silent for an extended period. While they appeared to be in silence, they were actually engaged in internal deliberation. After a full minute, a conclusion was reached. A second later, the first head reopened its mouth. You speak the truth. Long ago, we were indeed the Jiuying. Yet now, we are no longer Jiuying. This statement left Lin Bei perplexed, causing his brows to furrow tightly, engulfed by confusion. Why? Before he could voice his question, the first colossal head continued. Because we are left with only 9 heads and half a body. The remainder, limbs, tail, are lost to us. We can only subsist within this well, struggling to maintain our existence. Thus, I say, we are not the Jiuying now. It is not that we do not wish to be Jiuying. It is that we are unworthy of the name, having long since forfeited the right to bear it. After all, this name was bestowed upon us by that being. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei comprehended the situation. He had never anticipated that the seemingly normal Jiuying before him was in such a severely crippled state. It was utterly unrecognizable. At that moment, the system's notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the 3rd phase of the task. The corresponding reward has been allocated to the system space, which the host may access at any time. Ding! The 4th phase of the task has been activated. Please locate the Jiuying's lost body and return it here. Regarding the 4th phase of the task, Lin Bei felt utterly speechless. In this state of utter uncertainty, where could one possibly search for the Jiuying's lost body? Was he expected to scour the world? However, his primary concern at this moment was understanding why the Jiuying had devolved to its current state. What has caused you to become this way? Yet, as soon as Lin Bei uttered his question, the first Jiuying head interjected. This is a matter best left unasked. With your current strength, it is for the best that you remain ignorant. The tone was grave and laden with trepidation. Immediately afterward, the second Jiuying head added, Leave. There is no further need for your presence here. Its tone was equally grave, suffused with both seriousness and fear. Upon finishing its words, it opened its maw wide and devoured Lin Bei and the 9-headed dragon whole. Even the Time Emperor's underworld dragon and the void reincarnation dragon were not spared. Mere seconds later, Rin Ting was also consumed. Chapter 236, Not Afraid of Being Stuffed? Boom. At this moment, by the North Sea, the previously tranquil depths of the well erupted with a torrent of water once more. The first Jiuying head emerged, expelling the 2 individuals and the dragon from its mouth. Then vanished at an astonishing speed, all within the span of 5 seconds. Only when Lin Bei beheld the familiar ocean and sky outside did he begin to comprehend the situation. Yet, his mind remained ensnared in the moment prior. What on earth had transpired to provoke such a vehement reaction from the Jiuying? This was the legendary Jiuying. Perplexity enveloped Lin Bei. Yet he sensed that a dreadful event had undoubtedly occurred long ago. One that had entangled many formidable beings. The Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise might all have been sealed beneath the southern mountain due to this very incident. The plot thickened. Although he surmised these implications, Lin Bei refrained from dwelling on them further. For both the Jiuying and the Azure Dragon had indicated that he was currently unworthy of such knowledge. Taking a deep breath, Lin Bei regained his composure and turned his gaze forward. What he beheld was a fully alert Si Lingxian and her companions, along with a group of individuals approaching with sinister grins from not far away. Naturally, Rin Ting also recognized them, exclaiming, It's them, that bald man's accomplices. The most agitated reaction, however, came from the 9-headed dragon. Buzz, buzz. The 9 sets of 18 eyes flared with intense fury, their roars resounding with palpable murderous intent. They vividly recalled the misdeeds these individuals had committed against them. Consequently, Lin Bei's demeanor grew markedly colder, a surge of killing intent welling up within him. Despite his ignorance of past events, he could distinctly sense the 9-headed dragon's wrath. As the master of the 9-headed dragon, he felt compelled to take action. Fat Geo, follow me. With that, Lin Bei strode forward decisively. Buzz. As the radiant holy white dragon beheld the arrival of its master, an unprecedented confidence surged within its heart, and it flapped its wings to follow closely behind him. The adept Silexian and Lang, with keen insight, instinctively stepped aside, fully aware that the most prudent course of action was to allow Lin Bei to address the matter personally. Lin Bei, exercise caution. They are a band of lunatics, even more deranged than the Mountain Sea organization. Indeed, it was wise to proceed with caution. They exude an odd aura. Meanwhile, the The first head of the nine-headed serpent had returned to the depths of the water. As soon as it resurfaced, the voice of the third head echoed, "Everyone. What are your thoughts? Is he truly that individual?" Soon, the other heads of the nine-headed serpent responded in unison. "There are many resemblances. Yet he lacks the bloodline of a dragon. Although he possesses a natural affinity for dragonkind, the disparity when compared to that being is insurmountable. I must concede. His performance has astounded me. He has managed to tame so many dragons. Undoubtedly, he is a prodigy. However, he ultimately lacks the qualifications to be compared with that existence. We cannot ascertain definitively. We must adopt a watchful stance and await further developments." Hearing these words, the first head of the nine-headed serpent interjected. "If, and I emphasize if, he is indeed that being, what shall we do?" In the next moment, the responses from the other 8 heads were astonishingly unanimous. "I shall drag this decrepit body alongside him into battle. Even if I am left with but half a head, I shall utter not a single complaint. To die for that being is our greatest honor." Upon hearing this, the first head of the nine-headed serpent nodded in agreement, clearly sharing this sentiment. As Lin Bei and the nine-headed dragon appeared, the expressions of the bald companions transformed into fervent excitement. One by one, they gazed at the nine-headed dragon, their voices tinged with avarice. "By heavens, we have truly encountered the nine-headed dragon." The clan leader claims that the nutritional value of the nine-headed dragon is extraordinarily high. Consuming it would greatly benefit both us and our pets. Compared to the nine-headed serpent, the ones we've consumed in the past were mere junk food. I yearn to taste the flesh of the nine-headed dragon this very moment. As they laughed and spoke, they engaged in numerous appalling actions. Some wiped the drool trickling from their mouths, while others swallowed the saliva that pooled in their mouths. At that moment, Lin Bei comprehended why Silexian and Ling had expressed their concerns, and he understood the source of the radiant, holy white dragon's fury. Indeed, they were a band of madmen who dared to regard his beloved dragon as mere sustenance. It was utterly unforgivable. He was enraged, truly enraged. Initially, Lin Bei had presumed that their desire for the nine-headed dragon stemmed from its potential and might, a wish to claim it for themselves. However, he now realized that their intentions were purely to consume it. For this, they were willing to annihilate an entire clan. Recognizing this, Lin Bei's pace quickened significantly as he advanced. Moments later, the distance between him and those wretches had dwindled to less than 10 meters. In the next instant, Lin Bei's voice rang out. "What an insatiable appetite, seeking to devour a dragon. Do you not fear being choked to death?" His tone was frigid, laced with murderous intent. Yet, upon hearing these words, the expressions of those individuals remained unchanged. They could scarcely be bothered to glance at Lin Bei. Their gazes fixated on the nine-headed dragon and the radiant holy white dragon. With the distance now significantly reduced, their cravings for dragon flesh intensified. They summoned their pets, releasing toxins to paralyze the nerves of their foes. Then they would slaughter those humans. "Once we eliminate these individuals, we shall feast upon dragon meat." As the last words fell, those individuals immediately activated their talents. In the next moment, dozens of pets materialized, predominantly marine beasts. Each one was resplendent in hue. Transparent jellyfish adorned with vibrant spots, octopuses adorned with colorful rings, and massive blue crabs with claws as dark as the night sky. Undoubtedly, their pets were all venomous. Chapter 237. The Steel Dragon begins to synthesize. The more enchanting and alluring the entity, the more perilous it is. This holds true for both flora and fauna. Thus, upon witnessing the pets summoned by these individuals, Lin Bei harbored no inclination to underestimate them. Poison. It seems I possess no means to counteract toxins. However, I can merge a dragon with that poisonous orb. Upon acquiring the orb, he had resolved to synthesize it with a dragon. Yet the subsequent search for the nine-headed serpent had precluded him from pursuing this endeavor. Now, however, presented a splendid opportunity. Fortuitously, there existed a suitable dragon alongside another material. Moreover, post-synthesis, he could test the resultant power. Contemplating this, Lin Bei commanded within his mind, "System, coordinate with Asu. Transfer the steel dragon, the nine-snake poison orb, and the complete corpse of the faceless spider into the void. Then, activate the synthesis function." The complete corpse of the faceless spider, procured from an auction, was a most peculiar arachnid beast, faceless and devoid of venom, yet capable of producing the largest quantity of webs among all spider-type beasts, with the ability to manipulate their form at will. While its combat prowess may not be formidable, its repulsiveness and tenacity were unparalleled. Many would prefer to contend with venomous spider-type beasts than to face the faceless spider. Understood. After a brief response, the system and the void reincarnation dragon set to work. Crack. A fissure materialized in the air, with the sound of a dragon's roar resonating within. Soon, the steel dragon, 9-snake poison orb, and faceless spider's corpse all appeared within the void. System, initiate the synthesis function. You comprehend the synthesis materials. In the next moment, the system's prompt echoed. Ding. Synthesis in progress. Please be patient, host. The steel dragon, 9-snake poison orb, and faceless spider's corpse, enveloped in golden radiance, transformed into 3 small orbs of light, suspended in the void. It would not be long before the synthesis reached fruition. While the nature of the resulting dragon remained unknown, Lin Bei was confident that the synthesized steel dragon would be impervious to the toxins of these marine creatures. Afterward, he turned his attention forward. With such pathetic creatures, do you truly believe you can consume my dragon? Are you not a tad overconfident? As soon as Lin Bei's words fell, the highest-ranking individual among the group, Zhao Tian, spoke up. This is not arrogance, but rather an unwavering confidence. Our pets possess a variety of toxins, some that can sap one's strength, some that induce dizziness, others that cause violent vomiting and diarrhea, and even toxins that can lead to sudden death. In the past, did not the Hydra, also adept at using poison, fall before us? What he says is nothing but the truth. The myriad marine beasts before them indeed possessed such capabilities. With that, Zhao Tian lost interest in Lin Bei and immediately commanded his companions, release the toxins. Let the deadly miasma envelop this beach. Within seconds, all summoned marine creatures began to unleash their toxins without restraint. Various forms of poison, gaseous, liquid, and more, emerged and rapidly spread across the shoreline, their colors a kaleidoscope of purple, red, green, blue, white, and black, intertwining in a mesmerizing display. The already formidable toxins, when mixed, only grew more potent. Even the earth and space around them were tainted by the venom, undergoing a marked transformation. Lin Bei, who had been fully focused, furrowed his brows at this moment, his eyes glimmering with realization. So that's it. No wonder the Ren Ting clan was annihilated. This amalgamation of venom is indeed formidable. It far surpasses the Hydra's poison. Despite his limited knowledge of toxins, he could ascertain this much. The Hydra's poison was strong, yet singular in its lethality. It merely killed. However, these individuals wielded an array of toxins, requiring only a minimal cost to ensnare the Hydra and Ren Ting's kin, rendering them combat ineffective in a fleeting moment. Their demise was, thus, to be expected. Initially, Lin Bei had contemplated summoning several dragons to swiftly eliminate these foes, with a coordinated effort from multiple dragons. Such a task would be easily accomplished. The abilities of time suspension and void traversal would allow him to evade 99% of the toxins. Yet now, his perspective had shifted. Rather than slaying these individuals to dispel the toxins, it would be wiser to wait a few minutes. After the synthesis of the steel dragon, he might find these toxins useful. Drawing from his experiences of multiple syntheses with dragons, Lin Bei could surmise the capabilities of the synthesized steel dragon, which informed his current strategy. In that decisive moment, Lin Bei turned to the others, including Si Lingxian, and proclaimed, "You all leave first. I will handle this." After uttering these words, he turned back, retracting the 9-headed dragon and the radiant holy white dragon. The 2 dragons would serve no purpose now. Upon hearing Lin Bei's command, Si Lingxian and the others did not hesitate to turn and depart. After the series of events, they understood well that if Lin Bei had spoken, he would undoubtedly deliver. Before long, they had retreated to a safe distance. Observing this, Zhao Tian and his companions remained unperturbed, their eyes glinting with amusement as Zhao Tian scoffed in a tone laden with sarcasm. Still trying to be a hero at this juncture? What a fool. Indeed. In his view, Lin Bei was merely posturing. In such a perilously toxic environment, the optimal choice was to flee swiftly. However, Zhao Tian found satisfaction in this. As long as Lin Bei remained, it signified that the 9-headed dragon would also stay, thereby achieving his objective. He signaled to the others to show no mercy. Consequently, the toxins surged forth with even greater ferocity, all targeting Lin Bei. Yet, at that moment, Lin Bei did not retreat even a single step. Instead, he stood resolutely in place, seemingly oblivious to the toxins rushing toward him. Only when the distance between him and the toxins shrank to a mere meter did he finally utter, "Stop." At the sound of his command, all advancing toxins abruptly halted, whether in liquid or gaseous form, ceasing all motion. Chapter 238. Synthesis Successful. Extraordinary Powers. With merely a single utterance, Lin Bei had brought all toxins to a standstill. This spectacle left Zhao Tian utterly astonished. His eyes widened uncontrollably, filled with disbelief. How can this be? It actually stopped. Zhao Tian was perplexed, unable to comprehend the phenomenon unfolding before him. Why would the toxins cease their advance at the sound of a single command? These were toxic substances, devoid of thought, not obedient pets that would heed his words. Not just him, but everyone around shared the same incredulity, unable to fathom the reality of the situation. Impossible. My beloved pets cannot control their own toxins. There is only air present. How could air obstruct those toxins? Each one was bewildered. They had never witnessed such an occurrence before. They sensed no anomalies, for everything appeared entirely normal. Moments later, Zhao Tian forcefully suppressed his confusion and hastily commanded, "Continue releasing toxins. This time, attack him from different directions. I refuse to believe such an anomaly will repeat." Soon enough, another thick wave of toxins materialized, surging toward Lin Bei from various angles. Wherever the toxins passed, all microorganisms perished instantaneously. Observing the renewed onslaught, Lin Bei merely shook his head in silent disapproval and said, unperturbed, "Even if you come 10 more times, it will have no effect." As the toxins approached, he once again commanded, "Stop." Instantly, the toxins encroaching from all sides froze in place, rendered immobile, as if trapped in an alternate dimension. Zhao Tian instinctively gasped, a chill coursing down his spine as goosebumps erupted across his back. If such an occurrence transpired once, it could be reluctantly accepted. However, to witness it a second time was simply unfathomable. It has stopped again. The others were at a loss for words, standing transfixed as they beheld the immobilized toxins. Their most proficient maneuver now rendered ineffective time and again was a bitter pill to swallow. Simultaneously, afar on the ocean's surface, Ao Ding observed this extraordinary event with a slight smile creeping onto his lips, his expression tinged with surprise. The unfolding events exceeded his expectations. In the next moment, Ao Ding leaped powerfully into the sky, soaring to a height of 100 meters while swiftly gliding forward. As he flew, he kept his keen gaze fixated on Lin Bei, an intriguing little fellow. Not only did he open the void, but now he has also mastered time. Such a young age, yet capable of mastering the void and time. Truly unfathomable. How ludicrous of me to have contemplated whether to assist him. At this moment, the Sea Emperor Ao Ding had resolved that Lin Bei and his companions must enter his domain. He had already prepared himself for a grand battle. Ao Ding's assessment was astute. Lin Bei's ability to achieve such feats was indeed a consequence of the Time Monarch controlling the flow of time for both humans and magical beasts, a daunting and laborious task. However, manipulating lifeless toxins? That was an endeavor so effortless it was almost trivial. Even through a layer of void, one could wield control with ease. Zhao Tian furrowed his brow tightly, aware that relying on toxins to vanquish his opponent was utterly futile. Thus, alternative methods had to be employed. He understood that toxins would be useless against him. Direct confrontation was the only recourse. With that, he led his pets toward Lin Bei, closely followed by the main contingent, all abandoning their most potent means. Upon witnessing this, Lin Bei's eyes flashed with disdain, his tone dripping with contempt as he remarked, "How foolish to approach so brazenly." As the words left his lips, he summoned all the synthesized dragons in one breath. In the next instant, 7 dragons materialized. The roar of dragons resonated, echoing across the sea and sky. In that fleeting moment, Zhao Tian and his companions were rendered speechless. They lacked the courage to face 7 dragons. It was imperative to note that these 7 dragons had been cultivated to the king level by the system. The initial thoughts of killing Lin Bei and devouring dragons vanished in an instant, replaced by a desperate urge to flee. How does he possess 7 dragons? More than the myriad of aquatic beasts I have tamed. Enough. We must flee. Such a person is not to be trifled with. Yet, their desire to escape did not equate to their ability to do so. Lin Bei, having meticulously planned everything, issued a command, block their path. As the words echoed, all but the Time Monarch's dark dragon remained by Lin Bei's side, while the other 6 dragons busied themselves, effectively severing the retreat routes of those individuals. Not only Zhao Tian, but even Ao Ding, soaring in the air, felt an unexpected surprise. He instinctively halted, gazing at the 7 dragons in the distance, and exclaimed in astonishment, 7 dragons? This young man is more formidable than I had imagined. At that moment, a fervent thought surged within Ao Ding, his excitement intensifying. After taking a deep breath, he looked once more at Lin Bei, setting others aside. He must be brought to meet Kun. To tame so many dragons is no trivial feat. Just then, a notification sound from the system chimed. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successful synthesis. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Bei released the synthesized steel dragon from the void. The changes in the appearance of the synthesized steel dragon were subtle. Its massive steel body now bore purple and white patterns, and its dragon eyes were filled with a purple haze. The overall hue took on a slightly purplish tint. Disregarding any conversation with the synthesized steel dragon, Lin Bei immediately inquired, "Can you absorb those toxins?" The synthesized steel dragon nodded emphatically. raising its head to survey the surrounding toxins. With a swift motion, steel webs began to emerge from its body, directly infiltrating the toxic miasma. Soon, the toxins rapidly surged into the synthesized steel dragon's body, coursing through the steel webs. Within moments, the purple patterns on its body became more vivid. The ability to absorb all toxins and transform them into its own strength was one of the synthesized steel dragon's newfound powers. Buzz. After absorbing a significant amount of toxins, the synthesized steel dragon could not contain its exhilaration, raising its head to emit a melodious roar. Following the dragon's cry, it gradually lowered its head, first rubbing against its master with its steel head. Consequently, the panel of the synthesized steel dragon materialized. Name, unnamed. Race, dragon race. Steel dragon, new species undetermined. Status, juvenile. The most vulnerable stage of its life. Loyalty, unwavering loyalty with a body of steel, a will of iron, and an indomitable heart. Abilities, mastery over steel, toxins, and webs. Description, a dragon born from the essence of countless steels, possessing an exceptionally hard body with formidable attack and defense capabilities. After merging with two other materials, it gained the ability to manipulate and absorb toxins at will, also capable of shooting various forms of steel webs. Examining the description, it was evident how powerful the synthesized steel dragon was. The amalgamation of poison, steel, and webs could yield numerous extraordinary effects. At that moment, the synthesized steel dragon gazed longingly at the toxic ocean beasts, temporarily trapped by the dragons, and licked its lips, droplets of venom trickling down its chin. Buzz. Another dragon's roar erupted as it charged towards the ocean beasts, its steel eyes brimming with excitement. After synthesis, toxins had become the steel dragon's greatest delight. Lin Bei observed the steel dragon advancing like a famished wolf and shook his head helplessly. You, my friend, are even greedier than that pack of lunatics. With that, he turned his focus inward, engaging in rapid communication with the system. System, initiate the creation of a new species. As his words faded, the system's notification chimed. Ding. 1 minute later, Lin Bei completed his task, designating a brand new species and name for the synthesized steel dragon, while simultaneously opening the acquired package. The new species was dubbed the toxic steel dragon, affectionately referred to as Tai Z, simple yet unpretentious. Its upgraded ability was mastery over toxins, with the extracted capability being immunity to toxins. Swiftly, the toxic steel dragon reached its destination, observing the numerous toxins nearby. It opened its mouth and 4 iron claws wide. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A flurry of steel-formed toxic strands shot forth, adhering to the surface of the ocean beasts ahead. Indeed, after merging with the faceless spider, its toxic strands were not only steel-formed but also possessed immense stickiness, allowing them to cling to any tangible surface. Crack. The steel spider silk rapidly expanded, transforming into a vast steel web that ensnared the ocean beasts within its grasp. In an instant, the ocean beasts began to struggle, desperately attempting to break free from the steel web. As they struggled, the toxins within them began to surge uncontrollably, coalescing into clusters that flowed into the iron web, coursing along the hardened strands and ultimately converging within the venomous steel dragon. Sensing the diminishing toxins within its body, their struggles intensified. Yet, the more fervently they fought, the faster the toxins dissipated. Consequently, the quantity of toxins within the venomous steel dragon continued to increase. It had the ability to amalgamate these toxins within itself, transforming them into a more potent venom. Witnessing this scene, Lin Bei couldn't help but nod in approval, thoroughly impressed by the capabilities of the venomous steel dragon. If this continued, iron would one day ascend to become the king of poisons. Indeed, the venomous steel dragon, capable of absorbing and merging various toxins, possessed a power that transcended all toxic substances. Finally, Zhao Tian and his companions noticed something amiss. They could distinctly sense that the toxins within the marine beasts were vanishing at an uncanny rate. Zhao Tian was taken aback. He had initially believed that the toxic nets were merely a means for Lin Bei to control their departure, even preparing for the crabs to use their pincers to sever the iron web. However, the situation was exceedingly bizarre. What kind of net was this? It could forcibly absorb the toxins from the creatures? How could that be possible? Zhao Tian was utterly bewildered, having lived by the North Sea for so long. This was the first time he had encountered such an anomaly. It was merely an iron net, yet it could extract toxins. This was utterly absurd. Even for them, who were well versed in various toxins, extracting the venom from beasts typically required an array of specialized tools. Moreover, a single misstep could lead to dire consequences. Yet now, this iron dragon had merely employed an iron net to completely siphon the venom from the toxic beasts without even touching their venomous points. The others were equally alarmed, each one frantic, unsure of how to respond. After absorbing all the toxins, the venomous steel dragon returned to Lin Bei's side. After yawning and stretching, it lay down on the ground, slowly closing its eyes to take a nap, appearing quite content and in need of rest. Lin Bei found this slightly amusing but chose not to rouse the dragon. Instead, he walked over to the enormous steel dragon's head, leaped into the air, and found a place to sit. In the next moment, he commanded the dragons, "Attack at will." Those creatures have lost their threat. The venomous marine creatures, having lost their venom, posed no danger to the likes of the six-winged thunderstorm dragon and its kin. With a resounding roar, the dragons sprang into action, unleashing a flurry of attacks that ushered death upon Zhao Tian and his companions. They would show no mercy, for they all understood that these individuals sought to devour their comrades. The events unfolding along the coast did not go unnoticed by the Sea Emperor Ao Ding, nor by the great fish lord stationed in his domain. His interest piqued, a wicked smile crept across his lips, brimming with mischief. "I have 8 dragons, and now I have just tamed another one. This little fellow is no ordinary creature, possessing a total of 9 dragons. If I could persuade him to join our organization, perhaps we could gain another esteemed lord. A name like Lord of the 9 Dragons could be quite fitting, worth a try." Though merely an observer from afar, the great fish lord recognized Lin Bei's potential and foresaw substantial growth in his future. He even contemplated the possibility of enticing Lin Bei to his side. Chapter 240, a massive crisis approaches. However, the great fish lord refrained from immediate action, remaining within his territorial waters. Raising a hand, he gently stroked his chin. Though his talent meets the criteria for becoming a lord, his temperament and experiences still fall short. Without a heart that is utterly ruthless and indifferent to the opinions of others, he lacks the qualifications to ascend to lordship. After muttering these words, the great fish lord abruptly turned his gaze towards a distant direction. Soon after, he spoke again. "Those gluttonous lunatics have been getting out of hand recently. It would be perfect for this little fellow to interact with those madmen. If he could eliminate them all, it would prove he possesses the qualifications to become a lord. At that moment, regardless of who stands in my way, I will take him with me." The Mountain Sea organization is undeniably powerful. Yet, they continue to expand their influence to achieve their objectives. Situations where a certain lord takes a keen interest in a young individual occur only occasionally. Over the years, the Mountain Sea organization has been steadily growing. Unaware that he had already drawn the attention of the great fish lord, Lin Bei sat atop the venomous steel dragon, oblivious to the scrutiny he was under. After the marine beasts were vanquished, he turned his gaze toward the sea, contemplating his next course of action. Now, having successfully accomplished one of his objectives in the North Sea, he was ready to pursue other endeavors. Just then, Si Lingxian and the others returned to the scene. Lin Bei immediately turned to Ren Ting, asking calmly, "Our agreement has been fulfilled. What do you intend to do now?" Upon hearing this, Ren Ting fell into a contemplative silence. She had never considered the follow-up to their arrangement and was momentarily at a loss for words. Although this place had been long yearned for, it had transformed into such a state, and remaining here seemed only to invite sorrow. Moreover, it was perilous. Yet, this was ultimately her homeland. Ultimately, Ren Ting could only articulate a single word. She was uncertain about her next steps. Noticing her predicament, Lin Bei understood her sentiments and spoke once more. "There's no need to rush your decision. We will remain in the North Sea for a few more days. During this time, you can accompany me. Make your decision before we leave." Ren Ting obediently nodded, secretly relieved. All right. She believed she would be able to make the most suitable choice before the time limit arrived. Subsequently, Lin Bei recalled all the dragons and began retracing his steps. He was not yet ready to venture deep into the territory of the great fish lord without sufficient strength. The lords within the Mountain Sea organization were each formidable. Unbeknownst to Lin Bei, the great fish lord was already fixated on him and had prepared to present him with a trial. As Lin Bei and his companions began their return journey, having chosen not to delve further, the Sea Emperor Ao Ding, who had been keeping a close watch on the situation, felt a sense of calm wash over him. Fortunately, that fellow has remained inactive. As long as they arrive here promptly, matters will become uncomplicated. We merely need to await the gathering of all individuals and then escort them to Koan. Throughout his speech, he maintained a vigilant gaze upon Lin Bei and the others, clearly demonstrating Ao Ding's genuine desire to assist his old friend residing in the depths of the sea. Meanwhile, the great fish sovereign observed the departure of Lin Bei and his companions, yet he exhibited no inclination to obstruct them. Instead, a knowing smile crept upon his face. They were venturing into that fellow's domain, and unfamiliar faces at that. It seems he must possess the scales of a great fish. Contemplating this, the great fish sovereign began to stir upon the ocean's surface, propelling himself deeper into his territory. Within the depths of his domain, numerous tribes thrived. The tribe to which Zhang Tian and the others belonged was among the more formidable ones. Since Ao Ding and the Great Fish had already taken action, it was high time for me to disrupt this oceanic expanse. Let us commence with a grand migration of tribes, plunging your side into utter chaos. After all, matters concerning tribes are beyond Ao Ding's interference. Although the North Sea was partitioned and claimed by Sea Emperor Ao Ding and the Great Fish Sovereign, there existed tacit rules governing their domains. For instance, the tribes residing within their territories would not be meddled with unless absolutely necessary, as these tribes had inhabited the coastal waters for generations, truly being the rightful lords of this realm. Until today, the Great Fish Sovereign had been poised to alter all of this. One reason was to test Lin Bei, and another was to engage with Kunpeng. He was acutely aware that Kunpeng would not relinquish his scales without cause. The return journey was remarkably smooth. In no time, Lin Bei and his companions arrived at the location of the Great Fish Sovereign's door. The door stood firmly shut, devoid of a handle or groove, and could only be pushed open from the other side. At that moment, Rin Ting spoke up. If you wish to return, simply knock on the door. She was quite well versed in these basic matters. Knock, knock. As the sound of knocking resonated, the tightly closed door was pushed open from the outside, and the group finally re-entered Beiming City. As for the disguised Lord of the Radiant Altar, he seemed to have vanished without a trace. Upon returning, Lin Bei instinctively turned to glance aside. To his surprise, several individuals stood before Ao Ding's door, engaging in conversation with the guards. We are the guests invited by Lord Sea Emperor Ao Ding, bearing the enormous scale. Upon uttering these words, the individual presented the spatial ring in his hand to the guard for inspection. Once confirmation was made, the previously obstructive guard immediately stepped aside and willingly opened the grand door, allowing the group to enter. Witnessing this, Lin Bei felt a twinge of astonishment and muttered to himself, "It appears I am not the sole recipient of Kunpeng's scales. Moreover, those individuals are likely to arrive here as well." After making this deduction, he refrained from hastily entering through the door. Instead, he led Rin Ting and the others to explore the shops lining either side. The situation clearly felt amiss, and it was prudent to prepare thoroughly before venturing in. After procuring numerous useful items, Lin Bei returned to the door. He extended his hand to present a spatial ring containing only Kunpeng scales, speaking in a nonchalant tone. Inside is a scale of the Great Fish. The guard accepted the ring, conducted a brief examination, and then returned it to Lin Bei, once again pushing the door open. The group stepped into the interior. Before long, they found themselves in a vast hall. Chapter 241. Its target is the Starry Sea. Passing through the Great Fish Sovereign's door led them to a beach, while entering the Sea Emperor Ao Ding's door brought them into such an expansive hall. The moment Lin Bei stepped inside, he surveyed his surroundings. The space was grand and lofty, draped in shades of ocean blue, with enormous aquariums scattered about, teeming with a myriad of marine creatures. Even overhead, a colossal aquarium housed a variety of fish, jellyfish, and octopuses, all living freely within. This hall resembled a privately constructed miniature oceanarium. Additionally, approximately 20 individuals inhabited the hall. They were divided into several factions, occupying distinct areas, scrutinizing one another, each acutely aware that apart from their immediate companions, everyone else were competitors. A chorus of discussions echoed throughout. Those who have obtained the enormous fish scales to arrive here are certainly no ordinary individuals. We must exercise utmost caution. Do not underestimate anyone based on their youth or the presence of children. Never act rashly. Indeed, those who had acquired Kunpeng's scales and traversed Beiming City to enter this door could not possibly be ordinary folk. Lin Bei had no intention of greeting these individuals. He directly led Si Lingxian and the others to a nearby aquarium, leisurely observing the fish swimming within. Si Lingxian trailed closely beside him, watching the small sharks glide through the water while lowering her voice to inquire, "Do you think the other attendees here are aware of Kunpeng's existence?" As her words fell, Lin Bei seamlessly interjected, "It's hard to say. However, even if some are aware, their numbers are likely few. A considerable portion may simply be drawn here by the Sea Emperor Ao Ding. Furthermore, those who know of Kunpeng likely possess limited information." He was not merely speculating, but rather rendering an astute judgment based on previous circumstances. Upon hearing this, Si Lingxian nodded in agreement, acknowledging his insight. "I wonder if any among them possess the dragon lineage's affinity talents. If so, matters could become complicated." Just then, the previously sealed grand door was abruptly pushed open from the outside, and a masked woman stepped in, advancing with measured strides. Through the eye holes of her mask, she scrutinized the array of distant visitors. "Esteemed guests, you are all the chosen ones. Please present your tokens once more, after I conduct a second verification." I shall escort you to the presence of the Sea Emperor. I kindly ask for your understanding, as this matter is of utmost importance. Despite having undergone an initial inspection before entering the door, a second check was deemed necessary, highlighting an extraordinary level of caution. The other individuals in the hall complied readily, each retrieving their Kunping scales from their spatial rings. Lin Bei likewise cooperated, producing the Kunping scales he had acquired. In the next moment, 5 pieces of Kunping scales emerged. After the masked woman meticulously verified each one, her voice resonated once more. 5 pieces, exactly the right amount. In that case, please follow me. How you wish to handle the scales is entirely up to you. Should you choose to part with them, we shall offer a price of 100 million. If you wish to take it away, you shall not receive 100 million. The underlying implication of this statement suggests that the Kunping scales would be rendered useless thereafter, thus serving as mere bait to entice these individuals. Moments later, the attendees made their choices. Ultimately, only Lin Bei reclaimed the Kunping scales, while the others left them behind. 100 million is no trifling sum. If one could exchange an item of no further use for such a fortune, why would anyone pass up this opportunity? After all, these individuals had previously invested significant resources to acquire the Kunping scales. Follow me. Upon seeing that everyone had made their decisions, the masked woman's voice resonated once more. After speaking, she turned and strode towards the exit, prompting the others to quickly follow suit. Only Lin Bei remained still, gazing at the few left behind Kunping scales. What hidden information might lie within these scales? It was imperative to investigate. At the moment of this decision, he commanded the Time Emperor to slow the flow of time to an almost excruciating crawl. He then hastened to the discarded Kunping scales and activated his talent. Reaching out to touch them. Let me go? Please, I beg you, release me. I no longer wish to remain here. I was wrong. I truly understand my mistakes. Please grant me another chance. I am sorry, it is all my fault. It is entirely due to my gullibility towards her. I implore you, spare me this once. Each scale echoed with such pleas for mercy. Though the tones varied slightly, the sentiments conveyed were largely the same. Thus, Lin Bei became increasingly convinced that something of profound significance had transpired concerning the Kunping. To encounter the Kunping, one would likely have to venture into the ocean. Yet for me, the sea is not a favorable environment. Therefore, preparations must be made in advance. The ocean is entirely distinct from the land and poses the greatest dangers to humanity. In the depths of the sea, one faces numerous constraints. As for what preparations to undertake, Lin Bei had already formulated a plan from the outset. It was finally time to utilize the heart of the ocean. By combining the heart of the ocean, the Kunping scales, and the remaining dragon, a dragon intimately linked to the sea could be created. The heart of the ocean was a synthesis material he had acquired some time ago, one that could endow a dragon with the ability to control seawater. Crack! A fissure appeared in the void. Lin Bei placed the heart of the ocean, the Kunping scales, and the starry dragon into it. System, initiate the synthesis function. The synthesis materials are the aforementioned 3. Indeed, he intended to fuse the starry dragon with these 2 materials. The amalgamation of stars and sea within a single dragon promised to be an intriguing endeavor. The resultant dragon would undoubtedly embody the essence of both the stars and the ocean. In the next moment, the 3 synthesis materials transformed into luminous orbs, floating in the void. Chapter 242. Of course, I shall take you to see it. Ding. Synthesis in progress. Host, please be patient. As the system notification sounded, Lin Bei swiftly returned to his previous position, allowing the Time Emperor to resume the normal flow of time. Everything returned to its usual rhythm. Lin Bei stepped forward, trailing behind the crowd, his demeanor composed as he approached the outside world. None of his actions had drawn any attention. Now, he merely needed to await the completion of the synthesis. Time was on his side. Presently, among the dragons in his possession, the only one suitable for synthesis yet unutilized was the golden dragon. Just before making his selection, he had hesitated between the 2 dragons, as both the golden dragon and the starry dragon could become formidable entities when combined with these materials. Ultimately, Lin Bei opted for the starry dragon. When comparing the combination of gold and sea with that of stars and sea, it was clear that the latter was more fitting. As for the golden dragon, it would need to wait for another occasion. He would begin seeking suitable materials for synthesis with the golden dragon. Under the guidance of the masked woman, Lin Bei and the others successfully exited the building and beheld the distant ocean. At that moment, Lin Bei abruptly halted, lifting his gaze towards the vast sea stretching thousands of meters ahead. There lay the very mist he had anticipated. Even as he drew closer, its depths remained inscrutable, shrouded in haze. Just as he suspected, the Kunping resides near the Mist City. This was within his expectations. For Renting had warned that approaching the mist would result in being devoured by a great fish. And this great fish was undoubtedly the Kunping. Once the synthesis of the starry dragon was completed and the matter of the Kunpeng resolved, he would seize the opportunity to explore the Mist City. From the moment he first glimpsed the city's spectral silhouette within the mist, Lin Bei's curiosity had been piqued, igniting a desire to delve deeper into its mysteries. The floating mist city on the ocean's surface surely concealed monumental secrets. Alas, the timing had never been right. Boom. At that moment, a colossal column of water erupted from the unfathomable depths of the sea, soaring into the sky and merging with the vast, electrified storm clouds overhead. In an instant, a torrential downpour descended, mercilessly battering the mist as if attempting to suppress it entirely. The effect was palpable. The once dense gray-white mist began to dissipate under the deluge, revealing the hidden spectral city to all those by the sea. Yet before anyone could take a closer look, the mist thickened once more, obscuring everything within its depths. Those witnessing this phenomenon for the first time were momentarily left dumbfounded, their eyes wide with astonishment. Are there cities over there? Did you see that? I'm not imagining things. This North Sea is truly terrifying. Between the surging waters and the mist-enshrouded cities, what on earth was happening? Compared to all this, what truly astounded Lin Bei was the enormous scales they had acquired. Lin Bei remained silent, fixated on the swirling mist. The more he gazed, the stronger his desire to approach and uncover the stories hidden within. Why do columns of water continuously erupt from the ocean? Why is this city perpetually cloaked in mist? Why does the rain incessantly wash over the haze? The masked woman had already anticipated the reactions of those behind her. At that moment, she turned around and spoke. You had better adapt quickly to what just transpired, for you shall soon confront far graver horrors. Upon hearing the words of the masked woman, the others instinctively exchanged glances, their expressions revealing unmistakable astonishment. Prior to arriving here, they had mentally prepared themselves to face certain dangers, yet the perils that awaited them exceeded their expectations. If they were to be propelled skyward by that column of water, would they not meet a gruesome demise? However, retreat was no longer an option. They could only forge ahead with trepidation. Among the assembly, only Lin Bei bore a smile upon his face. He was more eager than anyone to face this ordeal. A profound silence enveloped the beach, with only the sound of the waves resonating in the air, and the masked woman refrained from uttering further words, not wishing to agitate her companions excessively, as that could jeopardize the forthcoming plans. After a minute had elapsed, the masked woman suddenly knelt on one knee. Lowering her head, and speaking in an exceedingly respectful tone, we humbly welcome the Sea Emperor. In the instant her words fell, a figure emerged on the distant sea. Thud! Thud! The figure raced across the water's surface. Each step it took conjuring towering waves of several dozen meters. Instantly, all attention was captivated by this apparition. Was that not the Sea Emperor Ao Ding? Indeed, he appeared formidable. It was evident that only a being of great strength could guard this vast ocean. Just as they had articulated their thoughts, the Sea Emperor Ao Ding had already traversed 1,000 meters of sea. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back upon the beach, gazing indifferently at those before him. With everyone gathered, it was time to act. He did not solicit the opinions of others, but instead made a decisive choice on their behalf. In the next moment, the Sea Emperor Ao Ding forcefully waved his hand, summoning a multitude of fish to converge ahead, forming a sturdy passage. Follow me, he commanded, stepping onto the bridge fashioned by the amassed fish. The masked woman promptly followed in his wake, stepping onto the unique bridge as well. Though the others hesitated, they dared not defy Ao Ding. Ultimately stepping onto the bridge one by one, Lin Bei quietly blended into the crowd, walking in silence. Unbeknownst to them, they had traversed over 100 meters across the water. It was only then that someone mustered the courage to inquire, Sea Emperor, may I ask where we are headed? As they continued their journey across the sea, Lin Bei felt a surge of anxiety within. The others were equally curious. A second later, without turning his head, the Sea Emperor Ao Ding replied, where are we going? Is that even a question? Of course, we are going to show you the fish with the immense scales. Chapter 243, Entering the Abyss. Synthesis successful. Upon hearing this, excitement surged within all present. Whether they were familiar with the Kunpeng or not, the anticipation was palpable. After all, they all yearned to behold that magnificent creature. To possess such colossal scales surely indicated that it could not be an ordinary fish. The Sea Emperor was remarkably direct, having spoken so few words yet immediately intending to lead them to the great fish. How exhilarating, if its scales were as large as a house. One could only imagine the magnitude of its true form. Such thoughts were beyond comprehension. Even Si Lingxian, Luing, and Ren Ting found themselves engrossed in discussions regarding the Kunpeng. Yet, Lin Bei remained silent, absorbed in contemplation as he gazed down at the surface of the sea, pondering numerous questions. Are we truly about to encounter the Kunpeng? This seems too straightforward. It feels almost surreal. If there were other matters to attend to or lengthy speeches to be made, he would not have thought much of it. However, despite sensing something amiss, Lin Bei could only press onward. Having stepped onto this bridge of fish, there was no turning back. The fish that comprised the bridge would disperse and return to their freedom in the ocean once all had crossed. Meanwhile, the great fish sovereign ventured deep into his territory, where he encountered tribes that appeared every 10,000 meters. Each tribe had thrived along the northern coast, possessing formidable survival skills by the sea, and many strong individuals resided within. The great fish sovereign summoned a subordinate who had been waiting nearby, commanding, "Gather all the tribe leaders. I have an important announcement. Inform them that this matter is of utmost importance and concerns the entire ocean. If anyone is uncooperative, eliminate them." As soon as the words left his mouth, the subordinate nodded vigorously, swiftly departing to relay the great fish sovereign's orders. A tempest was brewing. An evil smile crept across the face of the great fish sovereign as he turned to face the domain of Sea Emperor Ao Ding, declaring, "Since you have dared to breach the taboo, I shall no longer adhere to the rules." As Lin Bei and the others continued their walk across the water, they had traversed a considerable distance, the shoreline receding into the distance. Conversely, their proximity to the misty city upon the sea was diminishing rapidly. Thunder rumbled ominously, and they could even faintly hear the sound of lightning crackling within the dark clouds. It was at that moment that chaos erupted in the void. The luminescent orb enveloping the body of the star dragon suddenly split open, illuminating the dark void, while a crisp sound reverberated through the air. The Time Emperor's Jinming Dragon and the Void Reincarnation Dragon gazed expectantly at the fractured orb. Half a minute later, the system's notification chimed. "Ding. Congratulations, host. Synthesis successful. A new star dragon has been born." However, Lin Bei found himself unable to approach the newly synthesized dragon just yet. There were too many individuals present, including Sea Emperor Ao Ding. It would be highly inappropriate for him to vanish suddenly. Thus, he would have to wait for a more suitable opportunity. Now, he felt a newfound sense of confidence. With the newly synthesized star dragon, he need not worry about survival in the sea. Although the nine-headed dragon possessed the ability to control water, it was merely one of its 9 powers, and thus somewhat insufficient. It could be described as a versatile dragon, but none of its abilities stood out particularly. A jack of all trades. In contrast, the star dragon, having fused 2 ocean-related materials, was distinctly different. After advancing at a rapid pace for half an hour, the Sea Emperor Ao Ding, who had been leading the way, finally halted his relentless stride. Turning to address the group behind him, "This shall suffice for now. Beyond this point lies a forbidden zone. Those whose strength does not match mine, along with oceanic beasts, cannot survive within that realm. If it were only him, then entry would be possible. However, with the presence of many others, access to the forbidden zone remains unattainable." Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze forward. The sea surface appeared entirely normal, devoid of any anomalies, save for the misty city approximately a kilometer away. Nonetheless, they harbored no doubts regarding the words of the Sea Emperor, Ao Ding. Given his strength and status, there was no necessity for deceit. At that moment, Ao Ding's voice echoed. "Next, we shall venture to the depths of the sea. It cannot ascend from the abyss. We must seek it out." These words immediately stirred chaos. Venture to the depths? How do we do that? Most of our companions have little connection to the sea. Descending to the ocean floor is far too perilous. I can only endure 1 minute in the water. I am terrified. Such feelings were entirely natural. Most were inland dwellers, accustomed only to swimming pools and never having encountered the vastness of the sea, let alone the depths below. Si Lingxian and Lu Ying were no different. They too had never plunged into the ocean. Thus they turned their eyes to Lin Bei, awaiting his decision. Regardless of what Lin Bei chose, they would comply. Just then, the Sea Emperor Ao Ding spoke calmly. "I brought you here, and I can lead you to the ocean's depths, as well as ensure your safe return. There is no need for concern. Just follow my instructions." Though his tone was composed, it exuded an air of unwavering assurance. Within mere seconds, the anxiety of the group subsided, replaced by a newfound confidence. With Ao Ding present, there was absolutely no cause for alarm. A journey to the ocean floor. What could be simpler? As the murmurs quieted, Ao Ding summoned a colossal lobster, an extraordinary creature. Its head, tail, and claws shimmered with iridescent hues, while its abdomen remained entirely transparent, akin to glass. With a mighty leap, the lobster emerged from the sea, its jaws opening and closing as it enveloped everyone within. It then accelerated towards the ocean floor with remarkable speed. As it descended, the vividly colored segments of the lobster began to emit a radiant glow, illuminating the previously dark waters in a kaleidoscope of colors. Those inside its belly were thus afforded a glimpse of the enchanting underwater world. In that moment, their fears dissipated. As long as they remained comfortably ensconced within the lobster's embrace, there was no worry of suffocation at the ocean's depths. Chapter 244. The Enormous Shadow Beneath the Sea. This lobster, summoned by Ao Ding, was immense, rivaling even some vessels designed for long voyages. Despite the many individuals nestled within its belly, there was no sense of overcrowding. Moreover, those inside could move about freely. Lin Bei casually found a spot to stand, marveling at the brilliantly illuminated seabed, awash with vibrant marine life. The ocean exuded an unparalleled beauty. Yet, he understood all too well that the sea, while breathtaking, harbored great peril. Within its depths, the most numerous inhabitants were marine creatures, closely followed by the remains of fallen humans. Standing at the forefront, the Sea Emperor Ao Ding scrutinized all present. When his gaze fell upon Lin Bei, he lingered for a few moments, memories of prior events flooding his mind. I wonder, will you surprise me? Among all in attendance, Ao Ding placed the highest expectations on Lin Bei, for it was Lin Bei who, upon arriving at the Northern Sea, did not immediately enter through his door, but instead ventured through another, undertaking remarkable feats. His uniqueness had long been evident. Meanwhile, Lin Bei, absorbed in observing the wonders of the ocean, remained oblivious to this scrutiny. He pondered the connection with Kunping and questioned why an audience with it necessitated a descent into the depths. What purpose lay in guiding these individuals to the ocean floor? They were merely a disparate group, strangers to one another. The iridescent, transparent lobster moved with astonishing speed, far surpassing that of ordinary fish. As it descended, the pressure of the seawater intensified, and despite being sheltered within the lobster, Lin Bei and the others still felt the effects. Simultaneously, within the domain of the great fish sovereign, numerous tribal leaders had been summoned, including those from the tiger demon shark tribe, the golden dragon fish tribe, and the cold sword fish tribe. However, the great fish sovereign did not convene a meeting immediately. Instead, he summoned the leader of the bloodthirsty frenzy shark tribe to his side. This was a man in his 40s, exuding a potent aroma of blood that was decidedly unsettling. Addressing him, the great fish sovereign commanded, "Soon, take your tribe and migrate over there. There is much that you will find delectable." Zhao Haiwang nodded in agreement. Finding no objection to this directive, it was a fortuitous opportunity for him to savor new flavors. He prepared to depart, but just as he turned away, the great fish sovereign's voice rang out once more. "Additionally, you have acquired a new adversary. This enemy possesses the delicacies you so crave." Upon hearing this, Zhao Haiwang abruptly halted, turning back in confusion. What? An enemy with delicacies? He could not fathom when he had gained such an adversary. Zhao Tian and the bald man from your tribe have just perished at that individual's hands, and he commands a multitude of dragons. Upon receiving the news of the deaths of Zhao Tian and the bald man, Zhao Haiwang exhibited only a hint of irritation. However, upon learning of the many dragons, his reaction shifted dramatically. What? Many dragons? I yearn to make those dragons my feast. Truly, shared tribal affinities and desires. Both Zhao Tian and Zhao Haiwang harbored visions of consuming dragons as their sustenance. Pleased with Zhao Haiwang's reaction, the great fish sovereign waved his hand grandly, producing a photograph of Lin Bei and casually tossing it into Zhao Haiwang's hands. "Go. Your tribe shall take the lead. He should currently be with that scoundrel Ao Ding." The photograph was captured by his pet's unique ability, a rather extraordinary image. Within the ocean, myriad magical beasts existed. Upon hearing the name Ao Ding, a flicker of trepidation crossed Zhao Haiwang's eyes, leading him to hesitate. Ao Ding? I dare not provoke him. If I become entangled with him, I must carefully consider. For life is more precious than food. In the next moment, the grand fish sovereign let out a cold snort. Humph. Ao Ding. I shall personally deal with him. A minute later, King Zhao Hai departed from this location, leading all members of his tribe towards the domain of Ao Ding. Meanwhile, the grand fish sovereign approached the other tribal leaders, preparing to execute his plans. For a long time, he harbored ambitions of ruling the entire North Sea, for it concealed far too many secrets. After plunging at full speed for a whole hour, Ao Ding, who had remained silent, finally spoke again. In 10 minutes, we shall reach our destination. Upon hearing this, everyone instantly became alert. During their descent, they had been vigilant, discovering that the situation was indeed as Ao Ding had described. Within the area known as the Forbidden Zone, there were not even the slightest traces of marine life, no matter how small, not even a shrimp the size of a fingernail. This was a clear indication of the danger that lay ahead. In the blink of an eye, 10 minutes had passed. The iridescent, transparent lobster halted at the pinnacle of an underwater cliff. Ao Ding's voice resonated once more. We have arrived at our destination. With that, he retrieved a multitude of special garments and elixirs from his spatial ring. Wear these clothes and consume these elixirs. and you shall be able to thrive freely in the ocean for 10 hours. Everyone obediently donned the specially crafted attire and swallowed the unique elixirs. In the next moment, the iridescent transparent lobster suddenly bent its body, expelling all those within its interior into the sponge-like seawater. Splash, splash, splash. In an instant, the only sound that remained was the rush of the sea. Follow me and refrain from straying. With that, Ao Ding, not wearing the special clothing, leaped forward into the depths. The others hesitated not and jumped one after another. Ultimately, only Lin Bei remained atop the underwater cliff, choosing to stay back to observe the synthesized star dragon. However, before doing so, Lin Bei's gaze shifted forward, where an immense expanse of seawater lay ahead. Yet amidst this water, he could vaguely discern a colossal shadow. The outline of this shadow unmistakably resembled that of a fish. The Kunping. At last, he had arrived at the realm of the Kunping. Chapter 245. The Mermaid Form, the Lament of the Abyss. Lin Bei had heard tales of the Kunping many times, each imbued with rich mystery. However, it had always existed merely in legend, with no one ever having laid eyes upon it. And now, he was on the verge of seeing the Kunping with his own eyes. How could his heart not swell with excitement? Something significant was bound to occur upon encountering the Kunping. Thus, he needed to extract abilities from the Star Dragon first to ensure absolute safety. The Kunping undoubtedly had its intentions, a truth that had become increasingly evident. Otherwise, this entire series of events would not have transpired. Crack! The void shattered. And unnoticed by all, Lin Bei entered the abyss, swiftly turning his gaze to the fully synthesized Star Dragon. The synthesized juvenile Star Dragon bore certain distinctions from its pre-synthesis form. Its body retained a pale blue hue, still shimmering with flecks of starlight. However, within it, the monotonous nebula was no longer its sole occupant. Surrounding the nebula was an abundance of azure seawater. This was evidently a fusion of nebula and ocean. Aptly termed the Star Sea, the nebula and ocean intertwined seamlessly, appearing as though they had always coexisted. The wings that once sparkled with starlight and housed white and black holes had also undergone a transformation. The elements of the cosmos persisted, yet they were now enveloped by the seawater. The entire universe resembled a vast, dark ocean, within which stars and other matter lived as various marine creatures. The transformation of the wings did not cease there. The current wings could maintain their appearance while adopting a covering of enormous scales, allowing them to conceal entirely. Whoosh, whoosh. The synthesized juvenile Star Dragon continuously flapped its wings. As its wings rose and fell, they mirrored the surging waves, even producing the sound of water in motion. When the Star Dragon flew to its master's side, it landed gracefully upon the ground of the void. In the next moment, it retracted its wings, and a multitude of scales emerged upon them, swiftly transforming into two peculiar fish scales. Buzz! With a proud cry, the juvenile Star Dragon stirred once more. Mere seconds later, the synthesized Star Dragon astonishingly morphed into a fish, a colossal fish adorned with stars within its being. It could freely roam the ocean and traverse the stars at will. Witnessing the astonishing transformation of the Star Dragon, Lin Bei's eyes sparkled with surprise. It has transformed into such a form. It seems my choice was indeed correct. Even the Star Dragon, after merging with those two materials, possesses such distinct characteristics of the sea and fish. Should it be the Golden Dragon, the transformation would likely be even more pronounced, a submerged Golden Dragon, or perhaps a Golden Leviathan. Lin Bei gently reached out to touch the Star Dragon, now in its fish form. In the next moment, relevant information materialized before him. Name, unnamed. Race, Dragon race, Star Dragon, new race undetermined. Status, juvenile. Early stage of star birth. Loyalty, unwaveringly loyal. Even in the event of a cosmic explosion, it harbors no thoughts of betrayal. Abilities, stellar power, oceanic power, form transformation. Description, a peculiar dragon that has absorbed vast stellar power, born from the cosmos. Capable of freely wielding the power of the stars in battle and traversing the universe at will. After merging with two other materials, it has acquired the ability to harness the ocean's power and can transform into a colossal fish, switching between dragon and fish forms. Having grasped the synthesized Star Dragon's information, Lin Bei nodded in satisfaction. He was thoroughly pleased with the Star Dragon's new form. Wasting not a single second, he addressed the system, designate new race. A second later, the system's prompt echoed. Ding. Before long, Lin Bei completed all necessary tasks, including designating a brand new race for the Star Dragon, opening the acquired gift pack, and enhancing a specific ability of the Star Dragon while extracting a particular ability for himself. The newly designated race for the Star Dragon was named the Star Sea Dragon, commonly referred to as Star Sea, aptly reflecting the dragon's essence. The upgraded ability was equally impressive, known as ocean affinity. With ocean affinity, it could thrive freely within the ocean, unencumbered in movement and combat. However, the ability extracted from the cosmic dragon left Lin Bei in a state of profound bewilderment. Oh, this. The power he had drawn was none other than the ability to transform forms. He could seamlessly shift between human and merman. Upon becoming a fish, Lin Bei would retain human characteristics, essentially, a handsome merman. It was of the same species as the enchanting mermaids. After lingering in silence within the void for a considerable time, Lin Bei gradually regained his composure. With circumstances having escalated to this extent, he could only acquiesce. This ability was best left and used unless absolutely necessary. Fortunately, the Star Sea could assist him in surviving within the ocean. The powers of the Star Sea Dragon, combined with the divine water-repelling pearl, would enable Lin Bei to thrive in the depths of the sea for an extended duration. As for the notion of transforming into a handsome merman, he was rather reluctant to attempt it, feeling an odd sense of discomfort. What if he encountered a beautiful mermaid post-transformation? Crack! As the void ruptured once more, Lin Bei found himself back in the ocean, trailing at the rear of the crowd. He had now acquired the ability to survive beneath the waves, rendering the specialized garments and elixirs provided by the Sea Emperor Ao Ding unnecessary. They existed, yet Lin Bei opted not to use them, deeming them a nuisance. Suddenly morphing into a handsome merman would only invite complications. His previous disappearance had gone unnoticed by anyone, as it had lasted but a fleeting moment. Moreover, the attention of others was fixated ahead. Lin Bei walked forward with an air of nonchalance, appearing utterly unfazed. 20 minutes later, Sea Emperor Ao Ding led a group deeper into the forbidden zone. At this moment, everyone, including Lin Bei, felt an immense mental pressure. It was as if some colossal entity had set its sights upon them. Buzz. At that instant, a lamenting wail reverberated, piercing the ears of Lin Bei and the others. In an instant, their eardrums throbbed painfully, as if they were on the verge of bursting. They instinctively raised their hands to tightly cover their ears. Remarkably, only 3 individuals refrained from doing so: Lin Bei, the ethereal Sea Lingxian, and another man with fair skin and an air of arrogance in his gaze. While others heard a mournful cry, the 3 of them perceived an entirely different sound. Chapter 246, Encountering the Kuanping. The 4th ring task. Here you are at last. Help me. I beseech you to assist me. I cannot continue like this any longer. Let me leave. Grant me absolution. The heart-wrenching cries that threatened to rupture the eardrums of others echoed in Lin Bei and Sea Lingxian's ears as a series of desperate pleas. In the next moment, Lin Bei and Sea Lingxian exchanged glances, mutually confirming that they had both heard those words. Then, they turned their attention to the 3rd individual. Simultaneously, the 3rd person looked towards Lin Bei and Sea Lingxian. As their gazes locked, a flicker of hostility flashed in his eyes, though it was swiftly concealed. Yet, it did not escape Lin Bei's perceptive mind. Immediately, he classified this individual as an enemy. Just a minor revelation had sparked animosity? How could this person possibly be virtuous? At that moment, the individual unexpectedly spoke. I never anticipated encountering 2 others endowed with the affinity of the Dragon Clan. Truly, what a twist of fate. Clearly, his talent was also that of the Dragon Clan affinity. However, Lin Bei and Sea Lingxian chose not to respond, merely observing him. Noticing their silence, the man continued, Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Yu Xingyao, hailing from Wulong City, and my talent is the affinity of the Dragon Clan. Since both of your talents align with this, you must have discerned the secrets concealed within the cries. To this, Lin Bei and Sea Lingxian simply nodded, remaining reticent. Initially intending to invite Lin Bei and Sea Lingxian to collaborate, Yu Xingyao, upon observing their lack of response, fell into silence himself. Their brief exchange caught the attention of Sea Emperor Ao Ding and the masked woman nearby. The masked woman promptly remarked to Ao Ding, Those 3 appear unaffected. They are clearly extraordinary. Ao Ding nodded in agreement, acknowledging the masked woman's observation. Indeed, they are remarkable. However, whether they can accomplish that task remains an open question. After the anguished cries subsided for several seconds, the others gradually returned to normalcy. Terror was etched upon their faces as they fully comprehended the perilous creature they were about to confront. Merely a casual roar had rendered them nearly incapacitated. It was unfathomable to consider what would transpire upon encountering the colossal entity. At that moment, Ao Ding spoke calmly. There is no need for alarm. That creature merely wishes to greet you. It will not harm you. Upon hearing Ao Ding's composed words, the crowd exhaled in relief, their tensions easing somewhat. Following this, Sea Emperor Ao Ding led the way, advancing further. Finally, after a few more minutes of walking, the scene before them transformed from mere ocean depths to something far more substantial. Within the dim waters, an enormous shadow emerged. This shadow loomed as large as a city. At this juncture, the masked woman produced a hefty flare from her spatial ring and pressed the launch button at a diagonal angle. Boom! The flare illuminated the surrounding water, revealing the massive shadow that had been obscured by layers of seawater, now coming into view for Lin Bei and the others. It was an exceedingly colossal fish. Its size was beyond imagination, impossible to articulate. At a cursory glance, it dwarfed an entire city. The sheer enormity of its eyes alone could occupy dozens of football fields. In its presence, humanity appeared diminutive, akin to mere shrimp. What the heck? Although aware of the fish's size, it was still astonishingly colossal. Can fish truly grow this large? Absurd. This fish was ridiculously immense. Surely, no city could match its scale. As awe washed over them, the crowd felt an overwhelming sense of dread. After all, before the Kunpeng, humanity was pathetically insignificant. So small that even the thought of opposing it was unthinkable. Meanwhile, Lin Bei gazed at the Kunpeng, his eyes unblinkingly assessing the creature. As the system's notification resonated within his mind, ding! Host has successfully completed the 3rd ring task. Ding! The 4th ring task has been activated. Please, host, listen quietly to the request of Kunpeng and decide for yourself whether to assist it. Regardless of the decision you ultimately make, it will be regarded as the completion of the 4th ring task, entitling you to the corresponding rewards. This was indeed Lin Bei's first encounter with such a unique chain of tasks. The freedom to choose was quite intriguing. After expressing this thought, he turned his gaze back to Kunpeng. Despite preparing himself mentally, he still found it somewhat hard to accept the sight of Kunpeng. This magnificent creature was truly beyond ordinary dimensions. Its sheer size was nothing short of invincible. As time passed, the individuals who had gathered gradually acclimated to the environment, coming to terms with the reality of Kunpeng's colossal presence. During this period, the Sea Emperor Ao Ding, the masked woman, and the immobile Kunpeng refrained from any interference. They understood the necessity of allowing enough time for these individuals, otherwise, any utterance would be in vain. Once the situation seemed adequately settled, Sea Emperor Ao Ding stepped forward and addressed the crowd once more. The scales you have obtained belong to it. Its name is Kun. For many years, it has been bound to this seabed. The exact duration is unknown. Even when I ascended to the position of Sea Emperor of the North Sea, Kun was already here. The reason you have received Kun's scales is that it was a deliberate act on its part. The purpose is for Kun to seek your assistance. Upon hearing the Sea Emperor's introduction, the crowd's confusion deepened. Why had such an enormous fish been imprisoned in this seabed? And why seek the help of these humans? Everything was shrouded in mystery. Buzzing. Just then, Kunpeng opened its enormous mouth and deliberately projected its voice. The reason I sought you is to request your help in escaping from here. At my level, Kunpeng naturally possesses the ability to articulate human language. As the crowd heard Kunpeng speak, they instinctively covered their ears once more. Although Kunpeng had intentionally lowered its voice, the sound still reverberated painfully in their ears. Chapter 247, Must Enter That City. However, despite the crowd's attempts to shield their ears, the thunderous voice penetrated effortlessly into their auditory senses. In the depths of the sea, they were already enduring immense pressure. With the addition of this ear-splitting sound, many felt as though their heads might explode. Even Lin Bei raised his hand to cover his ears. Listening to Kunpeng's voice at such close proximity was unbearable. After all, Kunpeng's size was overwhelmingly vast. Even a whisper from it would surpass the volume of a human's loudest shout. Only the formidable Ao Ding could maintain a semblance of composure in the face of such resounding noise. Unperturbed, Kunpeng continued to speak. Please, help me escape from this seabed. I long to roam freely once more in the ocean. I also yearn to soar through the skies again. After uttering these heartfelt words, Kunpeng fell silent again, gazing at the tiny humans before it, who appeared as minuscule as shrimp. Thus, Lin Bei and the others lowered their hands from their ears, turning their attention to the immense Kunpeng. Before they could make a decision, Sea Emperor Ao Ding's voice resonated. You have heard its plea. Do you intend to assist it? After speaking, he looked at the crowd, awaiting their responses. Regardless of their choice, Sea Emperor Ao Ding would hold no objections. Such matters cannot be forced. The next moment, silence enveloped the seabed as each individual contemplated their thoughts. How could they possibly free such a colossal fish that had been ensnared for so long? After a full half-minute, Yu Xingyao, possessing the affinity of the Dragon Clan, was the first to shout a question to Kunpeng. Can we truly help you? If we were to restore your freedom, what benefits could we expect in return? His inquiry captured the attention of everyone present. This was the question on everyone's minds. Assistance could be offered, but it must come with sufficient rewards. Without adequate benefits, only a fool would engage in such a perilous endeavor. Lin Bei was no exception. He too focused intently on the matter. Beyond fulfilling the system's tasks, What advantages could be gleaned from Kunpeng? A few moments later, Kunpeng's voice resonated. Indeed, because among you, there are 3 individuals with the affinity of the Dragon Clan. This dragon affinity is the key. With the Dragon Clan's talent, you can rescue me. Instantly, all present were taken aback, exchanging astonished glances. Clearly, they were astounded by this revelation. What did I mishear? Among us, there are actually 3 individuals with the Dragon Clan affinity? 3. It was hard to believe. In all my years, I have only encountered 1 individual with the Dragon Clan affinity. If I were to share this, no one would believe that 3 individuals with such a talent would converge in the same place. See Emperor Ao Ding was equally surprised. He had only been aware of Lin Bei and Si Lingxian possessing the Dragon Clan affinity, unaware that another individual in their ranks shared this trait. 3. I hope the 3rd individual is not too startled. The reason for his apprehension was the memory of Lin Bei with numerous dragons, leading him to imagine the reaction of the 3rd dragon affinity bearer upon witnessing that scene. It would undoubtedly be quite entertaining. Simultaneously, Lin Bei and Si Lingxian exchanged glances. Though no words were spoken, they understood each other's thoughts. Undoubtedly, the revelation of the Dragon Clan affinity's rarity would attract the attention of others. Anyone wishing to assist Kunpeng would gravitate towards the Dragon Clan affinity bearers. As for how many would participate, that depended on the merits Kunpeng would offer. Just then, Kunpeng's voice echoed again. As long as you can free me from this place, I will ensure you receive ample rewards. Throughout these long years, I have amassed many treasures. I can bestow them all upon you. As soon as it finished speaking, Si Emperor Ao Ding chimed in. I can vouch for the value of the treasures Kun possesses. Even the trident I wield was obtained from Kun. Moreover, among the numerous treasures it possesses, this weapon is relatively ordinary. The notion of a single person wielding a Kun is akin to a heavy bomb, detonating instantaneously amidst the crowd. Hiss! In the midst of the throng, gasps of astonishment echoed as they felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. What? Lord Ao Ding's trident was actually acquired from the Kun, and it is merely a rather ordinary weapon. How can one deem such a divine artifact as ordinary? It is truly inconceivable to imagine how formidable the extraordinary ones must be. We must assist it. It is absolutely worth it. Upon witnessing sufficient benefits, the initial apprehensions, though still present, began to wane, nearly dissipating entirely. In the face of ample rewards, danger became a mere afterthought. Furthermore, this was a collective endeavor. Yu Xingyao was exhilarated, Si Lingxian was elated, and Lu Ying was also brimming with excitement, while Lin Bei maintained a semblance of calm, merely raising an eyebrow in mild surprise. The cost incurred was indeed substantial. A glimmer of anticipation and excitement flashed in the enormous eyes of the Kunpeng. If those few endowed with dragon affinity were willing to assist, it would have a chance to venture forth. A moment later, the Kunpeng inhaled deeply, calming the exhilaration within. However, this action caused the surrounding seawater to surge violently, as if stirred by a tempest, leaving those at the seabed struggling to maintain their footing, nearly swept away by the tumultuous waves. Before anyone could utter a word, the voice of the Kunpeng resounded once more. To aid me, you must enter the city shrouded in mist. Prior to your arrival, you must have seen that city. At the instant these words were spoken, Lin Bei's pupils constricted sharply, taken aback by the revelation. Assisting the Kunpeng necessitated entering that city? Chapter 248. Why are you confined here? Indeed, the relationship between the Kunpeng and the mist-covered city was anything but ordinary. At this moment, Lin Bei felt a stirring within, a desire to explore that city. Since the Kunpeng had mentioned this matter, there must be a way for these individuals to gain entry. Could it be that they were to rely on this throng drawn by the allure of scales? Almost immediately, someone inquired, how do we gain entrance there? The city is surrounded by mist. We have no idea how to enter. Exactly. We can't get in, and we don't know how to. You must find a way to get us inside. Although the allure of the benefits offered by the Kunpeng had stimulated the crowd, reason still prevailed, and they were aware of their limitations. The next moment, the Sea Emperor Ao Ding interjected. How to enter that city is not a concern for you. The Kun and I will facilitate your entry. You merely need to focus on assisting the Kun. Upon hearing this, the crowd relaxed. As long as they could gain entry, that was sufficient. Meanwhile, Lin Bei continued to observe the Kunpeng, a subtle smile gracing his lips, his eyes reflecting a faint glimmer of anticipation. Regardless of the ultimate decision made, he was resolute in his intention to first enter the Misty City and see for himself. With connections to the Kunpeng and the Dragon Affinity, these two factors alone warranted exploration. When he initially beheld the Misty City, Lin Bei had developed a keen interest. Now, upon learning of its connection to the Dragon Affinity, his intrigue had intensified. He must see it for himself. At that moment, the Kunpeng's voice resonated once more. Within that misty city, two formations exist. Both serve to suppress me here, posing no threat to humanity. The troublesome aspect lies with the guardians of these formations. One guardian is likely a dragon, and the other should be a mermaid. As it spoke, it paused momentarily before continuing after a second. What I require from you is quite simple. You need only to divide your numbers to distract the guardians. Then, those with dragon affinity should utilize their gifts to dismantle the formations. With that, the Kunpeng fell silent, casting its gaze upon the crowd. It understood that while its words seemed straightforward, the execution would undoubtedly be fraught with difficulty. Thus, even if these individuals were to reconsider, the Kunpeng would not utter a word of reproach. This would merely signify that the time for its release had not yet arrived. Upon hearing this, despite some initial surprise, the crowd accepted the challenge, and they began to voice their thoughts. It doesn't sound particularly difficult. If we unite our efforts, it should be manageable. Indeed, if we stand together, we can accomplish it. The three with dragon affinity will be responsible for dismantling the formations, while we will divert the guardians. Once we obtain the treasures of the Koan, we shall share them equally. The plan was set in motion, including Yu Xingyao. Everyone was eager to venture into the misty city. Moments later, 10 minutes had elapsed, and upon confirming that no one wished to withdraw, the Sea Emperor Ao Ding addressed the Kunpeng loudly. Koan, prepare yourself. Let us send these individuals forth. With that, he turned to the eager crowd and said, those with dragon affinity remain here. The rest, follow me. In the next instant, except for Lin Bei, Si Lingxian, and Yu Xingyao, the others stepped forward. Even Ren Ting and Lu Ying, under Lin Bei's guidance, complied readily. As footsteps and the sound of flowing seawater resonated, the Sea Emperor Ao Ding led the group to the mouth of the Kunpeng. From his spatial ring, he produced numerous tiny shells and distributed them to the individuals. Upon entering the Koan's mouth, they would crack open these shells. The open shells would engulf them within. When they arrived at the city, the shells would automatically open. At that moment, they could simply emerge. This was the method devised by the Sea Emperor Ao Ding and the Kunpeng, an effective and foolproof means of entry. The Kunpeng inhaled gently. The seawater surged violently, swallowing all those who had stepped forward into its mouth. Crack, crack, crack. The individuals swiftly broke open the shells, entering the insides in haste. Although visibility was obscured, they felt perfectly safe. Following this, the Kunpeng opened its mouth and forcefully expelled the water within upwards. Boom! A massive droplet of water shot forth, racing towards the surface at a terrifying speed. A closer look revealed it was the very water column that had surged into the dark clouds above. So that was it. Witnessing this scene, Lin Bei comprehended the origin of the water column's emergence. However, while the appearance of the water column was elucidated, the motivations behind Kunpeng's actions remained shrouded in uncertainty. Ultimately, only 5 souls lingered at the seabed: Lin Bei, Si Lingxian, Yu Xingyao, the masked woman, and the Sea Emperor Ao Ding. At that moment, Kunpeng's voice resonated once more. I entrust the task of dispelling the formation to the 3 of you. Should you succeed, I shall surely reward you handsomely. Si Lingxian and Yu Xingyao nodded in unison, their minds contemplating how they might accomplish this task. Only Lin Bei refrained from nodding, his brow furrowed as he scrutinized Kunpeng, seemingly deep in thought. Kunpeng, noting this, inquired with curiosity, what troubles you? After a brief pause, Lin Bei replied in a calm tone, may we speak privately? Upon hearing the name Kunpeng, the creature's eyes widened momentarily before returning to their usual demeanor. You know my true name. How intriguing. With that, Kunpeng cast a glance at Ao Ding. Ao Ding, understanding the cue, left a shell for Lin Bei before guiding the other 3 into the maw of the great fish. With a resounding boom, the water column erupted once more, and Ao Ding and his companions departed from the scene. Indeed, Ao Ding would be joining this endeavor. As the water column receded, Kunpeng queried, what is it you wish to discuss? To which Lin Bei responded, why are you trapped here? What connection do you have with the imprisoned Jiaoying? Gaining clarity on Kunpeng's confinement was essential for Lin Bei to determine whether to offer his assistance. Mentioning Jiaoying served to entice Kunpeng into honesty while simultaneously probing for any relation between them. Kunpeng, taken aback, noted, you know my name. And you are aware of Jiaoying's as well. You are no ordinary individual. Chapter 249, Kunpeng and the Sea Witch Queen. Kunpeng's surprise at Lin Bei's words was palpable. While knowledge of Kunpeng's name was rare, it was not entirely unattainable. Certain members of the Shanghai organization were privy to it. However, they seldom referred to Kunpeng by name, often calling it the Great Fish instead. Among those present earlier, there were indeed individuals who recognized Kunpeng's name. Yet they concealed their awareness and maintained a facade of ignorance. Conversely, the name Jiaoying was different, an epithet long forsaken. Hence, Kunpeng's astonishment was warranted. It had nearly forgotten that name itself. Lin Bei's voice broke the silence once more. Your simplicity is of no concern to me. What you must do now is reveal the truth. His tone was devoid of fear, even in the presence of the immense and formidable Kunpeng. In an instant, Kunpeng fell silent, its demeanor shifting as it pondered Lin Bei's attitude and identity. After a considerable pause, Kunpeng finally asked, "Why do you desire the truth?" This secret, known to few, would not be divulged lightly, even to one whose identity was evidently significant. In the next moment, Lin Bei declared, "I will not assist a creature that has undoubtedly erred, yet remains oblivious to the nature of its transgressions. That would only invite trouble upon myself." Indeed, he understood that Kunpeng had committed a wrongdoing that led to its imprisonment, yet the specifics remained unclear. What if it were an egregious offense? Once again, Kunpeng lapsed into silence, a look of conflict surfacing in its eyes, clearly deliberating whether to speak. After a full minute, Kunpeng's voice emerged once more. "I may share. But first, I wish to see the dragon you have tamed. This matter is of utmost importance, and I cannot ascertain your worthiness to know." In response to this request, Lin Bei merely nodded in acquiescence, recognizing the significance of verifying one's qualifications. After all, it was merely a matter of observing a dragon, nothing too burdensome. "You wish to see a dragon? Very well, I shall oblige." He paused momentarily, inhaling deeply before continuing, "Star Sea." Upon utterance, the Star Sea dragon materialized, gracefully flapping its wings beside its master while gazing intently at the colossal figure ahead. Despite the apparent disparity in size between it and Kunpeng, the dragon exhibited no fear. In fact, it eventually transformed into its celestial fish form, showcasing its splendor in front of Kunpeng. Kunpeng, taken aback by the dragon's ability to shift between forms, found itself reminiscing about a time when it, too, could transform at will. Furthermore, it sensed a strangely familiar aura emanating from the Star Sea dragon. "What is this? Why does it carry my essence?" Lin Bei, unperturbed by Kunpeng's astonishment, addressed the Star Sea dragon. "Clear a vacant expanse of sea for your brethren." Upon hearing this, the Star Sea dragon nodded vigorously before unleashing its powers. With a magnificent display, the water was parted, revealing a barren stretch devoid of ocean. Indeed, it appeared as a piece of land. "Xiaolu, Xiaobai." As Lin Bei called out one name after another, an increasing number of dragons manifested within the vacated space. Each dragon size was meticulously regulated to fit within that area. In less than 10 seconds, all the dragons had gathered, collectively gazing at the bound figure of Kunpeng. At that moment, Kunpeng was utterly flabbergasted. It had never anticipated that Lin Bei could command such a multitude of dragons. Moreover, aside from the golden dragon, all the others were unfamiliar to it, entirely new species. Staring in awe at the multitude of dragons, Kunpeng remained silent for an extended period. Eventually, it sighed deeply and finally spoke. "I have underestimated you. Though your years are but a fraction of mine, you have accomplished feats that astonish me. It seems you are the only one I can rely on to extricate me from this predicament." The implication was clear. Kunpeng was prepared to divulge the details to Lin Bei. In the next moment, Lin Bei summoned the dragon back to the arena. As the surrounding waters were once again filled, "Tell me the reason." The moment his words fell, the voice of Kunpeng resonated immediately after. "The reason I am confined here is indeed due to a grave error. However, the transgression I committed was not one that endangered others or threatened the annihilation of the world. To put it plainly, I merely lost my rationality and made a misguided decision. Yet, this blunder delayed my master's endeavors, ultimately leading to our failure. Consequently, my master was infuriated and bound me here. He told me that I would be released only when his anger subsided. However, after he departed, he never returned. And I have remained captive ever since." As Kunpeng recounted this, a palpable sorrow and disappointment seeped into his tone, even punctuated by faint sobs. Tears, the size of dozens of meters, cascaded from his immense eyes, swiftly merging with the ocean. "It was only a few days ago that I learned of my master's demise. Before his fall, he mentioned that he had forgiven me, yet he never came to release me." Upon hearing this, Lin Bei began to grasp the situation and form a tentative resolve. "What was your mistake?" In the next moment, a hint of human-like embarrassment surfaced on Kunpeng's colossal visage. As he sheepishly replied, "I succumbed to the allure of the Sea Witch Queen's charm, becoming ensnared in an illusion, rendering my actions uncontrollable by reason. Moreover, I am not the only one punished. The Sea Witch Queen has also been captured by my master and faces severe retribution. She is confined in the city above." Upon hearing Kunpeng's words, Lin Bei's expression shifted to one of intrigue. What level of power must the Sea Witch Queen possess to have ensnared Kunpeng in her charm? Chapter 250. Entering the City of Mist at that moment, Kunpeng seemed to discern Lin Bei's thoughts and spoke again. "Do not fret. As long as she remains in that city, she cannot wield her powers. My master long ago placed a curse upon her. As long as there is mist, seawater, or any liquid in the vicinity, her abilities will be suppressed. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei raised an eyebrow, recalling an interesting notion and deducing the reason behind Kunpeng's spouting of seawater into the clouds. However, as if anticipating his thoughts, Kunpeng promptly clarified, the reason I expelled seawater into the clouds, allowing it to rain upon that city, was to comprehensively suppress her. As long as I remain here, I will prevent her from having the opportunity to utilize her powers. Had she not attacked me, I would not have fallen to this state. If I had stayed by my master's side back then, the outcome might have been different. As for Jiuying, he is my companion, sharing the same master. Upon uncovering the truth, Lin Bei arrived at a definitive conclusion. He understood well that although Kunpeng had confessed his mistake, he surely concealed many other matters. Nevertheless, knowing this much was sufficient. System, I have decided to assist Kunpeng. His error is not one of grave consequence. Thus I can choose to extend my help. Moreover, aiding Kunpeng may yield certain rewards. In the next moment, the system's notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the 4th stage task. Corresponding rewards have been allocated to the system space. Ding! The 5th stage task has been activated. Please proceed to the city shrouded in mist. Locate the 2 magical formations binding Kunpeng and dismantle them. Upon completing the 5th stage task, you will still be eligible for corresponding rewards. A second later, Lin Bei quietly opened the system space. 2 gift packs had appeared within, one from the previous Jiuying sequential task, and the other from the recently completed Kunpeng sequential task. He directly opened the second gift pack. Ding! Gift pack opened successfully. Congratulations, host, on receiving special rewards. Substantial enhancement of mental power. Congratulations, host, on receiving special rewards. Mastery of mental defense. Congratulations, host, on receiving special rewards. Mastery of mental attack. As the system's notification echoed in his mind, a surge of peculiar power flooded Lin Bei's consciousness. His entire mental state transformed into an ethereal clarity, akin to soaring at an altitude of 10,000 meters, surveying everything below. Furthermore, the methods of mental attack and defense spontaneously manifested within Lin Bei's mind. He grasped it all in an instant. Seconds later, Lin Bei slowly opened his eyes, exhaling deeply as he marveled. This gift pack is truly remarkable. Indeed, it was. One gift pack had elevated his mental power to the king level, enabling him to launch direct mental assaults. Subsequently, Lin Bei chose not to open the other gift pack. Instead, he stepped toward Kunpeng. Take me to that city. He intended to open the other gift pack during the journey to the city of mist. Boom. As a column of water erupted from Kunpeng's mouth, Lin Bei found himself enveloped within it, prying open the shell. Soon, he was engulfed by the shell, entering a dimly lit space. Although he could still hear the sounds of the ocean outside, they had diminished significantly, indicating that the interior of the shell was relatively safe. Lin Bei did not remain idle. He commanded the system, open the other gift pack. Promptly, the system's notification sounded. Ding! Gift pack opened successfully. Congratulations, host, on receiving special rewards. Jiuying's corporeal guidance map. Congratulations, host, on receiving special rewards. Substantial enhancement of strength. Congratulations, host, on receiving special rewards. Substantial enhancement of speed. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 streams of light entered Lin Bei's body, transforming him. After a considerable time, the transformation concluded, and Lin Bei's strength and speed both reached the king level. He had now become a true king-level powerhouse. Previously, only Lin Bei's dragon had attained the king level. His own strength had not yet fully reached that pinnacle. After all, this method of upgrading was truly unique in the world. Gazing at the map that had appeared in the system space, Lin Bei raised an eyebrow with a hint of surprise in his tone. A guidance map related to Jiuying. It seems that finding Jiuying's incomplete body might indeed be a feasible endeavor. Just as he finished speaking, he recalled something and hurriedly rummaged through the system space, swiftly locating another map. This map was the one obtained from the second gift pack, named the guidance map of the Evil Dragon Valley. He had been so preoccupied that he had entirely forgotten about its existence. Once Lin Bei had attended to his immediate matters, he contemplated venturing into the so-called Dragon Valley. The name alone suggested a perilous realm. Therefore, it was imperative that he adequately prepared before embarking on this journey. Thud. It was only when the sound of an object crashing to the ground echoed that Lin Bei, who had been lying still, forcefully pried open his tightly shut shell. Immediately, he was greeted by a thick shroud of mist, with visibility reduced to a mere 5 meters. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Bei unleashed his formidable mental prowess, cautiously surveying his surroundings. It was evident that this mist-laden city harbored great dangers. Not only were there dragons and merfolk, but lurking within was also the Sea Witch Queen. This city, having endured for countless years, undoubtedly concealed even more perils beyond these. To his dismay, the range of his mental energy extended only 5 meters. This mist was indeed no ordinary fog. Upon reaching the king level of mental prowess, one would typically command a range of several hundred meters. Yet here he was, limited to a mere 5. This underscored the terrifying nature of the mist. Pitter-patter, rain cascaded incessantly from the heavens. Lin Bei quickly transformed into a drenched figure. His attire completely soaked. Even the specially crafted garments gifted by the Sea Emperor Ao Ding could not withstand this deluge. The rain bore a distinctly briny scent. Not only was the mist peculiar, but the rain was equally unsettling. Oddly enough, although it was water expelled by the Kuanping, it felt entirely different. As he pondered, he gazed upwards toward the sky. Faintly, he discerned a blanket of darkness. This darkness was the ominous clouds overhead. Chapter 251, The Shopkeeper and the Umbrella-Selling Old Woman. The mist enveloped the entire expanse, allowing only the faintest outlines of colossal shadows to be seen, akin to a monstrous beast lurking in the sky. Gazing at the immense shadow that loomed over the city, Lin Bei found his breath becoming increasingly labored. These clouds were likely not benign either. Although he had yet to approach the clouds closely, he could sense their ominous presence. Without delay, Lin Bei sprang into action, fervently seeking nearby structures to take refuge. Knowing full well that the rain, the mist, and the city were all abnormal, why would he remain exposed to the rain? With his mental energy fully unleashed, Lin Bei swiftly discovered a modest structure. This building was somewhat antiquated, with a door that appeared quite archaic, entirely wrought from iron. Without a second thought, he pushed the door open and stepped inside. Bang! As the iron door closed behind him, the mist and rain were successfully kept at bay, and everything seemed to return to normal. What a peculiar city this was. Upon uttering this thought, Lin Bei began to survey his surroundings within the building. Inside, dim lights flickered. The furnishings were sparse, consisting of a bed, a table, and a few stools. On the table lay remnants of food, predominantly fish and meat. However, what truly astonished Lin Bei was the pile of nearly 100 umbrellas stacked in one corner, alongside tools for crafting umbrellas. Taking a deep breath after a long, contemplative gaze at the scene, Lin Bei surmised a remarkable fact. It appeared that life thrived within this city. How utterly astonishing. It was absurd to think that amidst such a city, there were indeed beings living. Meanwhile, the trio of Si Lingxian, the masked woman, Yu Xingyao, and Ao Ding, who had arrived earlier, also located a building amidst the dense fog and entered it. Since they had arrived as a group, they had not become separated. As for Lin Bei, he was the sole individual navigating this unfamiliar terrain. The building that Si Lingxian and her companions entered was not merely a civilian dwelling, but a shop selling various weapons. All the weapons within were astonishingly blue. Knives, swords, firearms. Each hue was a vibrant blue. Even shields, bracers, and armor were blue, reminiscent of the deep sea. It was evident that these were crafted from some form of blue metal. As they examined the shop's contents, someone unexpectedly pushed open the inner door, yawning as they stepped out. "Welcome. How may I assist you?" Upon glancing at Si Lingxian and her companions, the shopkeeper froze. Not only was he taken aback, but Si Lingxian and her companions were equally startled. Although the shopkeeper bore a resemblance to a human, the color of his skin, hair, lips, and eyes were all shades of gray. It was strikingly similar to the gray of the surrounding mist. Aside from that, he appeared wholly human. After several moments of silent appraisal, the shopkeeper finally spoke in astonishment. "You are outsiders?" Hearing this, the Sea Emperor Ao Ding nodded slightly, not denying the assertion. "Indeed, we hail from beyond." Having resided in the North Sea for so many years, he had never known that humanity existed within this misty city. This was also Ao Ding's first visit to this city. Although the shopkeeper was visibly astonished, he quickly composed himself. "You would do well to leave. This is not a tourist destination." It was clear that he was not particularly welcoming. In that moment, the Sea Emperor Ao Ding exchanged glances with the masked woman, and they swiftly reached a consensus. They would take action. Leaving? That was out of the question. In such an unfamiliar city, gathering intelligence was of paramount importance. And here was an ideal candidate. In the next instant, the Sea Emperor Ao Ding stepped forward, appearing behind the shopkeeper in an instant and swiftly immobilizing him, rendering him incapable of movement. The masked woman also sprang into action, positioning herself before the shopkeeper and immediately demanding, "Convey to us the information regarding this city." They had no intention of slowly inquiring about the city's secrets. They aimed to extract the information directly from the shopkeeper. Since there was a task at hand, they would employ the most direct means. Despite being restrained, the weapons shopkeeper displayed no signs of panic, continuing to utter similar phrases. "Whatever your intentions may be, you should hasten to leave." This city does not welcome outsiders. Upon encountering the uncooperative weapons shop owner, Ao Ding's expression darkened noticeably, his grip tightening somewhat. Thud. Little did he anticipate that the man he had ensnared would explosively dissolve into a cloud of mist, swiftly dissipating from the confines of the shop. In an instant, everyone stood bewildered, utterly at a loss as to how such a phenomenon could occur. A perfectly normal man had inexplicably transformed into a wisp of vapor? What on earth had transpired? Just as everyone grappled with the bewildering situation, the previously closed door was pushed open from within once more, accompanied by a cheerful voice. "Welcome. How may I assist you?" To everyone's astonishment, the figure that stepped out was none other than the weapons shop owner, who had just transformed into white mist. After speaking, he fixed his gaze upon Ao Ding and his companions, momentarily frozen in place. Several seconds later, he queried with a hint of confusion, "You are outsiders?" At this, the Sea Emperor Ao Ding and his comrades fell into a profound silence, each expression laden with gravity. The situation was exceedingly bizarre. Meanwhile, Lin Bei approached the window, peering out at the fog-laden street. The thoroughfare was shrouded in mist, rendering visibility impossible. Remaining outside was not an option. One could not fathom what lurked within the fog. It seemed that only after the Kunpeng had released its waters each day would the mist begin to dissipate. As he pondered in silence, a sudden call from outside pierced the air. "Special demon skin umbrellas? Anyone in need? Reasonably priced, only 10 fish each." The voice had a feminine lilt, tinged with age and frailty. Clearly, it was an elderly woman hawking her wares. In an instant, Lin Bei's attention was captivated, his mental state tightening with unease. In such an extraordinarily peculiar fog-cloaked city, the sudden emergence of a vendor's cry could hardly be deemed normal. An elderly woman selling umbrellas? He turned his gaze to the corner where a considerable pile of umbrellas lay. Initially, he had merely glanced at them, but upon closer inspection, he realized with astonishment that these were no ordinary umbrellas. This umbrella bore an unsettling quality. Muttering to himself, Lin Bei hastened towards the stack, swiftly retrieving one and opening it for inspection. Both the rain-resistant layer and the frame were crafted from materials far from ordinary. The canopy appeared to be made from some creature's hide. The ribs resembled the bones of some animal. Truly a strange umbrella. However, the very existence of such an umbrella for sale indicated its utility. This was the sole conclusion Lin Bei could draw. Thus, he collected 10 umbrellas, stowing them in his system space. Though he acquired them, Lin Bei was not without scruples. He retrieved some food and placed it beside the umbrella pile. "The price of one umbrella is 10 fish. I've taken 10, leaving behind food of roughly equivalent value. No harm done." Being new to this place, he sought to avoid offending the local inhabitants. At least until he understood the nature of this city, he wished to tread lightly around the locals. The reason he possessed food was that prior to entering through Ao Ding's door, he had deliberately procured supplies in Beiming City, which included a substantial amount of food. Even he had not anticipated that the provisions he had gathered would prove useful at this moment. "Special demon skin umbrellas? Anyone in need? Reasonably priced, only 10 fish each." The vendor's cries continued to resonate in the street below, yet remained stationary. After echoing 3 more times, the calls finally ceased, followed by a sigh. "Alas, another day with nothing to show for it. How am I to survive this, old woman?" As the words faded, the sound of a door creaking open followed. In an instant, Lin Bei sprang into action, commanding the Void Dragon to breach the fabric of reality and step into the void. Once inside, he began surveying his surroundings. The void, typically a realm of boundless freedom, now bore an unsettling quality, for aside from the small area occupied by the building, the rest remained cloaked in mist. Indeed, the fog had infiltrated the void. Attempting to traverse the void to reach other locations had become an impossibility. The fog had breached the void. What manner of mist enveloped this city? The sole comfort for Lin Bei was that rain could not penetrate the void. Otherwise, it would surely be inundated. Creak. The tightly shut door swung open, revealing an elderly woman, her skin and hair an ashen hue, appearing to be around 70 years of age. Entering with a dozen umbrellas slung over her back, Lin Bei scrutinized the woman closely. However, the next moment, he witnessed an astonishing sight. The elderly woman, too, gazed upon him. Moreover, she inquired with evident curiosity, "Young man, what brings you to my humble abode?" At that moment, Lin Bei was taken aback. His eyes widened with intense surprise, and his breath quickened with trepidation. How could she see me? He was unable to comprehend. The situation had surpassed all expectations. Within that fleeting moment, Lin Bei had employed his mental prowess to conduct a thorough scan of the elderly woman. In his perception, she was utterly ordinary, devoid of any discernible strength. Yet, she emanated an inexplicable, peculiar aura. How could such an unassuming woman, lacking any power, perceive Lin Bei concealed within the void. Taking a deep breath, Lin Bei stepped forth from the void, his expression grave as he addressed the elderly woman. I am here. To purchase an umbrella? He gestured toward the food he had placed on the ground. Lin Bei was not foolish enough to question why the elderly woman could see him, as he well understood that such inquiries would yield no fruitful answers. Upon hearing his words, the woman directed her gaze toward the food. In the next instant, she discarded the umbrella she was holding and rushed toward the pile of provisions, devouring them ravenously. Chicken. Oh, how delightful. This is beef jerky. Sugar. My heavens. There's sugar. And this dark liquid called joy water is remarkably refreshing. The manner in which the old woman consumed her food was utterly unbecoming of her age. Indeed, it was scarcely reminiscent of any human behavior at all. She disregarded the chopsticks that lay before her on the table, opting instead to grasp the food with her bare hands. She tore into the meat and vegetables with feral urgency, and rather than unscrewing the cap of her drink, she bit into the bottle itself, gulping greedily. Even the most famished individual would never exhibit such a grotesque demeanor while eating. Nonetheless, Lin Bei stood by, a silent observer of this bizarre spectacle. The longer he watched, the more he became convinced of one unsettling truth. She was likely not human. The old woman's frenzied consumption persisted for what felt like an eternity, until at last, with a loud belch, she ceased her ravenous feast. Contentedly, she reclined on the ground, a blissful expression gracing her features as she exclaimed, "Delicious. These morsels are absolutely delightful, far superior to that wretched fish and rotten shrimp." After a lengthy soliloquy of satisfaction, the old woman finally rose, turning her gaze towards Lin Bei, who stood at a distance. "Outsider," she declared, "what brings you to this place?" Her keen perception, honed by her choice of sustenance and Lin Bei's appearance, allowed her to ascertain his status with remarkable ease. Without a shadow of a doubt, he was an outsider. Lin Bei, however, harbored no intention of denying her assessment, and candidly replied, "I am here in search of certain items." His objective was indeed to procure a few things. Upon hearing Lin Bei's words, the old woman fell silent for a moment, before speaking again. "I shall not advise you to leave. But heed my warning. Do not venture out at night, and avoid making excessive noise." Chapter 253, Gray, bestowing upon them a hue of ash. Lin Bei found himself momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated receiving counsel from the old woman, nor did he expect that the city of mist would exhibit a stark contrast between day and night. However, it became clear to him that this peculiar old woman bore no hostility towards him, nor did she display any aversion to his presence as an outsider. Though she had labeled him as such, it seemed merely a term of address. Taking a deep breath, Lin Bei tentatively inquired, "What perils lurk within the night of this city? Why do you caution me so?" He did not perceive her words as mere intimidation. There was no necessity for her to deceive him. Yet, instead of answering his query, the old woman regarded him with a gluttonous gaze, her tongue licking her greasy lips. Before she finally spoke, "Outsider, do you not require compensation for your inquiries?" In that instant, Lin Bei raised an eyebrow, comprehending her implication. He promptly produced a piece of chocolate and tossed it to her. "Chocolate? It is likely scarce in this city. It should suffice as payment for a question. As the saying goes, money can move mountains, and here, food was the currency that coaxed the locals into conversation." Upon receiving the chocolate, the old woman brought it to her nose, inhaling the rich aroma with fervor. Gulp, gulp. The scent was intoxicating, and she instinctively swallowed, struggling to resist the urge to devour the confection immediately. "Listen well. The reason I advise you against venturing out at night is that the gray mist you see will transform into black. At night, the black mist will envelop this city entirely. If you find yourself within it, you will be unable to see even your own arms. Amongst that black mist lurk many terrifying monsters. The elders say that to dwell within the black fog is to teeter on the brink of hell. One misstep, and you shall plunge into its depths." As she finished her warning, the old woman tore open the chocolate wrapper, disregarding decorum as she began to devour it with fervor, as if she had already digested everything she had consumed prior. Lin Bei fell into a contemplative silence, meticulously analyzing her words. While he could not discern everything immediately, he understood that the nights in this city were particularly perilous. Clearly, during his initial days here, it would be prudent to refrain from wandering about after dark. Murmuring to himself, Lin Bei suddenly recalled something. He pressed on with another question for the old woman. "And why must I avoid making excessive noise?" She had only elaborated on the dangers of the mist at night, neglecting this crucial detail, which was evidently significant. Once she had licked the chocolate wrapper clean, the old woman's gaze returned to Lin Bei, her expression tinged with greed. "To know this, you must pay another fee. This is classified information." In response, Lin Bei retrieved another piece of chocolate, tossing it onto the nearby table. To him, chocolate was hardly a precious commodity. Soon, The old woman's voice resumed. The nighttime mist not only changes color, but it also shifts in response to sound, even if you hide indoors. If you make too much noise, the black mist may seep through the walls and invade your sanctuary. As for what will happen next, I trust you can imagine. Without needing further elaboration from the old woman, Lin Bei could already envision the dire consequences. A home overrun by black mist would be no different from being outside, exposing him to the same dangers. He ceased his inquiries, standing by the window, contemplating how best to accomplish his objectives. In a city as enigmatic as this, caution was paramount. Meanwhile, Lingxian and her companions remained in the armory. After decisively utilizing the provisions they had acquired to purchase several weapons, the armory's proprietor did not allow them to depart, but instead engaged them in a casual conversation, his demeanor lacking the urgency typically associated with a shopkeeper, exuding an air of languor. Yet, Lingxian and her companions were not entirely present in the moment, though they appeared to converse normally. Their minds were preoccupied with other thoughts. After all, they had just witnessed the proprietor dissolve into mist before their eyes. At that moment, he seemed to have lost all recollection, failing to mention the incident at all. Minutes later, equipped with a map, Lingxian and her companions exited the armory and made their way towards a lodging marked on the map, known as the Misty Inn. The name was peculiar, yet oddly reassuring. According to the proprietor of the weapon shop, the Misty Inn is an unequivocally secure haven, as long as one is willing to pay a certain fee to reside within its confines, regardless of whether it is day or night. As long as one refrains from self-destructive behavior, the Misty Inn is indeed a sanctuary. After consuming some provisions, Lin Bei procured additional intelligence from the peculiar, gluttonous old woman. Among this information, some details were of paramount importance. During the day, one may roam freely, as long as one remains within the confines of the main urban area and does not exit through the 4 cardinal gates. All is well. Although freedom of movement is permitted, it is advisable to carry an umbrella and don specially designed protective attire, lest one be adversely affected by the mist and rain. The effects may not be immediately apparent, but over time, they could manifest significantly, resulting in skin and hair turning an ashen gray. The old woman remarked that when they were born, their skin and hair were, in fact, black. With a decisive push, Lin Bei opened the door and stepped onto the bustling street, promptly unfurling an umbrella and unleashing a formidable mental force as he navigated through the thick fog. The direction he chose was entirely arbitrary. Since the city center was deemed safe, lingering there was not an option. He was not here for leisure. Lin Bei had not forgotten the purpose of his visit. Despite the inherent dangers of the city, he was acutely aware that certain tasks must be undertaken, regardless of whether they are addressed sooner or later. Ultimately, any direction could lead to peril, so it mattered little which path he chose, as long as he returned to the city center before nightfall. Chapter 254, the West District, home to malevolent merfolk. After analyzing the intelligence gleaned from the old woman, Lin Bei reached a preliminary conclusion. The most treacherous aspect of this city was the ominous black mist that emerged at night. Following closely behind were the other 4 districts outside the main urban area. As for other potential threats, he remained largely oblivious. After careful deliberation, Lin Bei resolved to venture beyond the main city limits. Even if he encountered danger, he was confident in his ability to return to the city center. After all, the daytime city center was relatively safe. At that moment, within the vast city shrouded in mist, Lin Bei, umbrella in hand, pressed onward in solitude. Unbeknownst to him, after he departed from the old woman's abode and began to traverse the city, the food that she had consumed reappeared in precisely the same spots as before, unchanged in any way. Burp. Having just feasted heartily, the old woman let out a satisfied belch. She then rose to return to her bed for a brief respite. However, as soon as she stood, her eyes fell upon the abundant food piled nearby. In the next instant, she dashed toward it, ravenously devouring the provisions once more. After indulging, the food that Lin Bei had previously taken out re-emerged yet again. Unable to resist the temptation, she continued to feast. This cycle repeated itself countless times until her belly was swollen with food, the provisions even lodged in her throat. Yet, she remained unsated. She persisted in consuming the food until, ultimately, she succumbed to her gluttony, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Soon enough, her corpse transformed into a wisp of gray mist, vanishing from the confines of the building. A moment later, a voice echoed from outside. Special demon hide umbrellas. Is anyone in need? Priced fairly at just 10 fish each. This call was identical to the one Lin Bei had heard earlier. After sounding 3 times, the voice shifted. Alas. Another day of empty returns. How am I to survive? Then, a door creaked open. An old woman stepped inside. Shockingly, the very same one who had imparted so much information to Lin Bei. Upon entering, she immediately spotted the food on the floor and the table. Like a ravenous wolf, She lunged at the bounty, devouring it with wild abandon. Minutes later, she too met her demise from overindulgence, once again dissipating into gray mist, disappearing from the building. Shortly thereafter, the call resounded again. Special demon hide umbrellas. Is anyone in need? Priced fairly at just 10 fish each. Unbeknownst to Lin Bei, he continued his stroll along the street. Before long, he arrived at the entrance of a shop. Without a moment's hesitation, he pushed the door open and stepped inside. What greeted him was a plethora of blue weaponry. This was the same weapon shop where Si Lingxian and others had once gathered. At that moment, the shopkeeper was reclining on a lounge chair, blissfully asleep with his eyes shut. Upon sensing a customer's arrival, he reluctantly opened his eyes, gazing at Lin Bei with a hint of annoyance, and inquired, "What do you need?" After posing the question, the shopkeeper yawned before expressing surprise. "You are also an outsider?" He was taken aback, never expecting to encounter so many outsiders in a single day. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei's pupils constricted slightly. "Oh, who else has come here besides me?" He could ascertain that someone had arrived before him, yet he could not confirm whether it was Si Lingxian and her companions or others. However, the shopkeeper did not respond to this query. Instead, he settled back into his chair and stated, "I'm so tired. You might as well investigate this matter yourself. I can't be bothered to chat too much. If you have no other business, you should leave quickly. This is a weapon shop, not a tea house for idle chatter. If you wish to converse, go to that fellow's tea house." Lin Bei took note of the mention of the tea house, intending to visit it when the opportunity arose. He then turned his gaze to the array of unique weaponry on display. What were these weapons? Why were they so distinctive? Were it any other shopkeeper, they would undoubtedly be eager to elaborate to a curious customer. Yet this particular proprietor exhibited a disinterest in commerce, responding dismissively. "Why not buy one and see for yourself? Why ask so many questions?" The price for a weapon was 10 fish, though other food could be used as substitutes. Seeing this, Lin Bei chose not to engage further with the shopkeeper, instead producing some provisions to purchase several weapons of varying styles. Subsequently, he exited the shop and continued on his chosen path. Amidst the swirling mists, Lin Bei wielded a cerulean weapon, carelessly slicing through the fog. Whoosh! As the blue weapon cleaved through the haze, a small section of mist was dissipated, revealing a vacuum-like space. It took a full 10 seconds for this area to be reoccupied by the fog. In that fleeting moment, Lin Bei comprehended the true purpose of the blue weapon. It appeared to be essential for survival in this mist-laden realm. Indeed, with this thought, an idea blossomed in his mind. If he were to merge a dragon with this specially crafted weapon, would he not possess a dragon capable of effortlessly dispersing the fog? It sounded rather enticing. However, Lin Bei did not act on this notion immediately. It was merely a preliminary thought. After another hour of relentless travel, Lin Bei arrived at a signpost. The sign was obscured by mist, rendering it unreadable. Whoosh! He swung the blue weapon with determination. A flash of azure light dispersed some of the fog, allowing him to discern the inscription upon the sign. West District, home to malevolent merfolk. Entry is strictly prohibited. The words were few and simple, yet the implications were far from trivial. The West District? It must lie beyond the main urban area. Within it, there were merfolk. Chapter 255, The Misty Inn, entering the merfolk zone. Meanwhile, Si Lingxian and Ao Ding, along with their companions, successfully located the establishment known as the Misty Inn, guided by their map. The Misty Inn was a modest 2-story building, with no more than a dozen rooms, insufficient to accommodate many guests at once. Thud, thud. The Sea Emperor Ao Ding stood before the inn, gently rapping on the door. Although they intended to temporarily reside at the Misty Inn, his expression was unusually grave, clearly on guard against potential threats. Ever since arriving in this city, Ao Ding had sensed a profound unease. Despite his formidable power, an instinctual discomfort gnawed at him. The city, shrouded in fog, was undeniably eerie. After knocking, Ao Ding turned to his companions, saying, "Even upon entering this inn, we must remain vigilant. The weapon shop owner and those affiliated with the fog are likely connected. The staff here may be no different." He was no naive youth. He would not place absolute trust in the inhabitants of this city. Upon hearing this, Si Lingxian, the masked woman, and Yu Xingyao all nodded gravely. Each understood the gravity of their situation. They were, after all, among the strongest of the 3 teams that had ventured into the Mist City. With the Sea Emperor Ao Ding and the masked woman in their ranks, they were both formidable enough to easily vanquish a king-level foe. At that moment, the tightly shut door of the inn creaked open from within. A middle-aged man and woman emerged, their appearances strikingly ordinary, even somewhat unattractive. They would easily blend into a crowd unnoticed. Upon seeing Ao Ding and his companions waiting outside, the pair quickly recognized them as outsiders. A flicker of delight danced in their eyes as they eagerly inquired, "Are you looking to stay?" The cost for one night is 10 fish per person. Alternatively, you may pay with equivalent food. After their statement, the middle-aged couple continued to gaze expectantly at the group. 10 fish appeared to be the standard currency in this city. The price for an old woman's umbrella was 10 fish. A weapon at the shop cost 10 fish. And even the price for a night's stay at the inn was likewise 10 fish. Seemingly concerned that Ao Ding and his companions might choose not to stay, the middle-aged man eagerly added, "Staying at our inn is your best option. The sky will soon darken, and lingering outside will put you in a perilous situation. So, don't hesitate, choose the Misty Inn." Their overly enthusiastic demeanor made Ao Ding and Si Lingxian feel a twinge of hesitation. It was uncanny that they recognized the group as outsiders, yet exhibited such eagerness to accommodate them. No matter how one looked at it, something felt amiss. Nevertheless, after a moment's deliberation, Ao Ding made the decision to stay. "Very well, we shall reside here." They had no other alternatives. To forego lodging would mean remaining amidst the pervasive fog engulfing the city, a far more dangerous choice. Upon hearing Ao Ding's words, the middle-aged couple sprang into action. Ushering the group inside, they exchanged some food for the rights to 4 rooms. Si Lingxian and the masked woman took residence on the 2nd floor, while Ao Ding and Yu Xingyao stayed on the ground floor. The Misty Inn featured only single rooms, with a clear division between male and female accommodations. Oddly enough, the middle-aged woman managed the male section, while the middle-aged man oversaw the female section. It was entirely reversed. Meanwhile, standing before the signpost of the West District, Lin Bei decisively stepped forward, unhesitatingly entering the treacherous domain of the malevolent merfolk. Malevolent merfolk, you say? How intriguing. I am keen to witness just how malevolent you truly are. Moments later, Lin Bei fully entered the West District, the surrounding fog thickening, further obscuring his vision. The once solid ground transformed into a soft, damp terrain, akin to traversing an unkempt country path. After only a short while, his shoes became caked with mud. Additionally, an unpleasant odor emanated from the surroundings, starkly contrasting with the main urban area. Lin Bei continued to tread cautiously through the West District, a place fraught with danger, while simultaneously channeling his mental prowess. Holding an umbrella in his left hand to shield himself from the rain, he brandished the blue longsword in his right. There was peril lurking in the West District. He could not afford to be complacent. After a full 10 minutes of walking, he had yet to encounter the so-called malevolent merfolk. However, the stench permeating the fog had intensified, and the ground beneath him had transformed into water that submerged half of his feet. Splash, splash. Strange sounds arose, reminiscent of small stones plummeting into water. Lin Bei's focus sharpened, and he concentrated his mental energy to envelop a 1-meter radius around him. At last, after advancing a few more meters, a potent aura of hostility surged from within the mist just 2 meters behind him. Only a murderous intent lingered in the air, devoid of any other movement. Were it not for the presence of psychic energy, one would be utterly oblivious to its existence. In the next moment, Lin Bei abruptly turned around, wielding his azure blade with force, striking into the impenetrable mist. The sharp clang of metal echoed as the blue blade sliced through the fog, momentarily dispersing it. From within the haze emerged an exquisitely delicate arm, its alabaster complexion reminiscent of that of a child. In an instant, this fragile arm made contact with Lin Bei's blade. A resounding crash, akin to the clash of formidable weapons, reverberated through the air, accompanied by a few sparks. Taken aback by the sound, Lin Bei felt a flicker of surprise. This was no ordinary human. Despite its seemingly tender appearance, this arm could withstand the force of his lethal strike? Such a notion was utterly astonishing. Following this encounter, the murderous intent vanished as swiftly as it had appeared, as if it had never existed at all. In the blink of an eye, 3 seconds later, that very murderous intent resurfaced abruptly behind Lin Bei, now less than half a meter away. It was too late to turn back. Chapter 256, Truly the Ferocious Siren. Just as Lin Bei had begun to twist his head around, preparing to strike at the mist with his blade, the pale, delicate arm had already grasped his right arm firmly. Instinctively, Lin Bei attempted to move his arm, only to be horrified to discover that he was utterly immobilized. The grip of that hand was as unyielding as a beast trap, rendering him powerless to escape. This is bad. In the very next breath, the alabaster arm exerted force, pulling him forward. After just a few steps, half of Lin Bei's body was already submerged in the icy water. The frigid temperature penetrated to his very bones, sending chills throughout his being. In the next instant, the arm heaved again, this time pulling downward, clearly intent on dragging Lin Bei into the icy depths. At that moment, realization struck him. It was a siren. For within the West District lurked the fearsome sirens. The assailant before him, who wasted no time in launching an attack and sought to drag him underwater. was undoubtedly one of those so-called ferocious sirens. There could be no other explanation. However, Lin Bei was puzzled. Why would a fearsome siren launch an assault? He had merely been walking, doing nothing out of the ordinary. Moreover, how could it execute such a precise attack while enveloped in the mist? It was noteworthy that even his unparalleled psychic energy could scarcely probe through the fog. Bang! As the sound resonated, Lin Bei was completely submerged in the icy water. Torrents of seawater surging around him. In an instant, the pale arm had pulled him down to a depth of at least several meters. Whether it was an illusion or not, Lin Bei noticed that the surrounding mist seemed to have thinned somewhat. Yet, there was no time to ponder such matters. As a suffocating sensation began to set in, the specialized attire he wore had lost its efficacy, unable to withstand the surrounding seawater. Lin Bei quickly retrieved a water-repelling pearl and activated its power. Only then did the suffocating feeling begin to recede, allowing him to regain some semblance of survival beneath the waves. Though this water was peculiar, it merely permitted survival. Harnessing his full strength remained a significant limitation. Gazing at the alabaster arm that gripped him, Lin Bei summoned the Time Sovereign's cursed dragon into the void. Pause time. In the next moment, the Time Sovereign's cursed dragon unleashed the full force of its temporal power, entrapping the flowing ice water and the swirling gray mist in a state of stagnation. Buzz. Simultaneously, the Time Sovereign's cursed dragon let out a resounding cry. Its message was clear. This place was exceedingly unique, even with its utmost exertion of temporal power. It could not hold time in suspension for long. Any actions needed to be executed swiftly. At most, there were only 100 seconds. Upon grasping this information, Lin Bei immediately sprang into action. He effortlessly extricated his arm from the pale grip and, with forceful swings of his azure blade, began to disperse the mist surrounding him as he swam forward. However, both his strikes and his swimming were markedly slower than they had been on land, appearing almost as if in slow motion. Realizing this, Lin Bei let out a resigned sigh, his expression growing increasingly complex. It seemed he had no choice but to employ that particular technique. That technique was the transformation ability, though he was reluctant to use it. Given the current circumstances, it was the only option available. The reason he refrained from summoning the Starry Ocean Dragon was that it was currently too feeble. Summoning it to such a mist-laden environment could very well expose it to danger. After all, the Starry Ocean Dragon had only just been synthesized and was still in its juvenile stage, possessing an overall weak power. Had the Starry Ocean Dragon attained the rank of king, Lin Bei would have summoned it without hesitation. Transformation ability. Upon activating this power, Lin Bei underwent a significant transformation. His upper body retained a human form, yet was adorned with glimmers of starlight, and even his eyes changed. One was white, the other black. At first glance, it merely appeared to be a matter of color. However, upon closer inspection, it became evident that one eye contained a black void, while the other housed a white void. Aside from the cosmic elements adorning his upper half, Lin Bei's upper body remained relatively normal. Yet, his lower half had completely transformed into that of a fish, much like the lower half of the legendary mermaids, yet adorned with the same starlight, as if to glide through the cosmos. In truth, such a transformation was entirely natural. Lin Bei's abilities stemmed from the Starry Ocean Dragon, which was intrinsically linked to the universe and the sea. Thus, it was perfectly reasonable for cosmic motifs to manifest upon his transformation into a siren form. Upon adopting the siren form, both Lin Bei's speed in wielding his blade and swimming increased dramatically. As he cleaved through the water and mist, he ascended to the apex of the pale arm, reaching its shoulder. With another vigorous slash, a substantial amount of mist was dispelled, revealing the owner of the alabaster arm. In an instant, Lin Bei's eyes widened in shock. Indeed, it was a siren. However, she seemed far from fearsome. Lin Bei had indeed laid eyes upon a siren. However, there was indeed an extraordinarily beautiful mermaid, with skin so flawless it seemed almost otherworldly. Her upper body was human, while her lower half was that of a fish, strikingly reminiscent of him at that moment. The term ferocious was utterly inadequate to describe her. Meanwhile, the first wave of arrivals in this city, including Lu Ying and Ren Ting, had reached the front of the Misty Inn and successfully knocked on the door. The middle-aged couple inside greeted them warmly, arranging accommodations for the newcomers. However, the number of rooms was insufficient. After all, there were more than a dozen individuals who had arrived together. Ultimately, only a few of the less attractive individuals were left without a room to stay in. Although two people could easily share a room, the middle-aged couple refused to permit it. Lu Ying and Ren Ting, fortunate enough to secure a room, found themselves in a fortunate position. Those without accommodations had hoped to make do in the lobby for the night, but their request was heartlessly denied, and the couple promptly ejected them from the inn. Upon being cast out, the group exchanged incredulous glances, unsure of what to do next. Chapter 257, The Alliance of the Unattractive. Damn it, I'm done with this place. What a wretched establishment. They claim to provide equivalent food, only asking to spend one night in the lobby, yet they adamantly refused. The owners must be a bit unhinged. After all, we are the only outsiders in this misty city. Staying in the lobby wouldn't affect their business. The rejected individuals stood before the misty inn, unable to contain their frustration as they vented their grievances. They truly could not comprehend why the middle-aged couple would forego such an easily attainable advantage and unceremoniously expel them from the inn. After all, those were delicacies that were nowhere to be found in this city. It seemed utterly irrational. A normal innkeeper would never overlook the opportunity for easy profit, would they? After a considerable pause, they finally ceased their complaints and began to fret over their next course of action. Let us not waste any more time here. We must quickly find a place to take refuge. If that guy wasn't lying to us, we need to locate somewhere to hide before nightfall. Otherwise, we will likely perish in the black mist. In that instant, a profound sense of danger enveloped the group. Night would soon fall. Yes, we cannot afford to squander any time. Since we share a common plight, why don't we unite for the time being? Agreed. We shall be the alliance of the unattractive. The group, quite unexpectedly, formed a peculiar alliance. Mere moments later, the members of the alliance of the unattractive departed from the front of the misty inn. Those fortunate enough to have secured accommodations within the inn peered through the windows at the encroaching mist. Although all they could see was still the fog, many secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness I'm somewhat good-looking. Otherwise, I would have been one of them. Indeed, possessing good looks conferred certain advantages. I certainly do not wish to spend the night outside. The mist of the night can be lethal. While some expressed relief, others were filled with a sense of grave apprehension. There was an unsettling aura surrounding this inn, hinting at something amiss. Although two individuals sharing a room would not cause any disruption, the couple remained adamant in their refusal. It was utterly perplexing. At that moment, Ren Ting, Si Lingxian, and Lu Ying found themselves in Lu Ying's room. Si Lingxian promptly informed the others about the weapon shop owner's situation. Upon hearing this, Lu Ying furrowed his brow and lowered his voice, saying, along the way, "Have you encountered anyone besides the weapon shop owner?" Si Lingxian gently shook her head and replied in a hushed tone, "No." Although the owner mentioned the presence of others, we encountered no one during our journey here. Aside from that middle-aged couple in this inn. As her words faded, Ren Ting interjected, "We are in a similar situation. After arriving in this city, we met a child wandering the streets, and after considerable effort, he directed us here. That kid's attitude was infuriating, as if he looked down upon all of us. Furthermore, we encountered no other individuals on our way here. The only thing we saw was a dead fish that had fallen to the ground, swept away by the rain." In the next moment, the three fell into a tacit silence. Even the most oblivious among them could sense that something was amiss. There was definitely a problem. After a prolonged silence, Lu Ying's voice finally broke through. "We must not let our guard down. This inn is undoubtedly suspicious. If danger arises, make sure to call for me immediately." With Lin Bei absent, he felt a strong obligation to protect the two of them. Upon hearing this, Ren Ting suddenly appeared to recall something and exclaimed, "Oh no, the rooms are full. What will Brother Lin Bei do? Even if he arrives here, there will be no place for him to stay." Once these words were spoken, the group fell silent once again. It was indeed true, the rooms were at capacity, and Lin Bei would have no place to reside upon his arrival. They were deeply concerned about how Lin Bei would contend with the impending dangers of the night without a place to stay. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Bei had already left the main urban area, having been pulled into the cold water by a remarkably beautiful, yet utterly unreasonable mermaid. Meanwhile, Ao Ding, who resided next door, stood by the window, gazing out at the mist while contemplating, should I seize the opportunity to eliminate that middle-aged couple? If they are akin to the weapon shop owner, their demise would bear no repercussions, and I could verify a certain matter. Yet if they are not, the situation could escalate severely. For a moment, he found himself at a loss, gazing at the extraordinarily attractive mermaid before him. A peculiar sensation began to stir within Lin Bei, and an increasing number of questions flooded his mind. It was only when the mist began to swirl back, obscuring his view once more, that he managed to suppress the strange feelings within him, questioning aloud, "Why did this mermaid choose to attack me? And why does the sign claim that there are ferocious mermaids here?" At this moment, Lin Bei found himself perplexed by countless matters, each more outrageous than the last. In the misty city, not only was the entire city shrouded in fog, but the events unfolding within were equally veiled in mystery. Taking a deep breath, Lin Bei positioned himself directly before the mermaid, calmly issuing a command to the Time Sovereign's ethereal dragon, "Lift the state of time suspension." Although the duration of the time suspension was brief, he could distinctly feel the power within the ethereal dragon dissipating at a terrifying rate. In this brief moment, much has vanished. Buzz. As a faint dragon's roar resonated, the suspended state of time dissipated, and the Time Emperor's infernal dragon simultaneously returned to its designated realm. Swiftly regaining its composure, it was acutely aware of the perilous nature of this domain and understood it would need to harness its strength again, thus ensuring its energy was fully replenished. Just then, the mermaid stirred once more, lifting her arm and propelling herself through the water with astonishing speed. Splash! Splash! Yet, in less than a tenth of a second, she abruptly turned to glance behind her, her face suddenly adorned with a multitude of perplexing expressions. To her astonishment, she felt no sensation of grasping anything, an experience utterly contrary to the previous moment. Chapter 258. Is there a male mermaid? Why is this happening? Just moments ago, the figure shrouded in mist had been firmly in her grasp. Upon realizing that her target had escaped her clutches, the exceptionally beautiful mermaid was engulfed by a profound sense of shock. She could not fathom how such an occurrence was possible. Everything had seemed perfectly normal just moments ago. Nothing unusual had transpired. Yet now, the situation had transformed into something utterly incomprehensible. Splash! Splash! At that instant, the mermaid's acute senses detected a sudden turbulence in the water behind her. Simultaneously, a sound akin to water being sliced through echoed. Instinctively, she understood the implications and blurted out, "Oh no, I want to evade, but it's too late." In the next heartbeat, a blue long dagger struck from behind, gliding perilously close to her neck. However, it merely grazed her without piercing her skin. Ultimately, the blade of the blue weapon rested against her throat, sizzling with a potent current of electricity. Should any force be applied, the sharp edge would penetrate her skin, unleashing a devastating surge of lightning. In that moment, the mermaid faced a certain demise. Even with her resilient skin, she could not withstand such an assault. At that moment, she wisely chose to remain motionless, fully aware that any erratic movement would be ill-advised. Soon after, Lin Bei's voice resonated. "Why do you wish to attack me?" Among the many questions swirling in his mind, this was the one he held most dearly. The mermaid responded without hesitation. "Huh? Is a reason even necessary? Isn't it perfectly normal for us to strike against the lunatics of your main city?" Upon hearing this, Lin Bei's brow furrowed deeply. Although he had sensed that the main city was somewhat abnormal, the reality surpassed his expectations. The main city referred to the merfolk from the Western District as vicious mermaids, while the Western District labeled the humans of the main city as lunatics. Both monikers were deeply unsettling. Lunatics? Why do you call the people of the main city lunatics? Enlighten me. Upon hearing this inquiry, the mermaid could not help but feel an even greater surprise. A look of astonishment intensified upon her strikingly beautiful visage. Nevertheless, she answered truthfully, "Because you are indeed lunatics. In your actions, words, and even your very existence, there is no distinction from lunacy. Lunatics, you are merely a horde of lunatics surviving in the veil of mist." The more she spoke, the tighter Lin Bei's brow knitted, and his internal confusion deepened. Lunatics? How could one's actions, words, and existence be indistinguishable from madness? Furthermore, lunatics surviving in mist? What absurdity was this? As he pondered these questions, a dull ache began to throb in his head. Yet, Lin Bei refrained from pursuing the matter further, as he had already deduced that until he revealed his identity, this mermaid would only utter such statements without disclosing the underlying reasons. However, his silence did not deter the mermaid from speaking. Those individuals who linger, or those who appear intermittently, are unequivocally lunatics. Hearing these words, Lin Bei chose to remain silent, forcefully retracting the blue dagger and unleashing a series of strikes around him. Waves of blue lightning flickered through the mist-laden waters. Soon, the nearby fog dissipated significantly, and Lin Bei once again beheld the mermaid. Wasting not a single second, he immediately addressed her. "Actually, I am what you refer to as an outsider. You may turn around and gaze upon me." In the next instant, the mermaid pivoted in the water, her eyes locking onto Lin Bei, who was now perilously close. Upon recognizing his form, she was struck by an unprecedented wave of astonishment. Her beautifully alluring eyes widened in disbelief, filled with incredulity, and her cherry-red lips instinctively parted, allowing icy water to surge into her mouth. Her tail, which had been gracefully undulating, abruptly ceased all movement. Gasp! Gasp! The sound of her suddenly labored breathing was unmistakable. Unbeknownst to her, the animosity that had once thrived within her heart had vanished without a trace. Lin Bei remained composed, allowing her to scrutinize him with an air of indifference. He was entirely unfazed by her reaction, as he understood the peculiarity of his current form. No matter the species that passed by, they would inevitably be drawn to steal a few glances. As the gray mist began to swirl and expand once more, the mermaid gradually regained her composure. Subsequently, she raised her hands delicately before her mouth and exclaimed in disbelief, Oh my goodness! A male mermaid. In this world, there truly exists a male mermaid. Unbelievable. This is simply too astonishing. Throughout her long existence, this mermaid had never encountered a merman. Indeed, she had never even heard of one. It was a revelation that mermaids could possess male counterparts, and he appeared exceptionally unique, his body radiating enigmatic luminescence. His eyes bore an intensity that made her hesitant to look directly at him. Having resided for so long in this mist-shrouded city, the mermaid had never beheld the starry sky. Naturally, she was oblivious to the existence of celestial bodies. Splash, splash. Lin Bei once more swung the blue dagger, dispersing the encroaching mist anew. As he retracted the blade, he inquired once again, "Now, can you enlighten me as to why you refer to the inhabitants of the main city as lunatics?" The mermaid quickly regained her composure, blinking her large eyes at Lin Bei, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. "But the knowledge I possess is indeed quite limited. I am only aware of a fragment of information, most of which I have gleaned from the tales of my elders. However, if you wish to learn more, I am willing to share everything I know." As she uttered these words, she scarcely dared to meet Lin Bei's gaze, her cheeks flushing increasingly red, clearly overwhelmed by shyness. Observing the unusual demeanor of the mermaid, Lin Bei felt a complex swirl of emotions within him. He had never anticipated that the ability he had extracted from the dragon of the starry sea would one day serve such a significant purpose. Remarkably, it had transformed a mermaid, initially rife with hostility, into a bashful creature. Chapter 259, The Astonishing Surface Truth. Although somewhat unaccustomed to this peculiar transformation, Lin Bei understood that maintaining this state was imperative. After all, uncovering the truth of the matter was of utmost importance. Upon hearing the mermaid's words, he refrained from displaying excessive joy, merely nodding slightly in acknowledgement. "Thank you." Despite the fact that this mermaid might possess limited knowledge, any scrap of information could prove invaluable, enabling him to escape his current passive predicament. At that moment, the surrounding mist began to surge back, once more enveloping the handsome merman and the beautiful mermaid. As Lin Bei's visage gradually faded from view, the mermaid felt a pang of disappointment and swiftly reached out, grasping his hand firmly. With a hint of shyness in her tone, she inquired, "Before I share those details, could you tell me your name?" A name is but a simple thing, devoid of any need for concealment. So Lin Bei readily replied, "My name is Lin Bei." Lin means forest of double trees, and Bei refers to the northwest of Dong'an. In the next moment, the mermaid's voice continued, "Lin Bei, what a delightful name. I am called Ivy." Lin Bei etched this name into his memory, for Ivy was the first mermaid he had encountered. Soon, Ivy's voice resumed, "Let us dive deeper to the home of our kind. Nightfall approaches, and we must not linger in shallow waters. I will share the knowledge you seek along the way." With that, she took his hand and guided him further into the depths. Lin Bei, transformed into the form of a starry mermaid, offered no resistance, willingly allowing Ivy to lead him downward. As they descended deeper, the surrounding mist gradually dissipated, and Ivy began to impart some unknown truths to Lin Bei. "Though I am unaware of how you arrived in this city, leaving the main urban area was undoubtedly the right decision. During your journey here, you must have seen the sign in the Western District warning of the ferocious mermaids that refers to our kind. In truth, the sign is not entirely erroneous. To the madmen in the main district, we are indeed fearsome mermaids. Anyone who dares to venture out from the main city, regardless of age or ability, we will confront. If possible, we will eliminate them outright. If not, we will drag them to the depths, allowing them to drown." While Ivy had not divulged excessive information, Lin Bei, absorbing her words, increasingly recognized the severity of the situation. Leaving the main district was indeed the wisest choice. The old woman had claimed the main district was the safest place. This was in stark contradiction. With a deep breath, Lin Bei continued to listen intently. Ivy's voice resumed, "The reason we refer to them as madmen is that their essence is shrouded in the mist that envelopes this city. These madmen are born from the mist, thrive within it, and ultimately will be reborn from it. Whether they are the long-existing madmen or the transient ones that appear but briefly, none are truly living beings. Although they possess thoughts, habits, and personalities, they are, in essence, manifestations of the mist. Moreover, each madman that materializes from the mist carries significant character flaws. The long-standing madman embodies 7 particularly severe vices: greed, pride, envy, wrath, sloth, gluttony, and lust. These flaws are brazenly displayed, driving their actions. Especially when they leave the main district to enter the other 4 districts, these flaws undergo terrifying transformations, posing immense threats to us. Thus, we label them as madmen. And it is for this reason that we act against all who emerge from the main district." As she reached this point, Ivy paused, her silence indicating that she had revealed all she knew. Even if these were merely observations gleaned over time, they could provide Lin Bei with invaluable assistance. The deeper truths were not withheld from him out of malice. Rather, as a young mermaid, Ivy simply lacked knowledge of such complexities. A moment later, as if recalling something urgent, Ivy quickly spoke again. I know only this much. If you wish to learn more, you must consult the elders. She genuinely desired to aid Lin Bei. The reason was simple. He was the only male mermaid. In a world where only one man remained, he would become a treasure. After hearing Ivy's revelations, Lin Bei's expression turned grave, graver than ever before. The situation had entirely exceeded his expectations. He had never imagined such secrets lay within the main district. Those who resided there were not only birthed from the mist, but also possessed various flaws. Suddenly, Lin Bei recalled the old woman and the shopkeeper he had encountered, realizing they mirrored Ivy's descriptions. One, when consuming food, seemed almost possessed, neglecting even the packaging. The other displayed an attitude of indifference when Lin Bei inquired about items, constantly yawning as though uninterested in receiving sustenance. Upon reflection, it became evident. One represented gluttony, while the other epitomized sloth. Swallowing hard, Lin Bei spoke in a serious tone. Among those long-existing madmen, is there one representing gluttony, a certain old woman, and another representing sloth, the shopkeeper? As his words hung in the air, Ivy's voice responded eagerly. Indeed, indeed. I have heard my elders speak of such matters in the past. In addition, there exists a pair of middle-aged individuals symbolizing lust, a child embodying pride, and a corpulent figure representing greed. Chapter 260, An Audacious Idea. Upon confirming this information from Ivy, Lin Bei was abruptly plunged into contemplation. Although he had sensed something amiss when he first encountered the old woman, he had not delved deeply into his suspicions nor doubted her words excessively. Certain aspects aligned with her claims, such as the distinctions between the main urban area and the other districts. However, after hearing Ivy articulate the knowledge she possessed, Lin Bei realized the gravity of the situation. The individuals he had previously encountered were all mere facets of the fog. This meant that the conversations he had engaged in were also dialogues with the mist. After a minute of profound silence, Lin Bei's state of mind gradually returned to normalcy. I must find an opportunity to return and investigate. If that old woman is part of the fog, then the provisions I offered her should still exist. Though he sensed Ivy's sincerity, he still yearned to confirm this with his own eyes. After all, the matter was of utmost significance. A few seconds later, Lin Bei spoke. The old woman also informed me that this city becomes most perilous at night, advising that it is best to find a place to conceal oneself from the darkness. It will soon grow dark. Shouldn't I seek a refuge? Initially, he had intended to return to the main urban area before nightfall, but the current circumstances seemed to have altered. The next moment, Ivy smiled and explained, she did not deceive you regarding this. At night, it is imperative to avoid the black mist. As for whether to return to the main urban area, that is contingent upon your personal preference. The main urban area offers refuge from the mist. We too, in the Western District, possess means of evasion. At her words, Lin Bei nodded gently, no longer in haste to depart. After all, there remained a brief interval before the sky would succumb to complete darkness. He could still make it back in time. Moreover, an astonishing thought was gradually coalescing in his mind. System, can I synthesize the surrounding mist with the dragon? Previously, Lin Bei had not entertained such an idea. Mist was merely mist, lacking a fixed form and holding no apparent utility, thus rendering synthesis unnecessary. It was only upon recognizing the peculiar nature of the fog that this bold notion emerged. This mist is not ordinary. Perhaps it can indeed be utilized for synthesis. Soon, the system's notification chimed. The mist here is too unique, meeting the criteria for synthesis materials, thus it can be used for synthesis. Friendly reminder to the host. Not all fog-like substances can be employed for synthesis. The kind of fog typically encountered in ordinary cities does not meet the standards to serve as synthesis materials. In an instant, a surge of exhilaration coursed through Lin Bei's heart. To think, it is genuinely possible. Despite the overwhelming excitement within him, he forced himself to restrain this impulse. For the moment, synthesis was not feasible. Surrounded by fog, it would be wise to refrain from invoking the power of the void reincarnation dragon. At this juncture, Lin Bei also comprehended why the old woman could perceive him within the void. The mist could invade the void, and as she was a part of the mist, it was entirely natural for her to see him there. As Lin Bei followed Ivy deeper into the depths of the water, the middle-aged couple at the foggy inn summoned all the guests to the hall, preparing corresponding meals for them. Those who successfully utilized food to check in could enjoy a safe and comfortable night, as well as partake in the provisions prepared by the inn. Each guest received the same meal, a roasted fish and a bowl of fish soup, nothing more. Yet, it was imbued with an extraordinary aroma. It was no ordinary fragrance. Even those suffering from anorexia could not resist the allure of this food. Before the meal commenced, the middle-aged man stood before the dining table, addressing all the patrons of his establishment. You all should be aware of what transpires at night. Therefore, once you finish your meal and return to your rooms, refrain from wandering about or making excessive noise. Any issues should be postponed until tomorrow. Otherwise, stirring the black mist may lead to dire complications. After he concluded, the middle-aged woman added, "This is for everyone's benefit. Please, do not underestimate this city." The crowd took his words seriously, all agreeing in unison. However, agreeing and adhering to the advice were two separate matters. Shortly thereafter, they finished their meals and retreated to their respective rooms. Once it was confirmed that all had returned, the middle-aged couple commenced their actions, cautiously approaching each room to affix iron locks. After completing their task, the two found a spot to sit. Gazing at each other with broad smiles, the middle-aged man spoke first, "A bountiful harvest. Wishing you a pleasant night." No sooner had he spoken than the middle-aged woman chimed in, "Likewise, you too must enjoy this night." Meanwhile, the members of the Ugly Alliance continued their trek through the fog-laden streets. As they advanced, they clasped hands, fearful that their dwindling number of companions might disperse. As they walked, a voice emerged, "Special demon skin umbrellas. Does anyone require one? Reasonably priced, only 10 fish each." Instantly, several individuals halted, turning toward the source of the voice, their faces lighting up with joy. Wonderful, they had finally encountered someone. It sounded like a kind old man, just from the voice. It was evident that this was a benevolent and amiable grandmother. "Let us approach her and see if we might stay the night." Upon uttering these words, they quickened their pace, hurriedly making their way to the location of the grandmother, calling out, "Wait, grandmother, we have something to discuss with you." Ultimately, under the condition that each person contributed a portion of food, the members of the Ugly Alliance successfully entered the grandmother's home and secured permission to stay for the night. However, upon entering the grandmother's room, they were immediately struck by the sight of a substantial amount of food piled nearby. Each variety of food was foreign to this city. "My goodness, someone has indeed come before us." Simultaneously, Lin Bei, who had been descending with Ivy for an extended period, had plunged at least 3,000 meters deep. Here, the mist grew increasingly sparse. He could even see Ivy clearly a meter away through the fog. It turns out that this mist is not omnipresent. Just at that moment, Ivy's sweet voice resonated. "Dive down a few hundred meters more, and we shall exit the misty zone." Chapter 261. The Mist, the Blade. The Golden Dragon. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei involuntarily slowed his descent, his voice laced with intrigue as he inquired, "Is there a way to evade the mist down below? Are there structures that can provide refuge?" Within the central district, the gray mist does not infiltrate the buildings, leading him to subconsciously assume that beneath this unknown island lake, numerous edifices must exist. In the next instant, Ivy's voice chimed in again. "Indeed, there are structures below, but they are not quite as you envision. I cannot clarify it now. You will understand once you descend and see for yourself." Despite her desire to explain to Lin Bei, the intricacies were a tad cumbersome to articulate, and she ultimately opted to withhold further details. Lin Bei, respecting her choice, ceased his inquiries and continued his descent in silence. A few hundred meters was hardly a considerable distance for the two merfolk. In no time, they had plunged deeper into the waters. At this depth, the surrounding mist had grown exceedingly sparse, nearly non-existent. There was no need to seek shelter within the buildings. Lin Bei could discern everything around him clearly, the hand Ivy held, the fish gliding nearby, all were visible. It appeared the mist could not shroud every location. Just then, Ivy's voice rang out softly. "We have successfully emerged from the misty zone. Even with the nightfall, there is no need to fear any danger." Her tone had lightened considerably as she spoke. Subsequently, Ivy gestured for Lin Bei to look downward, her voice brimming with excitement. "Below lies the gathering place of our kind. Would you like to take a look?" Upon hearing this, her face lit up with enthusiasm, her captivating eyes fluttering in anticipation. At that moment, Lin Bei cast his gaze downwards. Although it grew dimmer the deeper he looked, he could still make out certain shapes, massive shadows of buildings and swift, darting figures. The land of merfolk? How fascinating. After musing to himself, he turned back to Ivy and, with a gentle smile, replied, "I will certainly go down to explore. But not just yet. Before I descend, I have certain matters to attend to. You may proceed below and await my arrival." Upon hearing Lin Bei's words, Ivy did not ponder further, eagerly nodding her head and exclaiming, "All right, I shall wait for you." With that, she dove deeper into the abyss, her excitement bubbling over as she exclaimed, "I must tell everyone the news. A male merfolk. There is indeed a male merfolk." Once Ivy had submerged to a sufficient depth, Lin Bei shifted his gaze back upward toward the mist. It was time to merge the golden dragon with the mist. His decision to delay joining Ivy stemmed from his desire to first enable his dragon to undergo synthesis. Without a doubt, merging the dragon with the mist would grant him the power to survive within it. In a city enveloped by mist, this was of paramount importance. Possessing a dragon linked to the mist would provide the means to endure within its grasp. Moments later, maintaining his starry merfolk form, Lin Bei began to swim upward, plunging headfirst into the thick mist. As the mist thickened to the point of obscuring all visibility, he gradually halted his movement. Following this, he summoned the starry ocean dragon and the hydra, commanding the two dragons to expel the abundant water surrounding them. An area devoid of water, yet filled with mist materialized. Lin Bei hurriedly summoned the golden dragon, positioning it within this unique zone. Among the dragons he possessed, only the golden dragon had yet to undergo synthesis. Thus, it was his sole option. To his surprise, Lin Bei mused, "I never anticipated that my dragons would be insufficient." With a casual sigh, he retrieved a weapon purchased from the armory, placing it upon the golden dragon's back. System, activate the synthesis function. The synthesis materials are as follows. First, the young golden dragon. Second, that blue blade. Third, the surrounding gray mist. In the next instant, the system's prompt echoed. Please, host. Use your mental power to lock onto a specific mist and imprint it with your signature. Only when this mist belongs to you can the system use it for synthesis. Upon elevating his mental power to the king level, Lin Bei had learned various methods of utilizing it. Imprinting something was a rather simple task. Almost simultaneously with the system's prompt, Lin Bei enveloped a wisp of gray mist with his mental energy. However, as he attempted to imprint the mist, he found it was not a straightforward success. There seems to be a mental force resisting. Lin Bei was taken aback. Within the gray mist, there existed another entity's mental force. Had he not sought to imprint the mist, he would have remained oblivious to this revelation. It was evident that this mental force was formidable. The secrets of this mist were indeed numerous. Although he faced an inexplicable resistance from the mental force, it appeared to be somewhat weak. After a brief stalemate, Lin Bei's mental power ultimately prevailed, dispelling the opposing force from the mist entirely. Naturally, he succeeded in imprinting a portion of the mist with his own mental signature. In that very moment, the three synthesis materials submerged within the mist were enveloped in a golden light, gradually merging together. Ding! Synthesis in progress. Host, please be patient. As the synthesis commenced, Lin Bei's previously tense heart began to ease somewhat. At the very least, this would grant him the ability to contend with the mist. Meanwhile, Ivy had returned to the domain of her kin. The instant she arrived, several equally beautiful merfolk gathered around, their tones urgent as they inquired, "Ivy, how is the situation? Have you dealt with that madman? Why would a lunatic appear at this hour, especially as night approaches? This group of lunatics is truly bothersome, not content to remain within their central district, but instead venturing into our western district every few days. If they wish to avoid the central district, why not head to the eastern district?" Listening to the chorus of voices, Ivy's smile grew increasingly radiant. Oh dear, everyone please quiet down. The ones who have arrived today are certainly not the lunatics from the main city. Chapter 262. Synthesis Successful, Mastering the Mist Dragon. In an instant, all the merfolk surrounding Ivy were struck by a wave of bewilderment. Their eyes widened in astonishment, filled with utter confusion. "Ivy, what on earth are you talking about? You say they come from the main city, yet they aren't the crazies from there. How is that even possible? Surely, it can't be those fellows from the East District who have crossed through the main city to find us. Besides the main city and the East District, I can't fathom any other possibility. In any case, it can't be those two from the South and North Districts." As the merfolk continued to voice increasingly absurd theories, Ivy quickly gestured for silence. Seeing this, the merfolk complied, turning their gaze back to Ivy, eagerly awaiting her explanation. Without any intention of keeping them in suspense, Ivy cheerfully began. "You are all being utterly ridiculous. How could this possibly involve other districts? They could never have crossed through the main city to seek us out. We are not that familiar with one another." Pausing momentarily, she continued, "In truth, I just encountered a merman who emerged from the main city. He possesses a human upper body and a fish tail, and he is an exceptionally handsome merman." The next moment, all the other merfolk, aside from Ivy, fell into a profound silence. They regarded Ivy with expressions of incredulity, akin to gazing at a fool. After several seconds of silence, they began to shake their heads in unison, exclaiming, "You're the one being ridiculous. How could there possibly be a male merman? This is absurd. I've never heard of such a thing. Oh dear, this child has lost her mind. She only stepped outside for a moment, and now she returns speaking nonsense. Has the mist above become terrifying once more? What shall we do? We don't have any doctors here." Upon hearing these comments, Ivy felt a sense of exasperation wash over her. Why is it that sometimes the truth is met with such disbelief among merfolk? This truly puts them in a difficult position. Oh dear, why don't you believe me? I truly encountered a male merman, and he will be here shortly. Naturally, the other merfolk remained skeptical of such an unbelievable claim, attributing Ivy's words to the influence of the mist, believing her mind had been affected. They ceased to respond to Ivy's assertions, pondering instead how they might restore her to her former self. Given the limited number of merfolk, they were deeply concerned for one another. Ultimately, a few merfolk forcibly took Ivy away to a secluded cave, determined to find a way to bring her back to normal. What are you doing? I'm speaking the truth. Really, there is a male merman. Ivy insisted, but her words stirred no ripples, falling on deaf ears among her companions. Meanwhile, within the misty inn of the main city, all those who occupied rooms were currently battling an overwhelming wave of drowsiness. From the Sea Emperor Aoding down to Rin Ting, they instinctively yearned to lie down and succumb to sleep, their eyelids growing heavy, as if magnetically drawn together. It was still some time until nightfall. This was certainly not the hour for slumber. Struggling to keep his eyes open, Aoding suddenly sensed that something was amiss. There's a problem. That middle-aged couple has definitely done something. Though he suspected this, he was uncertain where the issue lay. Just earlier, while dining, Aoding had inspected the food, confirming its safety before allowing everyone to partake. Yet now, an unforeseen situation had arisen. Aoding hurried to the closed door, intending to step outside and confront the middle-aged couple for clarity. A murderous intent began to brew within him. He felt an urge to eliminate them. Taking a deep breath to regain some lucidity, Aoding grasped the doorknob and forcefully pulled it. However, the door remained steadfast, refusing to budge. Locked. Upon confirming this, Aoding resolved to break down the door. Yet, in the very next moment, as he tightened his fist, he was astonished to discover he had no strength left. Even summoning his innate abilities became an impossible task. Thud. Ultimately, the Sea Emperor Aoding collapsed onto the floor, utterly unable to rise. The only thing he could do was resist the encroaching drowsiness that assailed his mind. Not just him, but also Lu Ying, Si Lingxian, and Yu Xingyao shared the same fate. They all realized they had lost all their strength. How could this be? The food had clearly been free of poison. What were those rascals plotting? At that moment, the middle-aged couple remained outside, listening to the faint movements from within the room, their eyes glinting with disdain. The middle-aged man spoke first. They will never guess that the real issue lies within the room. As his words fell, the middle-aged woman added, "These outsiders are so easily deceived. Just a few more hours, and once they are completely unconscious, we can begin to enjoy ourselves." At that very moment, the mist surrounding Lin Bei transformed into a vast expanse of gold. Within this golden hue, a faint blue shimmer also existed. No, it was not illumination. Rather, it had turned to gold. Indeed, this large mass of mist had remarkably transformed into a golden spectacle. It was as if a cloud of golden powder surrounded him, forming a mist of gold. After a prolonged wait, Lin Bei finally heard the system notification he had been longing for. Ding. Congratulations, host. Synthesis successful. At last, the synthesis of the golden dragon was complete. With a resonant dragon's roar echoing, the surrounding mist surged forth, all converging into the newly formed body of the golden dragon. In an instant, the area within 100 meters was devoid of any mist. Everything became crystal clear. Lin Bei immediately turned his gaze to the golden dragon. The changes in the synthesized golden dragon were not particularly pronounced. Its overall coloration remained predominantly golden, though it now bore a faint ring of blue patterns. The appearance was strikingly harmonious, without a hint of discord. Enveloping its body was a swirl of mist, comprised of 3 colors, gray, gold, and blue, intertwining together, cloaking the limbs and body of the golden dragon. Beyond that, the most striking transformation lies in its pair of eyes. After synthesis, the golden dragon's eyes have turned a mesmerizing blue, resembling shimmering blue crystals. Chapter 263. The Mist, Fear Not. Moreover, the azure orbs of the newly synthesized golden dragon hatchling differ significantly from those of ordinary creatures. They appear to be in a state of perpetual motion, reminiscent of mist dancing in the wind. After observing the transformed golden dragon for a considerable time, Lin Bei, maintaining his starry mermaid form, chuckled softly and inquired, "Can you manage these mists?" At the moment his words fell, the synthesized golden dragon hatchling vigorously nodded its grand head, tilting it back to unleash a resounding roar. The meaning conveyed through this roar was quite straightforward. It could indeed contend with the surrounding mists. However, due to its inherent limitations and strength, it could only address a small area of the mists nearby, unable to tackle them all. Nevertheless, as its overall power increases, the quantity of mists it can handle will expand correspondingly. Excellent. Despite this, Lin Bei felt a sense of satisfaction. After all, This ensures that he would not remain in a state of perpetual passivity. In the next moment, he lifted a hand and gently touched the body of the golden dragon. Subsequently, information regarding the synthesized golden dragon hatchling emerged. Name: unnamed. Race: dragon, golden dragon, new breed, undesignated. Status: juvenile, the weakest form of gold. Loyalty: unwavering loyalty to its master, more genuine than gold itself. Abilities: power of gold, power of mist, armament clause. Description: a dragon born from gold, inherently possessing the ability to manipulate gold, capable of attacking with it and transforming certain objects into gold. After merging with 2 additional materials, it has acquired the ability to control mist, freely traversing through it, absorbing it at will, and even converting mist into gold. Additionally, it can arm its fangs and claws, along with various other means of attack, endowing it with enhanced offensive power. Upon viewing the information about the golden dragon hatchling, Lin Bei felt an even greater sense of satisfaction. This was indeed beyond imagination. Undoubtedly, the synthesized golden dragon is immensely powerful. It not only possesses formidable combat capabilities, but also boasts an extraordinary ability to create gold. If he can effectively harness this unique capability of the golden dragon, could he not expedite the fulfillment of hidden conditions to acquire another dragon akin to the golden dragon? In a sense, this speed surpasses even that of earning money through selling life essence. However, that is not a concern for the present. After retracting his hand from the golden dragon hatchling, Lin Bei addressed the system directly. System: designate a new breed. Soon, the system's prompt resonated. Ding. In less than a minute, he completed all the necessary tasks. He designated a new breed for the golden dragon, enhanced certain abilities, acquired new powers, and secured a dedicated space. Ultimately, he named the new breed Golden Mistblade Dragon, with the everyday appellation being gold, perfectly encapsulating the characteristics of the synthesized golden dragon. The upgraded ability of the Golden Mistblade Dragon is precisely the control of mist, making it ideally suited for survival in this fog-enshrouded city. As for the extracted ability, it too pertains to the control of mist. Lin Bei found this rather unexpected. Fortune favors him. Now, even if he cannot utilize gold for the time being, he can still thrive amidst the mist. Having completed these tasks, he returned the Golden Mistblade Dragon to its exclusive spatial realm. Furthermore, he commanded the system, nurture gold with utmost vigor. Strive to elevate it to a king-level dragon in the shortest time possible. Lin Bei understood better than anyone that among the many dragons he possessed, only the Golden Mistblade Dragon could exert the greatest influence in this city. Rest assured, host, I am a professional in dragon rearing. Meanwhile, in the main urban area, within the home of the old woman, members of the grotesquely ugly alliance, having paid a considerable price, stood frozen, their eyes wide as they beheld the old woman voraciously devouring food before them. Her appearance was terrifying, akin to that of a famished wolf. The old woman, seemingly embodying gluttony, relentlessly tore open one food package after another, stuffing her mouth regardless of whether it could fit. Surrounding her were mountains of food packaging, only wrappers. Not a single morsel of food residue remained. Everything was consumed with meticulous thoroughness. She completely disregarded the grotesquely ugly alliance members. Crunch, crunch. The only sound resonating within the room was that of her consuming food. At this moment, witnessing such a spectacle, the members of the grotesquely ugly alliance realized something was amiss. What the hell? Has this old woman gone mad? Even a pig wouldn't eat like this. Terrifying. More so than those competitive eaters. Something is seriously wrong. The middle-aged couple at that inn is strange. This old woman is bizarre. And even that arrogant child we encountered earlier is peculiar. To be frank, I somewhat regret coming to this city. Forget aiding Cohen. Even our survival is in jeopardy. Minutes later, the old woman abruptly perished before their eyes. They had no time to react as she transformed into a wisp of mist, vanishing from the house. The food, stripped of its packaging and consumed, instantly reverted to its original state. Hiss. In that instant, the members of the grotesquely ugly alliance could not suppress a collective gasp, their eyes widening to the maximum. Yet, before they could respond, a familiar voice echoed from outside. Special demon skin umbrellas? Anyone in need? Reasonably priced. Only 10 fish for one. In that moment, the members of the grotesquely ugly alliance were engulfed by overwhelming fear, goosebumps rising on their skin, hair standing on end. After retrieving the Golden Mistblade Dragon, Lin Bei did not immediately descend to the mermaid district below. Instead, he swiftly swam to a nearby area thick with mist. His vision and mental prowess were once again suppressed. However, Lin Bei smiled, just in time for a test. With that, he raised both arms, casually pointing in opposite directions, and activated the power of mist control he had just extracted from the Golden Mistblade Dragon. 1 second later, The mist surrounding Lin Bei began to swirl, all flowing into his arms at an astonishing speed. 3 seconds later, within a 10-meter radius, not a trace of mist remained. Chapter 264. The fire in the pit has yet to be kindled. As Lin Bei absorbed the swirling mist into his being, he keenly sensed a faint presence of spiritual energy within the absorbed fog. However, he did not dwell on this realization for long. Instead, he summoned his own spiritual force to shatter the unknown energy. Given its insignificance, there was no necessity to retain it. With a sigh of relief, a broad smile spread across Lin Bei's face. From this moment forth, this mist shall no longer pose a threat to me. Rather, it will become my weapon. With that declaration, he raised a hand before him, channeling the mist residing within. In a swift motion, the fog coalesced into a long blade. Although this misty weapon appeared to possess little lethality, Lin Bei, as its master, understood its true potential better than anyone. Indeed, while the misty blade could not inflict physical harm, any enemy struck by it would be consumed by the fog itself. Both body and spirit would be devoured, leaving them helplessly submerged in the mist. This would undoubtedly serve as a new trump card for him. After thoroughly absorbing the mist, Lin Bei reluctantly departed from the fog-enshrouded area. Next, he intended to explore the location mentioned by Ivy. The dwelling of merfolk, perhaps? It sounded intriguing. With a swift descent, maintaining his starry merfolk form, Lin Bei reached Ivy's described destination in mere minutes. In the main city, within the home of the elderly woman, the members of the Alliance of the Unattractive were on the brink of despair. During this time, they had witnessed the old woman repeatedly perish from overeating, dissipating into mist, only to return outside calling for customers, before entering again to meet her demise. The situation could only be described as bizarre, as they found themselves trapped in a horrifying loop of time. It was not until the elderly woman faced death once more, her voice ringing out to sell umbrellas, that the Alliance mustered the courage to alter this dreadful cycle. Everyone, act quickly. Gather all the food. Once it's gone, this wretched old woman will cease her antics. We can no longer endure such strangeness. As these words were spoken, they hastened into action, racing towards the mountain of food to stow it away in their spatial rings. When the door swung open again and the old woman entered, all the food had vanished. Naturally, the chaotic scene did not repeat itself. Observing the unfamiliar, somewhat menacing figures in her home, the old woman instinctively stepped back, a flicker of fear crossing her features as she stammered, "Who are you? What are you doing in my house?" Upon hearing this, the members of the Alliance exchanged glances, their initial trepidation dissipating in an instant. With a sigh of relief, one finally spoke up, "Would you allow us to stay the night?" At this, the old woman's murky eyes brightened with a hint of greed as she replied, "That can be arranged. However, there will be a price. The cost for one night's lodging is 10 fish." The situation was clearly taking a turn for the worse. Wen Shuai, a member of the Alliance, quickly devised a plan. He retrieved a considerable amount of food from his spatial ring, only to promptly return it. "I can offer you food, but it must be provided tomorrow morning." Upon seeing the abundant provisions, the old woman's eyes widened, and she swallowed hard. If not for the sheer number and apparent strength of the intruders, she would have lunged at them to snatch the food. After swallowing again, the old woman insisted, "No, you must give me a portion first." Wen Shuai nodded and set a small amount of food on a nearby table. It was hardly sufficient, barely enough to feed a cat. The old woman did not respond. Instead, she lunged for the food, devouring it voraciously. Once finished, she gazed greedily at Wen Shuai and the others. "Remember, you must bring me the remaining food tomorrow." Thus, the members of the Alliance of the Unattractive secured a temporary refuge, unaware that they had stepped into a perilous trap. Not just them, but the occupants of the Misty Inn, including Siling Xian, also found themselves in a similar predicament. However, as night had yet to fall, the fires of their impending doom remained unkindled. After a period of rapid descent, Lin Bei finally arrived at the merfolk's dwelling, beholding the structures submerged beneath the water. The architecture at the bottom resembled that above, albeit lacking windows or doors. Various fish swam amid the buildings, creating an illusion of a city submerged beneath the waves. In addition to the structures, numerous water-filled caverns adorned the area. Was this truly the abode of the merfolk? It bore a certain resemblance to human settlements. Upon entering the merfolk's territory, Lin Bei began to wander aimlessly, seeking Ivy, who had promised to meet him. At that moment, a group of 5 or 6 strikingly beautiful mermaids frolicked nearby. As Lin Bei approached, they instantly noticed him. In an instant, their playful antics ceased, and all eyes turned to him. The smiles that once adorned their faces transformed into expressions of profound astonishment. A male, a merman, my heavens, they truly exist. Their disbelief was palpable, as they marveled at the reality of a merman's existence, contrary to what they had been led to believe by their beloved mother. In the next moment, These exquisite mermaids swam eagerly towards Lin Bei, all eager to interact with this rare merman. Chapter 265, The Mirror Lake and the Mirror Dragon. This reaction was entirely natural, akin to a man suddenly arriving on an island inhabited solely by women who had never encountered a man before. The allure of such an outsider would undoubtedly captivate their interest. At this moment, Lin Bei found himself in precisely such a situation, before transforming into the celestial merman form. He had not anticipated the situation would unfold in such a manner, observing the mermaids swiftly approaching him with their tails gracefully swaying. Especially those whose faces were adorned with radiant smiles. Lin Bei ceased his movements, gazing at the mermaids with an expression of calm detachment. Their enthusiasm was indeed remarkable. Just like Ivy, he was acutely aware that these mermaids had undoubtedly come seeking him. The excitement reflected in their exquisite features was far too genuine to be feigned. Ivy had displayed the same fervor upon realizing he was a merman. Her demeanor had shifted dramatically from one of hostility to fervent warmth. Contemplating this, Lin Bei couldn't help but shake his head in resignation. Was it truly necessary? He was merely an unremarkable merman. Such exuberance was unwarranted, wasn't he? Couldn't he enjoy a moment of solitude as a merman? No sooner had he voiced his thoughts than the mermaids had gathered around him, their eyes wide with curiosity and excitement as they scrutinized him intently. It was as though they were observing a particularly rare species. Their delighted chatter filled Lin Bei's ears. So this is a merman. Indeed, we are quite different. Look at how flat he is. He is so handsome, and his body radiates light. I want to bear him, little mermaids. Thank the heavens for allowing us to encounter a merman. The more I see him, the more I wish to capture him and keep him at home for my own enjoyment. Listening to their unabashed remarks, Lin Bei's expression morphed into one of bewilderment. They truly dared to say anything. One mermaid even expressed a desire to capture him and keep him as a prized possession at home. Were the mermaids residing here this audacious? It was quite a headache. And indeed, the mermaids here were remarkably bold. They had to be, given that they frequently hunted the lunatics venturing out from the main city. Without such audacity, survival would be impossible. One particularly daring mermaid even extended a hand to gently touch Lin Bei's arm, caressing the muscles there. So firm, it feels like touching stone. Upon witnessing this, the other mermaids eagerly followed suit. Some reached out to feel Lin Bei's arm muscles, others traced his face, while still others explored his abdominal muscles. In short, not a single mermaid remained idle. So incredibly firm. And this is without scales. Mermen are truly remarkable. I am utterly impressed. Enduring such attention, Lin Bei's inner turmoil reached its peak. After a minute, he could no longer tolerate it. Could you please cease this? I didn't come here for you all to gawk at me. At his words, the mermaids reluctantly withdrew their hands, each feeling a sense of lingering desire. It was a rare opportunity to meet a merman, yet he would not permit them to indulge too freely. How frustrating. Once they had regained their composure, the curious mermaids inquired, "Merman, are you here to find Ivy?" They had surmised his purpose, but it was prudent to confirm. Lin Bei nodded. Indeed, that was his intention. Correct. Almost immediately, the boldest among them, Isla, proclaimed, "Fear not, I shall fetch her right away. You stay here with my friends, and they will show you around our territory." After uttering this, she turned to a blue-haired mermaid and continued, "Ayo, take good care of her. But remember, do not do anything too excessive." After Ayo acknowledged her understanding with a nod, Isla swam away. The remaining mermaids turned their curious gazes back to Lin Bei, launching into a new wave of inquiries. Simultaneously, within the Zhonglin mountain range, Qing Sun, accompanied by Wang Yuling, traversed the outskirts of the mountains. However, they could only explore the peripheral areas. Given Wang Yuling's current strength, she was not qualified to venture into the inner regions. Forcing her way in would be beyond her physical capabilities. Although they were only walking along the outskirts, they encountered numerous magical beasts along the way, each possessing strength at least at the king level. If the outer area was so perilous, one could only imagine the dangers lurking within the inner regions. As they progressed through the outer area, whenever they encountered something particularly unique, be it flora, fauna, or even a stone or cave, Qing Sun would take the opportunity to provide Wang Yuling with a brief introduction. Eventually, they arrived before a vast lake. This lake was extraordinary. Despite the wind blowing, the surface remained eerily calm, untouched by even the slightest ripple. Furthermore, the water's color was unusual, a pure white devoid of any reflections. Even with the sun above and trees surrounding, the lake's surface mirrored nothing, as if it were a secluded spectacle. While Wang Yuling curiously examined the lake, Qing Sun's voice began to resonate softly. This lake is known as the Mirror Lake. It differs from what you might envision. The water cannot be consumed or used for washing. Its primary function is to allow you to connect with those thousands of miles away, Simply stand before the water and think of the name of the person you desire to reach. Upon hearing Qing Sun's explanation, Wang Yuling's understanding dawned. Such a wondrous lake. How marvelous. She couldn't help but marvel at the lake's capabilities. It was akin to a video call without the need for the internet. Meanwhile, Qing Sun continued. The reason for this phenomenon is that a dragon sleeps deep within the mirror lake. At this, she paused, turning to face Wang Yuling before continuing. This dragon is called the Mirror Dragon. Chapter 266. It is him. It is him. It is indeed him. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuling was astonished. She had not expected to learn of a dragon's whereabouts so soon after arriving here. The Mirror Dragon? A dragon she had never heard of before. Although the name seemed simple, Wang Yuling was acutely aware that this was no ordinary dragon. Just then, she stepped closer to the edge of the mirror lake. Crouching down and extending her hand into the water, as Qing Sun's cool voice echoed once more. The mirror lake exists because the mirror dragon resides within. Many years ago, this place was merely an ordinary lake. It was only after the mirror dragon chose to slumber within its depths that the lake began to transform, ultimately evolving into what is now known as the mirror lake. As she spoke, she gently cupped her hands, collecting a handful of water, her eyes revealing a hint of complexity. Her words seemed directed at Wang Yuling, yet also bore the tone of self-reflection. After setting aside her astonishment, Wang Yuling stepped closer to the edge of the mirror lake, gazing at the tranquil surface ahead. However, despite her proximity, she still could not see her own reflection upon the water's surface. May I give it a try? Aoyuan asked, tossing the water from her hands towards the lake. Upon contact, the droplets seamlessly merged into the lake without causing a ripple. She then rose slowly, nodding nonchalantly, certainly. With that, Aoyuan took a few steps back, choosing not to engage in conversation with Wang Yuling. Standing before the mirror lake, Wang Yuling began to envision Lin Bei's likeness. Contact Brother Bei. In the next moment, the once placid surface of the lake suddenly became tumultuous. Splash, splash, splash. The water roiled as if stirred by a mighty wind, waves rippling outwards in rapid succession, multiplying in number to the point of being uncountable. At least 1,000 waves surged forth. 3 seconds later, the lake returned to its serene state. As the mirror lake calmed, Lin Bei, now transformed into a starry merman, emerged from its depths. Not only Lin Bei, but several other merfolk accompanied him. Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of Lin Bei, encircled by a unique flow of water that resembled Wang Yuling's essence, he could not help but feel astonished. Xiaolinger, how is it that you appear before me in such a manner? He had never anticipated encountering Wang Yuling in this way. As he spoke, Lin Bei enveloped her image with his spiritual energy. Yet, he sensed nothing unusual. To him, the figure before him was merely a mass of water, albeit a rather extraordinary one. Observing Lin Bei in his starry merman form, surrounded by his fellow merfolk, Wang Yuling was equally taken aback, her delicate mouth agape in disbelief. Brother Bei, what has happened to you? Why do you look like this? And are those beautiful merfolk beside you? She was utterly bewildered. She had not expected to witness such a phenomenon. The brother she knew, undeniably human, had now transformed into a striking merman? It was an entirely different species. In response, Lin Bei simply smiled and explained, it is merely a newly acquired ability. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuling was once again left in shock. If he could transform into a merman now, could he eventually become a bird in the future? This was truly absurd. Subsequently, Lin Bei continued to converse with Wang Yuling, as he had little else to occupy his time. Rather than engaging with the numerous, exuberant merfolk, he preferred the company of the more familiar Wang Yuling. As time passed unnoticed, a colossal being that had lain dormant in the depths of the mirror lake opened its eyes, shimmering with a mystical luster. These eyes were truly extraordinary, reflecting myriad images, fish, birds, beasts, humans, weapons, trees, and more. They seemed capable of encapsulating the essence of all existence. The instant this colossal entity opened its eyes, it fixated its gaze on the outermost edge of the mirror lake, where Lin Bei's figure was manifested. As it beheld Lin Bei's appearance, everything that had flickered within those eyes came to an abrupt halt. No, it was more than just a halt. It began to dissipate. After 1 second, the eyes transformed into a pure white hue. Yet, the transformation did not cease there. After another second, Lin Bei's image emerged within the depths of those pure white eyes. The metamorphosis finally came to a standstill. In the next moment, 2 streams of white tears flowed from those eyes, merging seamlessly with the surrounding lake water. It was evident that this being was the Mirror Dragon. It was him. There was no doubt about it. However, he seemed to have lost something of great significance. No, that something was still present, albeit faint, as if it had sustained a grievous wound. Buzz, buzz. After uttering these words in a voice tinged with sorrow, The mirror dragon lifted its head and let out several long, resonant cries. The sound of its dragon's roar reverberated throughout the entire mirror lake, both within and beyond its waters. The entire lake began to tremble, colossal waves rising, and various scenes materializing upon the chaotic surface. The situation descended into utter turmoil. At the moment the dragon's roar echoed, Yuan, standing behind, froze in place, her stunning visage reflecting rare astonishment. It has awakened. What is happening? Why has it suddenly roused? Even she couldn't comprehend why the mirror dragon, having slumbered for so many years, would awaken at this moment, exhibiting such exuberance and causing such a tremendous commotion. Regaining her senses, Yuan promptly moved forward. Chirp, chirp. A flock of azure divine birds appeared, trailing behind her as she approached the mirror lake. As she advanced, Yuan called out to Wang Yuling, "Step away from the lake." Upon hearing this, Wang Yuling hurriedly bid farewell to Lin Bei and swiftly retreated a few steps. Just as she departed, Lin Bei's figure vanished, while the merman Lin Bei, now submerged, wore a perplexed expression, his countenance appearing quite odd. The sound that had just resonated was that a dragon's roar? Chapter 267. I thought of something joyful. Having been surrounded by numerous dragons for an extended period, Lin Bei had no doubt he had not misheard. The sound he had just heard was undeniably the call of a dragon. However, as that dragon did not belong to him, he was unaware of the meaning behind its roar. Nevertheless, Lin Bei could discern the excitement and joy concealed within that dragon's cry, just as the merfolk surrounding him were filled with exuberance. The Songlin mountain range, perhaps? It seems I must find an opportunity to visit soon. He had already intended to journey to the Songlin mountain range, spurred by the request of the Azure Dragon and the system's mission. Now, that desire had only intensified. Yet, he could not simply rush there. According to Xiao Linger, the Songlin mountain range was indeed perilous. The enigmatic woman, the omnipresent royal beasts, the dragon concealed beneath the lake, along with an array of other terrifying entities lurking in the shadows. Preparation is essential before venturing forth. The Songlin mountain range is undoubtedly a destination. Yet, this endeavor must be undertaken only with sufficient strength, for Lin Bei differs from Wang Yuling. Within the Songlin mountains, Wang Yuling is under protection, while he lacks such privileges. Meanwhile, Qingxin stood by the mirror lake, gazing ahead in bewilderment. A multitude of azure divine birds descended and positioned themselves behind her, collectively observing the tumultuous surface of the lake. Have you lost your mind? At that moment, Qingxin nonchalantly waved her fair arm towards the chaos before her. Instantly, a cascade of gentle blue light emanated from her fingertips, swiftly enveloping the surging waters. Any lake water ensconced in this azure glow would, in a remarkably brief span, revert to its original tranquil state. 3 seconds later, half of the lake regained its composure. The serene waters and the chaotic waves each claimed their territory, resembling two lakes existing in separate timelines. In the next heartbeat, Qingxin took a delicate step forward, standing atop the now serene surface, and began to stride onward. It appeared as though she tread upon a pristine white expanse, creating no disturbance upon the lake's surface. The azure divine birds flapped their wings once more, soaring directly above Qingxin, evidently reluctant to stray too far from her presence. Only when she reached the edge of the tumultuous waters did her steps come to a halt. She gazed into the depths of the lake, her eyes seemingly penetrating the water, akin to perceiving the mirror dragon below. A chilling voice echoed simultaneously, "What are you doing? Have you gone mad?" To Qingxin, the mirror dragon's actions at that moment bore a striking resemblance to madness. Why else would it engage in such behavior? Just as her words faded, a colossal dragon head emerged from the depths of the lake. The head gleamed white, adorned with special crystals reflecting light upon its forehead. Most remarkable were the 2 dragon horns, seemingly forged from an extraordinarily hard mirrored structure, evoking a sense of wonder. As the mirror dragon's head surfaced, the surrounding waters returned to tranquility, as if all that had transpired was merely an illusion. The mirror dragon regarded Qingxin with a hearty laugh, exclaiming, "Ah, old friend. How have you fared of late?" Ha! It was evident that it shared a certain familiarity with her. However, upon hearing the dragon's laughter, Qingxin's confusion deepened, for the dragon's demeanor was decidedly peculiar. No creature, be it human or dragon, could awaken from slumber and laugh as though deranged. Even a particularly exhilarating dream would not elicit such a reaction. What on earth had transpired? Why are you behaving this way? She could not help but inquire again. Yet the mirror dragon, upon hearing her question, responded with a teasing tone, "Oh, it's nothing. I merely recalled something amusing." Although somewhat exasperated, Qingxin pressed on, "What amusing thing?" "Not telling you," the mirror dragon replied, before retreating back to the lake's depths, leaving Qingxin with a somewhat displeased expression. That rascal. It was a rare occasion that Qingxin felt her composure falter. She longed to hang the mirror dragon up and give it a proper thrashing. Once back in the lake's depths, the playful demeanor of the mirror dragon dissipated, replaced by a solemn countenance. I'm sorry, but it's better that you remain unaware for now. After casting several sharp glares at the mirror dragon, Qing-sun regained her composure. She lingered not for long, quickly resuming her exploration of the Songlin mountain range alongside Wang Yuling. At that moment, Aya arrived at the entrance of a cave. Upon her arrival, she heard Ivy's voice. I swear, I'm not lying to you. Mermaids do exist. He will be here shortly. Come out and welcome him. Accompanying Ivy's words were the voices of other mermaids. She's lost it, truly lost it. Mermaids are a myth. What should we do? Perhaps we should feed her a sleeping fish to let her rest? Good idea, let us do it. At this, Aya's expression shifted dramatically as she hurried her pace. Her purpose for coming here was to find Ivy. If Ivy were to consume a sleeping fish, her own plans would be thwarted. It is essential to note that consuming a single sleeping fish would induce a slumber lasting a day and a night. Before long, Aya burst into the cave, where she spotted a throng of mermaids. At that moment, one mermaid was poised to feed Ivy a sleeping fish. Aya immediately raised her voice in protest. Stop. Leave the fish alone. Instantly, all the mermaids turned their attention toward Aya, their expressions filled with confusion, including Ivy. Aya, what are you doing? Why do you wish to prevent us from rescuing Ivy? She has been ensnared by the fog. We cannot afford any further delays. Without wasting a moment, Aya spoke with urgency. Ivy is right. There truly is a merman. He has already arrived in our territory. In the next instant, the cave was plunged into silence, time seemingly halting in that moment. Every mermaid fixated on Aya, gradually processing this shocking revelation. If only a single mermaid who had just returned from a perilous area made such a claim, it might be dismissed as a falsehood, a primal instinct to disbelief. However, if two mermaids, one of whom had not ventured into danger recently, echoed similar sentiments, it warranted serious contemplation regarding the veracity of their words. After all, the second mermaid had no need to fabricate such an outrageous tale. This state of affairs persisted for several seconds, until Ivy finally broke the silence. Did you hear that? There truly exists a merman. I am not deceiving you. Following her declaration, the other mermaids began to react. Even if they were loath to accept this notion, they could not immediately dismiss it. Could it be that mermen truly exist? Ivy may have been affected by the fog, but Aya, who hasn't ventured out recently, surely could not have been influenced by it. Hence there is no reason for her to deceive us. Does this imply that in their perception, mermen do not exist? Thus, it is entirely natural for them to react in such a manner upon hearing the sudden revelation of the merman's existence. Observing her sister's reactions, Aya instantly discerned their thoughts. This did not surprise her in the least. After all, her own reaction upon encountering Lin Bei was hardly any better. They were all in the same boat. Rather than dwelling on trivial matters, it would be far more prudent to venture out with me and witness the merman firsthand. Surely, seeing him in person would be far superior to mere speculation. A moment later, all the mermaids present reached a consensus. None wished to engage in any other activity. All were eager to behold the legendary merman. Meanwhile, Lin Bei, accompanied by several mermaids, aimlessly swam about, his mind preoccupied with thoughts related to the Songlin Mountains. The abrupt interruption of his communication with Wang Yuling had left him with many unanswered questions. What a pity. When little Linger contacts me again, I must seize the opportunity to inquire further. Lin Bei was acutely aware that Wang Yuling would undoubtedly reach out to him again if given the chance. He had numerous questions to pose to her, the most pressing of which pertained to the Azure Dragon and its kin, given his current proximity to the cave. It wasn't long before Avi, Aya, and several dozen other mermaids spotted Lin Bei, shimmering amidst a halo of starlight. In that moment, they confirmed the existence of the merman. It truly is a merman. I never imagined I would encounter one in my lifetime. Sisters, charge. This is a genuine rare species. We must bring him home today. As these words echoed, the mermaids sprang into action, racing towards Lin Bei with fervor. Ultimately, only Aya and Avi, who had previously interacted with Lin Bei, remained behind. Witnessing the frenzy of the other mermaids, Aya felt a surge of urgency and quickly turned to Avi, exclaiming, I'm going too. You better hurry, or you'll miss your chance. With that, she too took off. Avi, somewhat disgruntled, retorted, just a moment ago. You didn't believe me, and now you're all acting like lunatics. A bunch of silly fish. She then joined the fray. As Lin Bei found himself encircled by the mermaids, listening to their bold declarations, he felt utterly bemused. He had never anticipated being surrounded by a throng of beautiful mermaids. To others, the existence of mermaids remained an enigma. After a few moments of bemusement, a daring thought suddenly struck Lin Bei. Should I attempt to tame them? Given the current scenario, it didn't seem entirely implausible. Although the term mermaid includes human, they are essentially a type of fish, akin to shrimp or crabs, and thus could be trained. Moreover, among Lin Bei's various talents, he possessed an affinity for mermaids, fully equipping him to tame them. However, this notion was merely a fleeting thought. He had no immediate intentions of acting upon it. After all, this was still mermaid territory. It would be wise to proceed with caution. After jostling among the throngs of mermaids for a while, Avi finally managed to position herself in front of Lin Bei. Casting an apologetic glance his way, she turned to address the surrounding mermaids. All right, everyone, let us settle down. He is here for other matters, not just for our entertainment. I need to take him to meet the elders. Upon hearing Avi's words, although the surrounding mermaids were somewhat reluctant, they complied and swiftly cleared a path wide enough for several mermaids to pass through. Lin Bei, follow me. I will take you to meet the elders of our clan. If you seek more information regarding the mist, inquiring with the elders is your best course of action. With that, Avi began to swim ahead, and Lin Bei, eager to escape the throng of mermaids, followed her without hesitation. As for Aya and the other mermaids, after some deliberation, they too decided to venture deeper into their territory to locate the clan elders. The merfolk's territory was vast, and Avi's pace was leisurely. So as they sought out the elders, the mist began to undergo a transformation. Outside the mist city, a colossal full moon hung in the night sky, its silvery rays cascading down upon the surface of the sea, naturally spilling into the mist city as well. Upon contact with the moonlight, the originally grayish-white mist gradually morphed into a deep black. The transformation occurred with astonishing rapidity. In the blink of an eye, the edges turned black, followed swiftly by the majority of the mist. Within mere seconds, the mist enveloping the city had entirely transformed into a pure blackness, as if capable of swallowing all light. Whether in the sky, on the ground, or beneath the water, the mist had turned black. Nightfall had arrived as anticipated. Chapter 269. I have a request only you can fulfill. As Lin Bei followed Avi deeper into the merfolk territory, he keenly noticed the changes in the mist above. Instinctively, he glanced upward, observing the mist now transformed into a deep black. Has night finally come? I wonder how Lu Ying and the others are faring. No time to waste. I must hurry back to the main city and check. After uncovering some secrets of this city, Lin Bei no longer underestimated it. He was uncertain of what might befall Si Lingxian and the others. What challenges might they be facing? Had they encountered any dangers? Were they aware of the anomalies? After all, in such an exceedingly strange city, even someone with the formidable power of the Sea Emperor Eo Ding could find themselves rendered powerless. What good is power when faced with an unseen mist that cannot be destroyed by external forces? This was but one of Lin Bei's reasons for wishing to return to the main city. Moreover, he had many matters to attend to. Rather than investigating the gray mist of day, it would be far more advantageous to delve into the mysteries of the black mist of night. There was a wealth of information to uncover. Indeed, it is only when the night descends that this city reveals its true visage. As for whether he could contend with the inky fog, Lin Bei felt not a shred of concern within his heart, for he possessed absolute confidence. The golden mist blade dragon could likewise wield control over the dark mists. At that moment, Ivy, ahead of him, sensed Lin Bei's unusual demeanor and quickly surmised his thoughts. Consequently, she intentionally quickened her pace and turned her head to speak to Lin Bei. Don't be anxious. We shall soon meet our elders. Once you meet them, you can return to the main city. At this juncture, Ivy paused momentarily. The expression upon her face shifted to one of considerable gravity. Although she had no intention of hindering Lin Bei's return to the main city, she harbored concerns about potential mishaps befalling him. Having grown up in the West District, she possessed a clear understanding of the ominous black mist. Entering it unprepared was akin to playing with one's life. After several seconds, Ivy's voice resonated once more. As for the black mist, you need not worry excessively, for if it were you, perhaps you could earn the favor of the elders. In that case, you could utilize their treasured artifacts, thus gaining the ability to traverse through the black mist. Though she spoke with conviction, uncertainty lingered in her heart. Treasures that allowed passage through the black mist were undeniably precious. Upon hearing Ivy's words, Lin Bei raised an eyebrow in intrigue. Could there truly be such fortuitous circumstances? While he already possessed the capability to manipulate the mist, an additional layer of assurance could indeed be advantageous. Very well, he replied, subsequently quickening his pace, which prompted the merfolk trailing behind him to hasten their steps as well. Meanwhile, within the confines of the main city, in the home of the old woman, as night fell and the mist turned to black, she silently approached the single bed, lay down, and closed her eyes to sleep. Mere seconds later, the sound of her snoring filled the air. Members of the ugly alliance had gathered at the windows, gazing out at the abyss that lay beyond. Darkness, boundless, unending darkness. The world outside could only be described as black, devoid of even the faintest glimmer of light. They were uncertain whether mist even existed outside. Even though they could see nothing but shadow, they could distinctly sense the overwhelming murderous intent emanating from the black mist. It was suffocatingly dense. As if entering it would subject them to ceaseless assaults. Fortunately, we are wise enough to have arrived here in time. I can scarcely fathom the horrors we would face if we were to be engulfed by this darkness. Surely, it would mean death. The members of the Ugly Alliance spoke in hushed tones, carefully modulating their voices to avoid attracting unnecessary trouble. Completely engrossed in the outside world, they remained oblivious to the astonishing transformation occurring within the slumbering old woman, whose once gray skin and hair began to morph into a deep black. Identical to the mist outside, a fierce aura gradually emanated from her form. After swimming vigorously for over 10 minutes, Ivy's voice finally rang out again. We have arrived. Ahead. Several elderly merfolk sat together, engaged in lively conversation, while a group of young merfolk, appearing to be merely 5 or 6 years old, frolicked about. Embodying the innocence of childhood. The scene was harmonious, reminiscent of elders watching over children. Upon witnessing this tableau, Lin Bei's expression turned peculiar, clearly taken aback. And he could not help but exclaim, in this city, such a harmonious scene can actually exist? This idyllic image seems out of place in a city shrouded in danger and mystery. As he spoke, he approached the group of elderly merfolk. In unison, the elderly and young merfolk turned their gazes toward Lin Bei. The young ones reacted with mild curiosity, for they were still oblivious to the significance of a merman. Yet the elderly merfolk were different. Upon catching sight of Lin Bei, they instinctively exchanged glances, their eyes wide with astonishment. Clearly, they were astounded by the appearance of a merman. Although they had heard tales from their elders about a merman existing in the world, they had always dismissed it as a jest, never believing it to be true. Yet now, a merman stood before them. It seemed that mermen were indeed real. The elders had not lied. Understanding that Lin Bei had urgent matters to attend to, Ivy promptly approached the elderly merfolk and articulated her purpose for bringing Lin Bei. After listening intently, the elderly merfolk fell into deep contemplation. After a lengthy discussion, they finally reached a decision. Turning to Lin Bei with solemnity in their voices, we can divulge more information to you, and we can lend you the treasure that will enable your survival within the Black Mist, but you must agree to one condition. Fear not. This condition is something you can undoubtedly fulfill. No, it is likely that only you can accomplish it. To this, Lin Bei was not taken aback. He understood well that even as the sole merman, he could not incite madness in all the mermaids, while the younger mermaids might be driven to frenzy by his presence. The elderly, having relinquished many of their desires, would not blindly cooperate with him simply because he was a merman. What is the requirement? If it is not too excessive, I may consider acquiescing. Otherwise, I shall decline. Although he was uncertain of the specifics of their request, Lin Bei instinctively sensed that it would be peculiar. After all, the elderly merfolk had stated that this condition was something only he could fulfill. In the next moment, the elderly merfolk member who had spoken earlier addressed him once more. The condition is quite simple. I hope that you can lead our clan toward prosperity. In terms of both our numbers and our strength, we seek to flourish. The instant her words fell, the elderly merfolk widened their eyes, fixated on Lin Bei, eagerly awaiting his response. Upon hearing this request, Lin Bei fell into a contemplative silence. For a moment, he found himself at a loss, his expression growing particularly complex. To enhance the strength of this merfolk community, steering it towards prosperity in terms of power may sound daunting, yet it is indeed feasible if one is determined. However, how could one facilitate an increase in their numbers? It is utterly perplexing. One cannot simply transform into a mere breeding machine. No, they would be a breeding merman. Furthermore, Lin Bei cannot perpetually maintain his merfolk form, as he is, after all, a bona fide human being. Under ordinary circumstances, Lin Bei would refrain from adopting his astral mermaid guise. Time passed in quietude, each second unfolding with an almost palpable stillness beneath the waves. Lin Bei remained silent, as did Ivy, the elder merman, and the young merfolk. Even the surrounding merfolk, who had previously engaged in animated discussions, fell silent. Observing Lin Bei's reticence and lack of a definitive response, the elders exchanged glances, engaging in hushed deliberation before addressing Lin Bei once more. If you truly hesitate to acquiesce, we are willing to make a concession. While strength may not flourish, the numbers must certainly thrive. What say you? Are you now amenable to this proposition? At this, Lin Bei found himself at a loss for words. These elder mermen were clearly fixated on him. They would rather forsake the enhancement of their strength than see the population of merfolk diminish. Yet, he did not rush to a decision. Instead, he inquired, "What must I do to augment your numbers?" In the absence of male merfolk, how have you sustained your lineage until now? After some contemplation, Lin Bei realized the implication. Given the rarity of male merfolk, how had their kind endured? The elder merman soon provided clarity. It is due to our innate gifts. Upon reaching a certain age, a unique power manifests within us. When this power reaches its zenith, a new merfolk is born naturally. However, he continued, his tone tinged with sorrow, the newly birthed merfolk ages rapidly and may even perish soon after. The outcome is entirely a matter of chance. To mitigate this mortality rate, we propose this condition. He paused, then, with renewed excitement, added, but now that you are here, this situation may change. Will you embrace this opportunity? Once more, Lin Bei lapsed into silence. He had unequivocally discerned that the elder's intentions aligned with his own thoughts. What course of action should he take? It was a conundrum, difficult, yet not insurmountable. Ultimately, it hinged on his desire. After a minute of contemplation, seeing that Lin Bei remained unresponsive, the elder merman relaxed their demands. 50 years. We grant you 50 years. This will allow ample time for your gradual adjustment. How does that sound? After a period of profound reflection, Lin Bei reached a decision. Very well. He tentatively agreed to this stipulation, though the execution remained uncertain. 50 years was a considerable span of time. Upon witnessing Lin Bei's agreement, the elder merman exhaled in relief. Subsequently, one elder produced a necklace fashioned from various fish bones and presented it to Lin Bei, stating, "Wear this necklace, and the entities within the black mist shall not assail you. If you wish to undertake your endeavors, it would be prudent to act swiftly. The nocturnal realm of this city harbors unparalleled dangers. As for your other inquiries, we shall address them upon your return. Many matters are known solely to us elders." Understanding the urgency of the situation, Lin Bei did not linger. He adorned the necklace around his neck and bid them a hasty farewell, swiftly propelling himself upwards. Moments later, he found himself enveloped by the black mist. Once Lin Bei had distanced himself, the elder merman exchanged glances, murmuring, "Who would have thought such a scenario would truly unfold? The legends are indeed real. We hope our actions are justified." Meanwhile, Ivy and the other merfolk expressed their bewilderment. Why are you doing this? Even if Lin Bei is a merman, is it necessary to entrust the entire clan to him? Many of the merfolk blushed, hesitant to continue. The elder merman had no intention of concealing their motives, speaking in unison. "This is our ancestral decree." Following this, one elder elaborated. "This saying has been passed down through the ages. The decree states that if a male merman appears, the entire clan must be entrusted to him. We are merely adhering to our ancestral teachings." Upon entering the black mist, Lin Bei encountered no obstructions, though visibility was severely compromised. This fishbone necklace is indeed remarkable. Though it shielded him from the threats posed by the black mist, Lin Bei had no intention of wearing it indefinitely. For him, the necklace served merely as an additional layer of security, its primary function being to alleviate potential troubles. While he contemplated removing the necklace to gauge the true nature of the black mist, he resolved to first exit the water. The surface world was far more familiar to him, and he preferred to navigate that terrain rather than risk his safety. With the sound of rushing water reverberating around him, Lin Bei propelled himself swiftly towards the water's surface, shrouded in black mist. Had it not been for his concern for Lu Ying and the others, he would not have chosen to leave the depths at this moment. Remaining below would have granted him access to numerous secrets regarding the city from the elder merman. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Foggy Inn, the middle-aged couple seated in the lobby underwent a profound transformation, reminiscent of the elder merman's metamorphosis. Their skin and hair turned pitch black, their eyes and lips followed suit. Without their colorful attire, one might mistake them for mere shadows. They scrutinized the tightly shut doors and remarked, "It is nearly time. Let us commence our revelry." With that, the middle-aged man advanced towards the women's quarters, while the middle-aged woman proceeded to the men's section, both opting for the very first room. The two individuals simultaneously unlocked the iron lock, pushing open the door to enter the room. Inside, a figure lay sprawled upon the floor, their body as pliable as a bundle of cotton, devoid of any capacity for resistance, passively enduring whatever fate awaited them. With a resounding clap, the door was swiftly shut once more. Within the confines of the room, a series of horrifying events unfolded. Due to the considerable commotion, a dark fog began to seep in from the outside, gradually enveloping the middle-aged couple and the two outsiders. However, the now darkened forms of the couple remained unaffected by the sinister mist, merely driven by instinct to act. As for the other two, they were not afforded such a luxury. They were subjected to two distinct forms of torment. The proprietor of the weapon shop, a figure emblematic of lethargy, found his body transforming into a shade of black, lying motionless upon the ground. Despite the aromatic dishes surrounding him and the grumbling of his stomach, he could not muster the energy to rise, nor to unwrap the food, nor to consume it. The weapon shop owner epitomized laziness to its utmost degree, even in death. He could not summon the will to move. Gurgle, gurgle. The elderly woman, lost in slumber, incessantly swallowed, her stomach rumbling audibly. Members of the Ugly Alliance gathered nearby, each bracing for battle. Upon witnessing the woman's transformation into darkness, they sensed impending doom. Tick-tock, tick-tock. As saliva dripped from the edge of the bed onto the floor, the slumbering woman finally sat upright. In that instant, she seized a nearby pillow and began to gnaw on it frantically. Within moments, she had consumed a significant portion of the pillow. Following this, she discarded it aside and began to survey her surroundings, her gaze landing on the members of the Ugly Alliance. Soon, the sound of swallowing echoed again, accompanied by the woman's ecstatic shouts. Food. Exquisite food. Eat. I must eat. Her thunderous cries caused the dark mist outside to creep inward. Hiss. Instinctively gasping in shock, when Shu turned to his companions and urged, Quick, find a way to kill this old hag. Otherwise, we are doomed. In the next moment, the members of the Ugly Alliance sprang into action. Those armed drew their weapons, while those capable of summoning pets called forth their beasts. A barrage of attacks erupted, all directed at the elderly woman. A piercing scream erupted as the woman collapsed to the ground, motionless, dark blood pooling around her. Clearly, she was dead. Witnessing this, the members of the Ugly Alliance were taken aback. This creature is so weak. We thought she would be formidable after her color change. It seems we were overly concerned. However, as these remarks echoed, the fallen woman transformed into black mist and vanished. A moment later, a small amount of black fog swirled in, and she reappeared. Eat. I shall consume you all. The Ugly Alliance members sprang into action once more, easily dispatching the woman yet again. Yet, with each repetition of this grim scene, more dark mist flooded in. The situation was rapidly deteriorating. Meanwhile, Lin Bei finally emerged from the water, returning to solid ground. Immediately, he shed his starry mermaid form, reverting to the appearance of an ordinary human. With a deep breath, Lin Bei sighed indeed. I prefer to live on solid ground. As he spoke, he stepped forward, simultaneously removing the fishbone necklace. In an instant, an odd sensation washed over him, as if he were traversing a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Moreover, an intense aura of murderous intent surged from all directions. Whoosh, whoosh. Chaotic sounds erupted from the mist, akin to the slicing of air by sharp blades. Lin Bei concentrated, drawing forth the divine weapon Qian Huan, transforming it into the form of the slaughtering heaven demon spear. Previously, he had been limited to the weapons purchased from the shop to contend with the mist, but now, the constraints were lifted, allowing him to wield his preferred armaments freely. He also activated the Azure Dragon soft armor. A brilliant green light burst forth, illuminating the surrounding black mist into a vibrant green. In the next moment, Lin Bei's spiritual sense clearly detected several figures wielding blades striking towards him. Yet he could see nothing. The enemy perfectly melded into the black fog. As this realization dawned on him, Lin Bei swung his weapon, launching an attack at the enemies concealed within the mist based on his spiritual perception. Clang, clang. Moments later, the sounds of colliding weapons echoed, accompanied by the flickering of sparks. Evidently, within this obscured fog, there were indeed foes seamlessly merged with the darkness, brandishing their blades. A flicker of understanding flashed in Lin Bei's eyes. Indeed, there was something amiss. Thud, thud, just as he muttered to himself. Several unseen blades struck against the Azure Dragon soft armor, producing a crisp sound. Even with the armor shielding him, Lin Bei felt a slight sting, akin to being bitten by a mosquito. Without further contemplation, he unleashed the control over the mist he had extracted from the Golden Mist Blade Dragon. However, he refrained from summoning the Golden Mist Blade Dragon, as it was currently undergoing rigorous training by the system. Thus, it was best not to disturb it. As he fully activated the power to control the mist, Lin Bei coldly commanded, "Gather." In the next instant, the black fog within a 10-meter radius of his body surged violently. A second later, the mist enveloped Lin Bei, becoming a force under his command. Along with an unusual sensation, Lin Bei felt a slight enhancement in his spiritual power. At this moment, within the 10-meter vicinity, only a collection of weapon-wielding humanoid monsters and various grotesque creatures remained. Lin Bei did not immediately launch an attack against these monsters. Instead, he carefully scrutinized them with his spiritual sense. Before long, he reached a conclusion. These monsters were, in fact, manifestations of the black mist. Indeed, the creatures maintaining various forms were also a part of the dark fog, in the same vein as the old woman, the weapon shop owner, and the middle-aged couple. They are all extraordinary beings birthed from the enigmatic mists. Upon realizing this fact, Lin Bei suddenly comprehended the true terror of the black fog. It became clear that these unique entities, while shrouded in the mist, were utterly invisible to others. The inability to perceive them naturally renders one defenseless and powerless against them. Even if one were to recognize the surrounding danger and choose to strike out, it would be in vain. After all, these exceptional beings are an integral part of the fog. But how does one vanquish the fog? Even if one could barely disperse it, the mist would swiftly surge back, continuously generating a multitude of black fog monsters. This is precisely why the mermaids refrain from approaching the black fog. They understand that whether they eliminate those black fog monsters or slay individuals like the old woman, the overall density of the mist would remain unchanged. In fact, it would only grow denser over time. At that moment, the black fog monsters appeared equally bewildered, their faces displaying a human-like disbelief, even tinged with panic and fear. It seemed they possessed a degree of cognition. At this juncture, Lin Bei withdrew Qian Huan and turned his gaze toward the nearest black fog monster. Since you are a part of the black fog, I shall absorb you all into my being. The recent enhancement of my mental power must not be an illusion. He distinctly remembered the faint resistance of a weak mental force within the mist when he previously inscribed his spiritual mark upon it. By connecting these two occurrences, the secret became readily apparent. Approximately a second later, Lin Bei activated the wind thunder wings. With a powerful flap, he approached the two black fog monsters, unhesitatingly channeling the power to command the mist. Whoosh! Before the two black fog monsters could react, they transformed into two clouds of black mist and were absorbed into Lin Bei's body. His mental power was once again elevated. Moreover, this enhancement surpassed that of merely absorbing the black fog. Indeed, it was no mere illusion. Upon fully confirming this, a smile crept across Lin Bei's face. He had discovered a brand new objective. The synthesis of the golden dragon with the mist was undoubtedly the most astute decision he had made since arriving here. Initially, Lin Bei had merely wished to test his ability to contend with the black mist. However, the situation had changed. Even if the black mist did not actively seek trouble, he would not let these black mists escape his grasp. To Lin Bei, these black mists represented a prime source of nourishment. Such an opportunity was not one to be squandered. Huff, huff. Lin Bei continued to flap his wind thunder wings, drawing in several more black fog monsters into his body. Naturally, his mental power surged once again. The magnitude of this enhancement was significant. Against Lin Bei, who could wield the power of the mist, the black fog monsters were utterly powerless to resist. At that moment, within a 10-meter radius around him, not a trace of mist remained. Observing this, Lin Bei donned the fishbone necklace once more, simultaneously unleashing his greatly amplified mental power while flapping his wind thunder wings, diving headlong into the dense black fog. Although he aspired to absorb all the black mist here, he was acutely aware that he had more pressing matters to attend to. As for the absorption of this black mist, that could wait for later. After all, the mist was here to stay. It wouldn't simply vanish without cause. Directly absorbing the black mist yields a slight improvement in mental power. Absorbing the monsters within the black mist, however, results in a considerably greater enhancement. If I were to absorb more unique entities like the old woman and the weapon shop owner, what transformations might my mental power undergo? Instinct told Lin Bei that absorbing such exceptional beings as the old woman would not merely elevate his mental power in a straightforward manner. As he rushed toward the dwelling of the old woman, he simultaneously absorbed the surrounding black mist and all the black fog monsters obstructing his path. His mental power was continuously on the rise. It wouldn't be long before he broke through to the king level, achieving an even higher tier. Meanwhile, within the Misty Inn, the middle-aged couple simultaneously exited the first room, contentedly making their way toward the second room. Click! As the iron lock clicked open, the two entered without hesitation. As for the first room, it was now filled with copious amounts of black mist. The individuals who had resided in these two rooms had been entirely consumed by the black mist, meeting their demise within its depths. The stench of blood wafted from the fog. Chapter 273, The Bountiful Gains After Absorbing the Weapon Shop Owner. Upon stepping into the second room, the middle-aged couple instinctively directed their gazes toward the two hapless victims within. Slurp. The middle-aged man licked his lips vigorously before striding forward. An expression of pure malevolence etched upon his featureless, obsidian face. Foolish, ignorant outsiders. How dare you set foot in this city? It seems you have no understanding of this place. With those words, he advanced toward the woman. The man and woman residing in the second room were two protective personnel who had accompanied Yu Xingyao. They, too, would endure the same torment. As for Si Ling Xian and the masked woman, they were lodged in the innermost room. Arriving earlier allowed them to choose a more secure chamber. This arrangement was orchestrated by Ao Ding, with the rationale that residing deeper within the inn would better equip them to handle unexpected circumstances. However, it proved futile. The inhabitants of the Misty Inn were utterly incapable of resisting reality. Simultaneously, Lin Bei, adorned with the fishbone necklace, darted swiftly through the black mist. Wherever he passed, vast quantities of the black mist dissipated. Be it the essence of the black mist or the unique entities formed from it, they vanished in his wake. Ecstasy. Sensing the continual enhancement of his mental power, Lin Bei could not help but exclaim. His voice resonated discordantly within the fog-laden city, as though such a sound had no place here. As he advanced rapidly, Lin Bei unleashed his mental power to its fullest, perceiving everything surrounding him. With his mental power significantly bolstered, he became aware of far more than before. After traversing approximately 100 meters, he would reach the weapon shop. Time to take a look. Since leaving the old woman's abode, Lin Bei had been meticulously memorizing the route, enabling him to make such precise judgments. At this moment, within the abode of the old hag, the members of the Ugly Alliance had retreated to the entrance, their faces etched with sheer terror. Damn it! Why can't we kill it? What in the world is this creature? It cannot be drowned, burned, or even slashed to death. Curses have no effect. We should never have come to this city. I truly regret it. Facing such an indomitable foe, our plight is dire. After a fierce struggle, they had lost 2 of their members, who were consumed by the ominous black mist, leaving behind only their agonized screams. Though they could repeatedly slay the old woman, she would continuously resurrect herself through the dark fog, becoming increasingly terrifying with each rebirth. Initially, her desire was merely to devour Wen Shui and his companions, lacking any formidable power. Yet now, her ghastly jaws had transformed into something dreadfully formidable, capable of consuming all manner of things. Sharp weapons, frenzied attacks. At that moment, a voice brimming with excitement emerged from the inky fog. Delicious. Absolutely delectable. In all my years, I've never tasted anything so exquisite. As the voice echoed, the old hag, blood dripping from her mouth and clutching a human arm, emerged from the murky haze. The arm, unmistakably, belonged to a member of the Ugly Alliance. Drip, drip, blood trickled from her lips, splattering onto the ground not yet claimed by the mist. In the next instant, she devoured the arm in a few ravenous bites, then eagerly licked the blood from the ground, rendering it spotless. Afterward, she turned her gaze to Wen Shui and the others. Now, it is your turn to be consumed. The members of the Ugly Alliance, witnessing the blood-soaked hag, could not help but tremble in fear. They yearned to flee, but escape was impossible. Ahead lay the black fog, and behind them stood a wall. Outside, it was also engulfed in darkness. Once drawn into the black mist, death would come even swifter. Thus, they could not leave this room. What to do? How shall we proceed? Meanwhile, Lin Bei raced forward, reaching the entrance of the weapon shop. Without a moment's hesitation, he pushed the door open and stepped inside. Upon entering, he beheld the shopkeeper lying motionless on the floor, eyes tightly shut, snoring deeply. Indeed, they are connected to the mist. The shopkeeper's entire body had turned black, revealing this truth. Lin Bei approached the shopkeeper, crouching down for a closer inspection. If you are awake, why not open your eyes? Through his formidable mental acuity, he had sensed the truth long before. The instant he entered, the shopkeeper had indeed awakened. Yet, despite his consciousness returning, he lay there like a dead pig, unresponsive. Even after Lin Bei spoke, the shopkeeper remained silent. After a minute had passed, a languid voice finally emerged, who said one must open their eyes to be awake. It is far more comfortable to keep them closed. Although he spoke, his eyes remained shut. Lin Bei chose not to pursue the conversation further. Instead, he casually raised a hand and firmly grasped the shopkeeper's head. Yet, even this did not provoke any sign of resistance from the shopkeeper. At that moment, Lin Bei confirmed a crucial fact. When the black mist descends, the flaws within these individuals are magnified exponentially. During the day, their shortcomings were present, but significantly diminished compared to the night. In the darkness, their true natures are fully revealed. As he spoke, he did not wait for the shopkeeper to respond, directly channeling his power to control the mist. Instantly, the shopkeeper transformed into a massive cloud of black fog, surging violently into Lin Bei's body. This mass of fog was immense, capable of enveloping hundreds of meters, entirely disproportionate to the shopkeeper's size. It took a full half-minute for Lin Bei to absorb the entire cloud of fog. Subsequently, his mental energy became tumultuously chaotic, as if it had been violently stirred by a colossal hand. Thud! Lin Bei resolutely seated himself on the ground, striving to regain his composure. After a full minute, he managed to stabilize himself and comprehend the alterations within his mental energy. Indeed, absorbing this peculiar entity differed greatly from consuming other forms of black mist. Now, within my mental energy, a new attribute of laziness had emerged. Chapter 274, a dragon that must be synthesized. Indeed, with the absorption of the weapon shop owner. The attribute of laziness had manifested within Lin Bei's mental energy. Whenever he employed his mental energy to launch an effective attack on another entity, that target would inherit the flaw of laziness, one that could not be overcome. Once afflicted with this flaw, they would inevitably mirror the shopkeeper's demeanor, perpetually displaying an extreme lethargy, disinterested in anything. Lin Bei felt an immense satisfaction with this outcome. A faint smile graced his features. Having acquired the ability to induce lethargy through his mental energy after absorbing the shopkeeper, just imagine what would happen if he absorbed the old hag. Would he not then gain the power to instigate insatiable gluttony? As this thought crossed his mind, Lin Bei hesitated to ponder further. If he were to absorb entities akin to the old hag, what transformations would his mental energy undergo? Would he not, after attacking someone, inadvertently bestow upon them a myriad of flaws? Lethargy, gluttony, rage, greed, arrogance, and jealousy. Would he not create a veritable amalgamation of defects? It could only be described as the most intricate mental energy in existence. Taking a deep breath, Lin Bei sought to regain a semblance of normalcy. Though unsure of why this phenomenon occurred, coming to this city had undeniably been the right choice. While others regretted their arrival, even the Sea Emperor Ao Ding felt the weight of remorse. Lin Bei alone felt assured of his decision. After a whirlwind of activity, Lin Bei collected all the weapons and equipment from the shop into his spatial ring. In this city shrouded in mist, these blue weapons and armaments would prove immensely valuable. It was time to depart. First, go to the old woman and absorb her into your body. In the next moment, Lin Bei stepped through the door of the weapon shop, plunging into the inky fog. At that very instant, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. Host. The golden mistblade dragon has ascended to king level. You may summon it at any time. The moment the system's alert sounded, Lin Bei abruptly halted. Standing still, a sense of unease washing over him. Right. The dragon. He instinctively began to mutter to himself, his expression gradually shifting to one of exhilaration. After a few moments of self-talk, Lin Bei hastily inquired of the system. System, can I merge my mental energy with the dragon? This thought only struck him after hearing the system's notification. If he could indeed fuse his own mental energy with the dragon, wouldn't the resulting creature possess power akin to his own mental prowess? Just imagine, a dragon capable of bestowing various negative statuses upon enemies through mental energy. It seemed extraordinarily formidable. Soon, the system's response chimed in. If the host wishes to, then it can be done. Since mental energy inherently belongs to you, it may be freely utilized for fusion. At that moment, a surge of motivation filled Lin Bei's heart. He was almost eager to absorb every entity akin to the weapon shop owner into his being, thereby acquiring a plethora of mental energy. It was imperative. He must fuse his mental energy with the dragon at least once. Regardless of the peculiar nature of the black mist surrounding him, Lin Bei's determination remained unshaken. He understood that this black mist was indeed no benign force. A mere second later, Lin Bei exited the weapon shop, resolutely heading towards the old woman's abode. Inside the old woman's dwelling, the members of the Ugly Alliance, led by Wen Shuai, found themselves cornered against the wall, their backs pressed tightly against it. They bore various grievous wounds. Some were missing an ear, others an eye, and some had chunks of flesh torn away. The most tragic was Wen Shuai, who had lost an entire arm. All these severed parts had been consumed by the old woman. During that brief interval, she had unleashed a frenzy of attacks while they desperately retaliated. Yet, the old woman proved overwhelmingly powerful, unperturbed by their assaults, and able to conceal her form within the black mist. The effectiveness of Wen Shuai and his group's counterattacks was pitifully insignificant. At this juncture, despair enveloped them completely. They could foresee the grim fate that awaited them, being devoured by the old woman or consumed by the black mist. Anyone, please come save us. No, I refuse to be devoured by an old hag. To hell with the Kuan, to hell with opportunities. I just wish to escape this accursed city. Despite their lamentations, the inevitable continued to unfold. The old woman advanced step by step, the black mist closing in ominously. Finally, after a mere 10 seconds, the members of the Ugly Alliance found themselves cornered, huddled together. Any slight movement would thrust them into the encroaching black mist. Having witnessed the terror of the mist, they were desperate to avoid its grasp. Observing the quaking figures of Wen Shuai and his companions in the corner, the old woman's lips curled into a cruel smirk as she opened her bloodied mouth to declare, "Food. Where can you possibly run now?" As her words hung in the air, she stepped forward with her gaping maw. Boom. At that moment, the door, which had been tightly shut, was suddenly thrust open. The old woman instinctively halted, her gaze shifting curiously towards the entrance. She was perplexed as to why her door had been flung open. But in the next instant, her eyes fell upon Lin Bei, standing at the threshold. Humans could not perceive what lay within the black mist, yet she could see clearly. Food. Food. The old woman was taken aback. She could hardly believe that the entity pushing her door open was, in fact, a meal. The members of the Ugly Alliance were equally bewildered. Though they could not see what transpired in the mist, their instincts led them to anticipate the worst. This was not the fault of the Ugly Alliance members. Anyone in their position would have thought the same. In this fog-laden city, how could a human traverse the black mist with such ease? Moreover, how could one possibly open this door? Wasn't that tantamount to courting death? Upon entering the room, Lin Bei immediately activated his powers, swiftly absorbing the swirling black mist around him into his body. Chapter 275. The first use of the power of laziness. As the black mist dissipated, the obscured vision of Wen Shuai and his companions was restored. The moment their sight returned, they beheld Lin Bei standing at the door, his face serene and composed. In an instant, Wen Shuai and the others were rendered speechless. Their thoughts spiraled into a chaotic frenzy. It was him. One of the three individuals blessed with dragon affinity. Why had he entered from the outside? The exterior was engulfed in black mist. We cannot survive within it. Wait. Where did the black mist in the room go? What the hell? The black mist had completely vanished. Though they were at a loss for understanding, they were momentarily grateful to be alive. Thank heavens for this reprieve. The members of the Ugly Alliance gawked at Lin Bei, straining to comprehend the situation before them. Yet, regardless of their efforts, they could not fathom what had transpired. The abrupt disappearance of the dense black mist that had recently filled the room was utterly bizarre. It had taken a considerable amount of time for the mist to seep in contrast to the sudden dispersal of the mist. What baffled the Ugly Alliance even more was Lin Bei's entrance through the door. Previously, a member of the Ugly Alliance had unwittingly brushed against the black mist. The moment he made contact, he suffered multiple horrific penetrating wounds, ultimately collapsing into the mist, never to rise again. If the black mist within the room was so terrifying, one could only imagine the horrors of the mist outside, which had long plagued the streets. It was easy to surmise that the external black mist was even more dreadful. Yet at this moment, a person had emerged from that very mist. Not only that, upon this person's arrival, the mist that had once filled the room had mysteriously vanished. This was all profoundly unsettling. How could they accept this so easily? At that moment, Lin Bei slowly turned his head and gazed at Wen Shuai and the others. He too felt a sense of surprise at the presence of humans in this place. What is wrong with these people? Why are they all huddled in the corner? The room is remarkably spacious. However, Lin Bei had no intention of voicing his thoughts, allowing them to remain cramped in their corner. After a second, he turned his attention back to the old woman. In the room, now free of mist, not only was the old woman present, but also several shadowy creatures. When the black mist entered the room, these shadowy beings followed suit. Simultaneously, both the old woman and the shadowy creatures fixated their gaze upon Lin Bei, their dark faces reflecting a profound astonishment and shock. Neither the old woman nor the creatures had anticipated that the mist, which had been surrounding them moments before, would suddenly vanish. Yet they quickly regained their composure, instinctively designating Lin Bei as their primary target. The old woman was the first to move, her toothy maw wide open, intent on biting off Lin Bei's head. Eat. I want to devour you. You must be absolutely delicious. At the moment she lunged, the shadowy creatures also sprang into action. The dissipated black mist once again surging into the room. As the old woman and shadowy creatures advanced toward him, Lin Bei refrained from utilizing his power to manipulate the mist. Instead, he harnessed his mental energy, channeling its inherent lethargic force. Perfect. It was an opportune moment to test my newly acquired ability. As he muttered these words, Lin Bei's mental energy coalesced into dozens of invisible blades, piercing directly into the bodies of the old woman and the shadowy creatures. The next moment, the advancing old woman and shadowy beings abruptly halted in their tracks. Standing motionless, the old woman felt her eyelids becoming unbearably heavy, and merely opening her eyes transformed into a daunting task. How strange. Why am I so drowsy? So sleepy and hungry? A few seconds later, succumbing to her body's instincts, she collapsed onto the ground, intermittently gnawing on a mangled arm. She resembled a pig that hadn't slept or eaten for 3 days and nights. Not only the old woman, but also the shadowy creatures succumbed to the overwhelming influence. One by one, they reclined on the ground, too lethargic to move. Even in the face of life-threatening danger, they remained in this state. Observing this scene, Lin Bei nodded in satisfaction, a glimmer of amusement flashing in his eyes. The effect is truly remarkable. Indeed, this mental energy, imbued with lethargy, is exceptionally potent. An effortless attack rendered the old woman and those shadowy creatures utterly helpless. He felt a profound sense of satisfaction, overwhelming satisfaction. He couldn't help but find himself increasingly eager to explore other abilities at this moment. After absorbing this old woman, my mental energy would undoubtedly gain the trait of gluttony. Gluttony must also be formidable. As they were all within the same room, the members of the Ugly Alliance witnessed this bizarre spectacle. Hiss, hiss. The sound of drawn breaths echoed, each face etched with disbelief, even forgetting the pain radiating from their bodies. Breathing became rapid and labored. How peculiar. Am I already dead? Is that why I am witnessing such an impossible occurrence? Damn, has that old woman gone mad? She was just so fierce. And now she is lying on the ground asleep? This situation is far too strange. The more they looked, the more it resembled an illusion. They couldn't fathom what their eyes were witnessing. The contrast was as vast as an insurmountable chasm. Instinctively doubting their own senses was the most normal reaction. Just then, Lin Bei stepped forward. As he approached the old woman, he slowly crouched down, regarding her with an expression of cold indifference. You can be liberated. Chapter 276. The second step achieved, trait of gluttony. Indeed, after being absorbed by Lin Bei, the old woman truly attained a form of release. At the very least, she would no longer have to exist in this city shrouded in perpetual mist, enduring a monotonous existence, repeating the same actions day after day. No longer would she be a puppet controlled by overwhelming flaws each night. Not just the old woman, but also the weapon shop owner and the middle-aged couple from the Misty experienced the same fate. Though she heard Lin Bei's words, the old woman, now burdened by both gluttony and lethargy, possessed no desire to respond. She merely lay there with closed eyes on the cold ground, silently enduring the intense hunger, while the mangled arm had long been discarded. Gurgle, gurgle. Even as her stomach grumbled incessantly, the old woman was too lethargic to act. Clearly, lethargy had triumphed over gluttony. Seeing this, Lin Bei said nothing further, simply raising a hand to cover the old woman's aged, dark face. Farewell. The moment the words left his lips, he decisively activated his power. Whoosh, whoosh. The old woman, lying on the ground like a salted fish, transformed in an instant into a massive cloud of black mist. As the black mist swirled, it all entered Lin Bei's body. After a span of several seconds, the black mist finally dissipated. Lin Bei remained motionless on the ground, attuned to the changes within his mental energy. My mental energy has actually surpassed the king level. Reek. The members of the League of the Unsightly had long been rendered speechless, frozen in place by shock. Now, they had come to a profound realization regarding the sudden vanishing of the black mist. It was not that the mist had disappeared. Rather, it had been drawn into his very being. How on earth is this possible? Even more terrifying than that old hag. We are all mere humans from the outside. How is it that you can absorb this mist? Could it be that you are a mutant? The members of the League of the Unsightly dared only to murmur amongst themselves, paralyzed by fear and unable to act. Meanwhile, within the Misty Hotel, the black mist drifted languidly, gradually seeping into the living room. The second room upstairs and downstairs was now saturated with an overwhelming amount of black mist. The individuals who had been in these two rooms had completely lost all consciousness, their life force dwindling with the passage of time. A copious amount of blood oozed from their bodies, cascading down the edges of the bed and pooling on the floor below. The increasingly pungent scent of blood swiftly permeated other areas, mingling with the stench from the first room. Although the black mist obscured vision and dulled perception, it could not mask this particular odor. And scent is a remarkably swift messenger. At the very least, it travels faster than the movements of middle-aged men and women. As the two individuals in the second room acted on instinct, others who caught a whiff of this distinctive aroma began to regain a sliver of awareness. Yet, this revival was fleeting. Their physical condition remained exceedingly frail, rendering even the simplest attempt to speak a formidable challenge. See Emperor Ao Ding glared with bloodshot eyes, striving to clench his fists, yet found himself utterly powerless. The strangeness of the Misty City far exceeded his expectations, despite having made some preparations. When stripped of strength and ability, no amount of forethought could avail him. Being at the pinnacle of imperial strength, he could barely muster a few words. If I survive this, I must settle the score with Cohen. Yet, it is truly inconceivable. How could I be rendered completely powerless and unable to utilize my gifts? I am a formidable being at the peak of imperial strength. Conventional methods are utterly ineffective. This clearly illustrates the ferocity of this phenomenon. In a nearby room, the equally imperial-level Lu Ying found himself in a state of resignation. However, he was devoid of any worry. He merely shook his head, adopting a self-deprecating tone. I'm dragging Mr. Lin down again. Initially, Lu Ying had thought that Lin Bei's temporary weakness would allow him to protect Lin Bei. Yet, given the current circumstances, how could he possibly safeguard Lin Bei? Not only could he not protect him, but he also found himself reliant on Lin Bei for salvation. Nevertheless, Lu Ying remained unperturbed, for he believed wholeheartedly that Lin Bei would undoubtedly come to seek them out. Don't ask why. It's simply intuition. With a long exhale, Lin Bei finally rose to his feet, surveying the misty creatures surrounding him. With a wave of his hand, he activated his ability, drawing these misty monstrosities into his own being. His already formidable mental strength received a significant enhancement. The next moment, Lin Bei turned his gaze toward the members of the League of the Unsightly. Why are you here? He was genuinely taken aback. There was clearly an inn in the main city, yet these individuals had chosen to come to this old hag's abode? What is going on? Upon hearing Lin Bei's inquiry, the members of the League exchanged glances before responding with a tone laden with complexity. Because we have nowhere else to go. Due to our less than appealing appearances, that middle-aged couple at the Misty Hotel unceremoniously expelled us, even denying us the right to rest in the lobby for a night. While traversing the gray mist, we heard the old hag shouting about selling umbrellas. At this revelation, Lin Bei grasped the situation. A hotel that only allows the aesthetically pleasing to reside. Just as Ivy had said, the middle-aged couple epitomized lust. Chapter 277, Succumbing to the Instinct for Survival. Although Lin Bei had confirmed this matter, he did not immediately depart, instead furrowing his brow as he scrutinized Wen Shuai and the others. How should he handle them? He pondered how to deal with these individuals. Since they were unwittingly saved by him, it fell upon him to determine their fate. Otherwise, what purpose would there be in keeping these competitors alive? Fewer competitors, isn't that preferable? Indeed, to Lin Bei, these individuals were competitors. However, they were merely weaker contenders, incapable of posing any genuine threat to him. But in the next moment, before Lin Bei could utter a word, Wen Shuai from the League of the Unsightly cautiously spoke up. We are willing to submit to you. Whatever you command, we shall comply. We only hope you will lead us to survive in this bizarre city. Within those fleeting seconds, they had hastily reached this conclusion. Having witnessed the events unfold before their eyes, the members of the League of the Unsightly were acutely aware of what choice they needed to make. Clearly, the best option for survival in this city was to follow this man before them. No. Not merely the best choice, it was the only choice. After all, what rendered others helpless? This man could absorb as easily as one consumes food. It was as if he belonged to another dimension. In the entire Misty City, no one else could achieve such feats. Upon hearing Wen Shuai and the others, Lin Bei was momentarily taken aback, feeling somewhat surprised. He had not anticipated their decisiveness in expressing their desire to follow him as subordinates so promptly. In light of this, Lin Bei had no intention of rejecting them. If utilized properly, these individuals could indeed prove to be quite useful. Furthermore, should their loyalty meet his standards, he could reap rewards associated with having subordinates. He vividly remembered the series of rewards he received after completely subduing Bai Zhou. Follow me. Certainly. However, I cannot trust you yet, so some measures must be taken. He was no naive individual. He would not simply embrace those who wished to follow him without any reservations. How could those who have obtained the scales of the Kunping and arrived in this city possibly be the type to easily submit to strangers? Indeed, upon hearing Lin Bei's words, Wen Shuai and the others fell into silence, once again exchanging glances filled with unspoken thoughts. Their decision to submit to Lin Bei was solely driven by the desire to leverage his abilities to survive in this city. Although they harbored no ill intentions at present, no one could guarantee that such thoughts would not arise in the future. Their willingness to submit was merely temporary, once they departed from this fog-enshrouded city. Free from the looming threat of the terrifying mist, everything would undergo a monumental transformation, and naturally, they would no longer be content to remain subservient. The members of the Ugly Alliance maintained their silence, unable to provide a definitive answer for the moment. Lin Bei, however, remained unhurried, patiently awaiting their decision. Regardless of the outcome, he had already devised corresponding strategies. Should they agree, he would temporarily accept their allegiance, utilizing them as laborers for exploration. Should they refuse, he would readily cast them into the black mist. At present, the East District, South District, and North District remained unexplored. The two formations spoken of by the Kunpeng must lie within one of the other three districts. He was eager to witness the guardians of those formations. A dragon and a mermaid, perhaps? How thrilling! After a considerable pause, the remaining four members of the Ugly Alliance finally reached their conclusion. All right. We agree. Despite their hushed deliberations, there was only one outcome. Refusal would leave them reliant solely on their own strength to survive in this fog-shrouded city. Comparatively, agreeing seemed the more prudent choice, for relying on oneself to survive proved an impractical endeavor. Upon witnessing their acquiescence, Lin Bei immediately summoned his mental energy. His immense spiritual force coalesced into invisible blades. Whoosh, whoosh. Within a second, these mental blades pierced the minds of Wen Shuai and the others. This was no ordinary mental attack. It contained the peculiar attributes of sloth and gluttony. Wen Shuai and the others made no attempt to resist, allowing this mental force to ravage their consciousness. Little did they realize what awaited them. Meanwhile, within the territory of the Great Fish Sovereign, the disguised Lord of the Radiant Altar had infiltrated a relatively weak tribe. Observing the tribe members busily preparing to venture to another side, he solemnly mused, indeed, none of the sovereigns from the Shanghai organization are virtuous. That vile fellow, the fierce god, is perpetually concocting various hybrid beasts. And this one, known as the Great Fish, seeks to dominate the entire sea. A band of scoundrels. Originally, the Lord of the Radiant Altar intended to covertly protect the spirit Taoist. However, upon witnessing Lin Bei's strength and discerning the brewing conspiracy, his thoughts underwent a drastic transformation in a remarkably short time. The Lord of the Radiant Altar resolved to thwart the Great Fish Sovereign's schemes with all his might. For he had surmised that the greatest peril in the North Sea stemmed from the Great Fish Sovereign within the Shanghai organization. However, the Lord of the Radiant Altar was astute and refrained from engaging in direct conflict with the Great Fish Sovereign. After all, this was the dominion of the Great Fish Sovereign, and he would not act impulsively. Thus, the current Lord of the Radiant Altar was, in essence, a concealed bomb waiting to explode. In the very next moment after being struck by Lin Bei's mental assault, the members of the Ugly Alliance collapsed to the ground, their eyelids seemingly magnetized, uncontrollably yearning to close. Gurgle, gurgle, their stomachs churned, and an overwhelming sensation of hunger spread throughout. This hunger compelled the members of the Ugly Alliance to seek sustenance. Yet, a sense of lethargy manipulated their will, preventing them from doing anything but lying still. I'm so hungry, yet I can't muster the energy to find food. Is there anyone who can feed me? They lamented. I'm starving. And I'm too tired to search for something to eat. In the midst of this primal struggle, fear engulfed the members of the Ugly Alliance. Though they could not control their bodies, their rationality remained intact. Their thoughts were clear, yet they were helpless to act as they wished, as if their bodies were possessed by demons named sloth and gluttony. Gurgle, gurgle. The sounds of their hunger and their wails echoed. Wen Shuai gazed at Lin Bei with pleading eyes, suppressing the tumult of emotions within, and managed to utter, "Please, stop. We understand. We will never betray you." His words were sincere, not mere excuses to alleviate their suffering. After experiencing such a dreadful sensation, Wen Shuai truly had no desire to betray Lin Bei. Witnessing their own descent into despair was infinitely more terrifying than being killed outright. As Wen Shuai's voice fell silent, the others echoed in unison, "Yes. We will not err. Please spare us." As these pleas for mercy resounded, the system notification chimed. Ding. The host has successfully subdued the third subordinate, and upon system assessment, their loyalty is exceedingly high. Fourth subordinate. Ding. Congratulations. The total number of subordinates has reached 5, and after system evaluation, their loyalty levels are all notably high, thus granting you the rewards for the second stage. Now, the second stage rewards are being distributed. Upon hearing the system's notifications, Lin Bei could not help but raise an eyebrow. It seemed this method was remarkably effective. It had enabled them to fully submit in such a short span of time. He was taken aback, having initially thought these individuals were resolute and unyielding, submitting merely for survival. Yet, he had not anticipated the situation would unfold in this manner. What a farce of fortitude. Nonetheless, Lin Bei did not immediately withdraw his mental force, instead listening to the ongoing system notifications. Ding. The second stage rewards have been dispensed. Ding. The subordinate teleportation function has been successfully activated. The host can summon subordinates to their side using this function. Currently, it only works for subordinates within 100,000 meters. The host can also directly travel to the side of their subordinates. Ding. The subordinate communication function has been successfully activated. The host can utilize this function to communicate with their subordinates, no matter how vast the distance or the environment. Communication is always possible. With that, the system's notification ceased. However, the moment Lin Bei was about to release his mental energy, the system's prompt resounded once more. Additionally, a friendly reminder to the host. The hidden reward for obtaining your second subordinate was the subordinate pet summoning function. With this function, you can directly summon the pets belonging to your subordinates. At that time, the situation was somewhat chaotic, and the host may not have noticed this matter. Lin Bei fell into silence. Indeed, at that moment, he had focused all his attention on the chaos. After resolving the chaotic situation, the system began its upgrade. Coupled with the myriad of tasks that followed, this matter was inevitably delayed. Understood, Lin Bei felt quite pleased with these new functions. Undoubtedly, these features were quite formidable. Whether it was the mutual teleportation or the ability to communicate across vast distances, or even summoning the pets of his subordinates, all were impressive. A second later, when Shuai and the others returned to normal, their hunger dissipating, and they regained the ability to move once more. They found themselves in a state of relief, akin to surviving a catastrophe. Lin Bei's indifferent voice resonated again at this moment. Do not celebrate too soon. My mental energy still resides within your minds. Should I sense any hint of disobedience, you will endure the same torment as before. Despite the high loyalty of these individuals, recognized by the system, he still chose to maintain his mental energy within their minds. The intent was simple, merely to be cautious. Nevertheless, when Shuai and the others dared not voice any dissent, wearing expressions of obsequiousness, they respectfully replied, "Rest assured, we shall not err." They had no desire to experience that sensation again. It was neither painful nor hurtful, yet utterly despairing, akin to sinking into an ocean devoid of buoyancy. Subsequently, Lin Bei and Wen Shuai gathered some intelligence. He signaled for Wen Shuai and the others to remain at the old woman's residence, awaiting his commands. Before turning to exit the room, with the acquisition of these new abilities, Lin Bei appropriately revised his plans. By the arrival of the next day, he would arrange for Wen Shuai and his team to venture into several other districts. Should there be any discoveries, Lin Bei would teleport there at the earliest opportunity. Phew. After Lin Bei's departure, Wen Shuai and the others finally exhaled in relief, hastily finding a place to sit. Terrifying. Utterly terrifying. Initially, they believed that the old woman and this city were sufficiently frightening. Yet they never anticipated that the most terrifying aspect would be the one who accompanied them to this city. How on earth did he accomplish all of this? No matter how hard I think, I cannot comprehend. Not only could he consume that dark mist, but he also acquired such extraordinary abilities. After being assaulted by his mental energy, we inexplicably transformed into beings akin to the old woman. They could only express their complex emotions through such discussions, merely a means of expressing feelings. As for anything else, they did not dare pursue. Not only did they not dare act, they didn't even dare entertain the thought. Meanwhile, Lin Bei once again entered the dark mist, advancing at a pace similar to before. During his journey, he established a connection with Lu Ying. Lu Ying, are you there? Upon hearing this, Lu Ying, who had remained motionless in his room, suddenly lit up with excitement in his eyes. Mr. Lin, I am here. Soon. Lin Bei's voice echoed again. Prepare yourself. I am coming to find you. To which Lu Ying promptly responded. All right. Yet, the moment his voice resonated, Lin Bei materialized in his room. Chapter 279. The first synthesis of subordinates. Staring at Lin Bei, who had suddenly appeared in his room, Lu Ying was left utterly astonished. Although he had anticipated Lin Bei's visit, he had not expected it to occur in such a manner. Wasn't this speed exceedingly astonishing? The words had scarcely left his mouth, and not even a second had passed before Lin Bei had arrived. Moreover, how did he enter? The door and windows remained tightly shut, without even the slightest crack appearing. It was as if he had materialized out of thin air. In that moment, Lu Ying's thoughts instinctively halted, his mind plunging into a blank state. The room was enveloped in silence. The only sounds were the breaths of the two. After a considerable time, Lin Bei's voice finally broke the silence. From today onward, you and I can communicate directly. At any time, in any place, it is possible. You need only to summon this thought within your mind. He paused, allowing Lu Ying a moment to comprehend and absorb the information. Upon hearing Lin Bei's words, the still-dazed Lu Ying finally snapped back to reality. That familiar voice had evidently resonated directly within his mind. However, at the time, he had not realized it. Instantly, Lu Ying's eyes widened uncontrollably, a more profound astonishment reflected within them. He had never witnessed such a technique, yet he had heard of it. Only those with extraordinary abilities could achieve such incredible feats, truly deserving of his reputation. He always managed to accomplish the unimaginable. A second later, Lin Bei's voice continued. Additionally, as long as I permit it, you can teleport to my side directly. Conversely, I can teleport to your side without needing your consent. The range extends to 100,000 meters. Gulp, gulp. Upon hearing this even more astonishing revelation, Lu Ying swallowed several times, beads of sweat forming on his forehead and back. The ability to teleport freely within 100,000 meters, combined with the capacity to communicate at any time and place, left him utterly astounded. Lu Ying felt almost numbed by the overwhelming sensations. Meanwhile, within the confines of the second room, the man and woman simultaneously ceased their activities, a shared look of perplexity blossoming upon their faces. Their utterance conveyed a similar sentiment. What a strange sensation. It seems something has transpired. The situation feels somewhat off. It appears there is an unfamiliar masculine presence. Although both the middle-aged individuals sensed the anomaly, Almost in the next instant, their overpowering desires eclipsed their rationality, compelling them to act instinctively. As for investigating this peculiar circumstance, that would have to wait until they completed their current endeavors. At that moment, 3/4 of the second room had succumbed to the enveloping black mist. It would not be long before it was entirely consumed. This was not limited to these 2 rooms. The living room was also suffused with a substantial amount of the dark fog. Observing the motionless figure of Lu Ying, frail and bedridden, Lin Bei surmised the unfolding situation. You cannot move now. Upon uttering these words, he summoned his mental energy, enveloping Lu Ying entirely. In response, Lu Ying promptly communicated in his mind, indeed, after entering this room post-dinner, my strength began to dissipate rapidly, rendering my abilities unusable. However, this sensation differs entirely from that experienced in the abyss of evil. Although both entail the inability to utilize one's gifts, the circumstances are fundamentally distinct. No sooner had the words left his lips than Lin Bei retracted his mental energy. Within mere seconds, he comprehended the cause of the predicament. It was due to a potent surge of mental energy that had infiltrated their bodies, permeating various acupoints and other vital areas, continuously stimulating those locales. Consequently, this is why you find yourself in such a state. The significant enhancement and peculiar nature of the mental energy have allowed me to discern the entirety of this situation with ease. Furthermore, I have detected a unique power inherent to the mist within that very energy. Thus, it became evident that Lu Ying and his companion's transformation was inextricably linked to the pervasive mist engulfing the city. Suddenly, Lin Bei recalled the words of the elderly woman. Even the seemingly safe gray mist should not be engaged for prolonged periods, lest one suffers adverse effects. Hair and skin turning ashen was merely one of the consequences. It was highly plausible that their inhalation of the gray mist had triggered this predicament through some means. The gray mist indeed harbored mental energy, a fact Lin Bei had long since grasped. Moreover, unconscious mental energy could be provoked through certain methods. Upon hearing Lin Bei's words, Lu Ying's expression shifted dramatically. He was alarmed. So it was because of the mist. What could be done about this? Lu Ying was utterly at a loss as to how to combat the mist. During their time in this city, they had been tirelessly seeking to evade it. Their entry into the Misty Inn was predicated on this very reason. Thus, upon hearing the connection to the mist, Lu Ying could not suppress his panic. After all, he had no idea how to resist it. At that moment, Lin Bei's calm voice resonated. Lu Ying, prepare yourself. I shall bestow upon you the ability to control this mist. The next instant, Lu Ying was momentarily taken aback. Despite having witnessed Lin Bei's remarkable feats, he instinctively found it hard to believe this assertion. Control the mist of the city? Surely this was a jest. They were all outsiders, newcomers at that. How could one hope to gain dominion over the mist in such a brief span? It might be conceivable for himself to acquire such power, but bestowing it upon another? That seemed utterly absurd. After all, even the Sea Sovereign Ao Ding was powerless against this mist. This was Lu Ying's immediate reaction. Once he regained his composure, he delved into contemplation. He understood that Lin Bei would not utter unfounded claims. No, it cannot be possible. Meanwhile, Lin Bei harbored no curiosity for Lu Ying's thoughts. His singular focus was to utilize the subordinate synthesis function. System, activate subordinate synthesis function. Chapter 280. You seem to be enjoying this. Allow subordinates to synthesize. This was the most prudent course of action Lin Bei could conceive. He was acutely aware that he would be remaining in this city for the foreseeable future, with numerous matters to attend to. Thus, this was a necessary undertaking. Possessing subordinates capable of navigating the mist freely would undoubtedly simplify many tasks. Soon, the system's prompt chimed. Ding. Please select synthesis materials. Subordinate synthesis differs from dragon synthesis. During subordinate synthesis, only 2 materials may be chosen at a time, one being the subordinate itself, and the other can be selected freely. For subsequent secondary or tertiary syntheses, only one synthesis material may be chosen. Subordinates, after all, are not comparable to dragons. In the next moment, Lin Bei strode toward the window, forcefully flinging it open. As the window swung ajar, a torrent of black mist surged inwards, eager to envelop the interior. Within a second, the entire windowsill was consumed by the dark fog. Crack, crack. The window itself became invisible amidst the mist, yet the sound of shattering glass echoed ominously. Witnessing this, Lu Ying instinctively gasped in alarm, a wave of anxiety swelling within him. In that instant of realization, he fervently shouted in his mind, Mr. Lin, quick, take cover. Lu Ying did not chastise Lin Bei for opening the window. Rather, he urged him to distance himself from the encroaching mist. This demonstrated his genuine concern for Lin Bei's safety. However, Lin Bei had no intention of retreating. Instead, he regarded the advancing black mist with indifference. Turning away as he stated, "It is merely black mist. What is there to evade?" To him, the black mist posed no threat whatsoever. There was no need for evasion. As soon as the words left his lips, Lin Bei raised both hands, unhesitatingly plunging them into the black fog, swiftly seizing a handful of it. Concurrently, he utilized his mental energy to inscribe his unique mental mark upon the mass of black mist he had captured. As with the synthesis of the golden mist blade dragon, when utilizing the mist as a material, one must imprint their own mental signature upon it. With a piercing scream echoing, the mental imprint was successfully inscribed. Immediately, Lin Bei sharply withdrew his arm, extracting a large mass of black mist, which he clutched tightly in his hand. Subsequently, he turned his gaze towards Lu Ying, calmly striding back. "System. The first material is Lu Ying. The second material is the black mist in my hand." The moment the words fell, the black mist spontaneously detached from Lin Bei's grasp, hurtling towards Lu Ying with terrifying speed. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ying was engulfed by the swirling black mist. Unable to evade, he could only accept this fate with profound bewilderment. Even in the last second before losing consciousness, Lu Ying remained utterly perplexed. Moments later, a faint white glow enveloped both Lu Ying and the black mist. Ding! Synthesis in progress. Following this, Lin Bei did not linger in the room, decisively approaching the tightly shut door, delivering a forceful kick. Bang! The door was sent flying far away, crashing heavily to the ground. Yet, the iron lock that had hung there remained steadfast in its original position. Observing the iron lock ahead, Lin Bei raised an eyebrow in mild surprise and remarked, "It appears this iron lock is the reason for Lu Ying's predicament." As soon as the words left his lips, he reached out to grasp the iron lock. However, it exploded, transforming into a vast expanse of black mist that enveloped Lin Bei. The quantity of this black mist was substantial. Although it did not surpass the amount generated by the weapon shop owner, it was still about 1/10 of that. Furthermore, it harbored a unique form of spiritual energy. Indeed, another type of special black mist. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Bei harnessed his power, absorbing the surrounding black mist into his being. During this absorption process, he summoned forth the already king-level golden mist blade dragon. Whoosh! Whoosh! The golden mist blade dragon, resembling an eastern dragon, gracefully weaved through the black mist, cautiously vigilant of the dangers around it. However, it did not absorb the black mist. It merely allowed its master to do so. The golden mist blade dragon understood that this special black mist held significant value for its master. After a span of several seconds, Lin Bei finally absorbed all the black mist surrounding him. Exhaling a long breath, a smile graced his face. What a splendid find! Following the absorption of this black mist, Lin Bei's mental prowess not only experienced a considerable enhancement, but also granted him a novel method of utilizing his mental energy. Now, should he wish, he could wield his mental power to render his enemies into a state akin to that of Lu Ying at this moment. It must be said, this is an exceptionally practical ability. With such a characteristic bestowed upon his mental energy, future syntheses could yield even more formidable dragons. Lin Bei waved his hand, summoning the golden mist blade dragon to his side, and with a light laugh, commanded, "You shall destroy all the iron locks. I will search for that pair of misty individuals." Buzz! The golden mist blade dragon gave a soft hum, indicating its understanding. The next moment, the man and dragon parted ways. With his mental energy fully unleashed, Lin Bei swiftly pinpointed the location of the middle-aged couple. Naturally, he proceeded towards the middle-aged woman closest to him. Before long, Lin Bei arrived at the entrance of the second room, hearing strange sounds emanating from within. He couldn't help but frown slightly, feeling a tinge of aversion to the situation. Were it not for the potential utility of this trait, he would have resolutely turned away. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, Lin Bei stepped forward without hesitation, entering the room. His unmatched mental energy erupted simultaneously, while the middle-aged woman, lost in her indulgence, remained blissfully unaware of Lin Bei's entrance. By the time she sensed something amiss, it was already too late. A large hand shot out, clasping around her neck, accompanied by a voice. "You seem to be quite enjoying yourself." Chapter 281, the third special attribute. The room was suffused with thick black mist, obscuring Lin Bei's vision entirely. All he could perceive was the dense, swirling black fog. Naturally, he could not discern the middle-aged woman's appearance. His ability to accurately grasp the middle-aged woman stemmed solely from his formidable, extraordinary mental prowess. However, the middle-aged woman was different. Born from the very mist, she could easily perceive Lin Bei's countenance. Initially, when she was seized by a hand, a primal instinct of panic surged within her, and she struggled to escape her predicament. Yet, as she beheld Lin Bei's visage, that sense of panic dissipated in an instant, replaced by a fervent excitement. "Handsome boy. Why not let me down, and we can have some fun together?" My skills are quite impressive. You will undoubtedly be satisfied. Her tone brimmed with seductive allure, akin to a captivating fox spirit. Even her eyes sparkled with eagerness and anticipation. She was not jesting with Lin Bei. She genuinely harbored such thoughts. Clearly, the flaw she possessed easily overpowered her scant rationality, rendering her a slave to her desires. Upon hearing the middle-aged woman's words, Lin Bei furrowed his brow tightly. He felt no stirrings of attraction in response. Compared to gluttony and sloth, this trait seemed somewhat troublesome. Moreover, the consequences of its use appeared rather peculiar. However, if applied in the right contexts, it could still yield impressive results. Indeed, the special attribute of lust, when compared to the attributes of gluttony and sloth, proved to be rather cumbersome. Its effects on enemies would manifest in quite an odd manner. Relatively speaking, Lin Bei preferred the ability to directly render his foes into uselessness through sloth. For sloth could compel enemies to forfeit their combat capabilities, choosing instead to lie on the ground, awaiting their demise. Even with a sharp blade hovering above their heads, a slothful individual would lack the motivation to flee. As these thoughts echoed in his mind, Lin Bei fully activated the power of the mist, unreservedly absorbing the fog present in the room. Swish, swish, swish. After approximately 5 seconds, all the mist within the room had been absorbed into his body. Subsequently, Lin Bei beheld the entirety of the room before him. Before him lay a lifeless body of a man upon the bed. The corpse was emaciated, with skin tightly clinging to bone. Its eye sockets were deeply sunken, and the hair had become sparse, while the skin was marred by dark spots. It was a visage that seemed drained of all vitality. The word tragic scarcely sufficed to describe it. However, Lin Bei merely cast a fleeting glance before averting his gaze. Tragic though it was, it bore no relevance to him. After all, it was merely a stranger. Thankfully, he possessed the ability to synthesize with the dragon and the mist. Otherwise, he too might have met a similar fate, lost within this boundless black fog. In the next moment, Lin Bei's gaze shifted once more to the middle-aged woman he held captive. Before him stood a shadowy humanoid entity, discernible only by certain features that hinted at her femininity. As for her appearance, that was utterly indiscernible. Your visage is indeed beyond description. Upon witnessing the middle-aged woman's form, Lin Bei felt an even greater sense of pity for the man on the bed. How could he have been drained of his life essence by such a woman? Yet, at that moment, the woman seemed completely unconcerned. She merely raised both arms, tightly gripping Lin Bei's, while persistently speaking in that same tone. Hey there, handsome. Come play with me. I promise you will be thoroughly satisfied. She appeared wholly indifferent to her predicament. The only impulse driving her was her primal instinct. Lin Bei furrowed his brow tighter, his inner revulsion intensifying, and spoke in a voice laced with indifference. You are exceedingly loud. The instant his words fell, he activated his ability to control the mist, preparing to absorb the middle-aged woman into himself. Boom. With a muffled sound, the woman exploded into a vast cloud of dense black mist. However, before the black fog could spread elsewhere, it was drawn irresistibly towards Lin Bei, swirling frantically into his being. Just before disintegrating into the black mist, the middle-aged woman left behind a parting remark. Oh, handsome, I never imagined you to be so greedy. You wish to make me a part of you completely. I find that delightful. She felt no fear. Rather, she experienced an exhilarating thrill, as if she had discovered a worthy sanctuary. Lin Bei's expression soured further. How utterly repugnant. He felt a measure of relief knowing that the black mist he absorbed would retain no self-awareness. Moreover, upon absorbing this middle-aged woman, Lin Bei's mental prowess gained a third, unique attribute. He had drawn one step closer to his goal. After a brief moment, Lin Bei exhaled deeply, raising his hand to stretch and ease his muscles. Although he had acquired a new attribute, it was incomplete, only capable of dealing with one gender. There remained half, yet to be attained. In the next instant, he set off to find the middle-aged man, intent on obtaining the other half of the special attribute. Soon, Lin Bei arrived at the location of the middle-aged man, unhesitatingly absorbing all the black mist within the room into himself. The man reacted differently from the woman. Upon seeing Lin Bei, he exhibited intense hostility, as though he were confronted by a sworn enemy. Lin Bei did not engage in idle chatter. He swiftly dispatched the man. Subsequently, he absorbed the black mist formed from the middle-aged man into his being. At last, Lin Bei had finally acquired a complete third attribute. With 3 unique attributes now at his disposal, he could attend to other matters. Aside from absorbing this special attribute, he had additional tasks to fulfill. Meanwhile, the golden mist blade dragon roamed within the misty inn, seeking the iron locks hanging from the doors. Every iron lock it touched ultimately transformed into black mist. Due to the doors being tightly shut, this black fog lingered only outside. The entirety of the Mistian's lobby was now suffused with dense black mist. Chapter 282. Synthesis successful. A shocked Luing. After the iron locks were destroyed and transformed into copious black mist, those residing in various rooms, including the Sea Emperor Ao Ding, returned to normal. The moment Ao Ding sensed his restoration, he sprang to his feet, eagerly attuning to the formidable power coursing within him. My strength is restored. My abilities can function normally. What on earth is happening? He was not naive enough to believe that nothing had transpired. Since he had returned to normal, it indicated that something significant must have occurred outside. Otherwise, why would his strength and talents have been rendered unusable, leading to such unnecessary turmoil? Quickly, the Sea Emperor Ao Ding made a decision, striding towards the tightly shut door, instinctively lowering his voice as he spoke. If my judgment is correct, this door should now be able to open. The moment his words fell, he reached for the doorknob, gently applying pressure to turn it. Creak. The door swung open effortlessly. Indeed, the door could be opened. However, in the next moment, Ao Ding was confronted with the overwhelming black mist enveloping the entire lobby. Instantly, a profound sense of peril surged within him. What the hell? The typically composed Ao Ding could not help but utter an expletive, although he had mentally prepared himself, aware that he would face some peculiar circumstances. The current scenario surpassed his expectations. Outside the door lay an abundance of black mist. What is going on here? Until he comprehended the full extent of the situation, it would be best to avoid these mists. Without hesitation, Ao Ding forcefully shut the door, retreating several steps. Only once he felt he had reached a safe distance did he cease his retreat. Next, Ao Ding fell into contemplation. He pondered the nature of this predicament. Why, despite his strength and abilities being restored, did the outside world present such a bizarre situation? No matter how he thought about it, something felt amiss. There was a problem, a significant one. Meanwhile, others in different rooms began to realize their bodies had returned to normal in an instant. One by one, they rose, faces alight with excitement as they exclaimed, "Wonderful! My strength has returned to normal." That despicable middle-aged couple. I shall go and teach them a lesson for daring to employ such vile tactics against us. This infuriates me. I must vent my frustrations. Due to the inadequate sound insulation of the building, many could hear the voices emanating from the adjacent room. Yu Xingyao's expression turned grim. His fists clenched tightly in frustration at the sense of helplessness he had just experienced. Without hesitation, he shouted, "Let's go. Out of the room. We must confront that middle-aged pervert couple." With that, he strode to the door and kicked it open with force. Yet, in the next moment, regret washed over him. For a thick cloud of black mist began to seep in through the gap in the door. What in the world? Why is there black mist outside? He was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the situation. Earlier, when he entered, the hotel lobby appeared perfectly normal, devoid of even the slightest trace of fog. But now, outside loomed an ominous shroud of black mist. Just then, several others who had opened their doors also caught sight of the dense black fog, and panic ensued. They hurriedly shut their doors and huddled in the corners, cautiously watching the closed doors, whispering to themselves, "Please, do not let it come in. I refuse to perish in this hotel." They all understood too well what the black mist signified. At that moment, only Lu Ying's room remained silent, enveloped in a cocoon of white light. The entire space glimmered with a soft, ethereal glow. As time passed, cracks began to appear in the white light. Initially, there were but a few, but within seconds, the number swelled to hundreds, even thousands. With a thunderous crack, the white light erupted, dissipating suddenly. Lu Ying, who had been cocooned within, slowly opened his eyes. Is it over? That was quick. During the synthesis process, he had not sensed the passage of time. It felt as though less than a second had elapsed. In the next moment, Lu Ying stood on the ground, instinctively turning to gaze out the window at the thick black mist. Previously, upon seeing such ominous fog, he would instinctively feel uneasy, wishing to distance himself as far as possible. Yet now, everything had changed. Instead of dread, he felt a surge of exhilaration upon seeing the mist. To his astonishment, he found himself drawn to the idea of stepping into it. Swallowing hard, he spoke with a slight tremor in his voice. "No way. How could I entertain such a peculiar thought?" Unable to suppress the overwhelming impulse, he approached the window and flung it open. In an instant, the mist began to pour into the room, swiftly occupying the windowsill. This time, Lu Ying did not shy away from the encroaching black fog. Instead, he pushed forward with both hands. Miraculously, the black mist that flooded the room began to retreat outside. It did not cease there. The departing mist seemed to draw back even more of its kind, eventually revealing a blank space outside the window, illuminated by the soft light radiating from within the room. Incredible. I can truly control this mist. Mr. Lin was not jesting after all. No matter how he attempted to rationalize the reality, he found it impossible to remain calm. The situation was simply too astonishing. Meanwhile, Lin Bei had entered the lobby, casually selecting a spot to sit, ready to absorb the vast quantities of black mist swirling around him. Just then, the system's prompt resonated in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully synthesizing your subordinate for the first time. Corresponding rewards are being dispensed. Ding. Dispensation successful. Congratulations, host, for receiving a random dragon summoning opportunity. Upon hearing this system notification, Lin Bei was momentarily taken aback. What? There's a reward for synthesizing a subordinate. This revelation caught him off guard. Merely utilizing the subordinate synthesis function once had unexpectedly granted him a random dragon summoning reward. Soon, the system's voice continued. Host, you did not miss here. Using the synthesis function on subordinates can indeed fulfill specific conditions to obtain rewards. The more synthesis attempts you make for your subordinates, the more rewards you will earn. The first attempt yields a reward, the 10th yields a reward, the 50th yields a reward. In summary, the more synthesis attempts you make, the more opportunities for rewards you will receive. Furthermore, each reward grants one random dragon summoning opportunity. Upon comprehending the system's explanation, Lin Bei formulated a new goal in his mind. It seems I must utilize the synthesis function on my subordinates as often as possible, not only to strengthen them, but also to acquire more dragons. He had no concerns regarding potential betrayal from the synthesized subordinates, for those lacking sufficient loyalty could not undergo synthesis. Thus, he could proceed without restraint. As he fervently absorbed the copious black mist surrounding him, Lin Bei addressed the system. System, activate this random dragon summoning opportunity. This reward arrived at the perfect moment, as after gaining the first special ability from the weapon shop owner, he found himself in dire need of dragons. Approximately 1 second later, the system's prompt resounded again. Ding. Random dragon summoning initiated. Summoning in progress. Random dragon summoning successful. Congratulations. Host, you have summoned Palm Dragon. Upon hearing the term Palm Dragon, Lin Bei, who was still absorbing the surrounding mist, couldn't help but raise an eyebrow in intrigue. Palm Dragon? That sounds rather unique. In his instinctive thoughts, he imagined the Palm Dragon to be a creature no larger than the palm of his hand. At least, that was the literal interpretation. Just as this speculation crossed his mind, the system's voice, tinged with a hint of exasperation, chimed in once more. Host, allow me to clarify a few things. Your conjecture is indeed correct, yet it is not entirely accurate. The Heart Palm Dragon. Its size is truly only that of an ordinary human palm, akin to the dimensions of a typical human heart. Thus it is quite fitting to refer to it as the Heart Palm Dragon. However, the true reason behind its name lies in the Heart Palm Dragon's extraordinary ability to manipulate the emotions within the hearts of its target beings. Joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. Various emotions can be effortlessly controlled. To illustrate, let us consider humanity. When the Heart Palm Dragon compels a person to weep, they must indeed weep. When it incites laughter, they must surely laugh. When it evokes fury, they must undeniably rage. Subsequently, Lin Bei remained silent for an extended period. Although he had merely gleaned an introduction from the system, he had come to a profound understanding of the Heart Palm Dragon's formidable prowess. A dragon capable of wielding dominion over the emotional cores of living beings? This is indeed astonishingly powerful. It is undeniably true. A dragon that can govern the inner joys and sorrows of creatures can only be described as extraordinary. In battle with an adversary, one could first dismantle their inner fortitude. In the next moment, the earlier notion of merging his mental strength with the dragon resurfaced in Lin Bei's mind. If I were to fuse my mental power with the Heart Palm Dragon, would it not yield a creature that could not only grasp the emotional states of individuals, but also manipulate their minds, inducing various flaws? Such a thought. He trailed off mid-sentence, halting his musings, for even Lin Bei himself found it daunting to imagine what would transpire should he indeed undertake such a fusion. After a few moments of silence, Lin Bei temporarily set aside this notion and devoted himself wholeheartedly to absorbing the dense black mist that surrounded him. Never mind. This is not the time for such contemplation. Even if I were to seek a fusion between the Heart Palm Dragon and my mental force, it must await the moment my mental prowess reaches an optimal state. He envisioned this ideal state as the absorption of several other entities, akin to the old woman and the weapon shop owner, into his being. Meanwhile, Yu Xingyao was engulfed by anxiety. Observing the thick black mist that occupied roughly 1/5 of the room, he instinctively retreated to the wall, pressing his back firmly against it. In mere seconds, the sweat seeping from his body had drenched the cold wall, indicating he was undoubtedly perspiring profusely. Damn, had I known, I would not have acted so impulsively. Couldn't I have simply pushed the door open instead of kicking it down? I truly must be seeking my own demise, if given another chance. Yu Xingyao would undoubtedly refrain from damaging the door. No, not only that, he would not even approach the door again, but rather remain quietly within the confines of the room, waiting until the dawn breaks and the mist turns gray. He would never push that door open. As for the others in their respective rooms, at that moment, they were comfortably ensconced within their spaces. Upon witnessing the abundance of black mist outside, they abandoned any intention of venturing out, for they understood all too well that to step outside under such circumstances would be tantamount to courting death. Only Luing was different. Bang! He boldly flung the door open, his expression brimming with excitement as he strode confidently into the mist, purposefully making his way towards Si Lingxian's room. Luing was acutely aware that since Lin Bei had arrived here and had taken such actions, he must have his own intentions. Thus, he was now prepared to lead Renting and Si Lingxian to meet Lin Bei. Bang! Bang! Remaining quietly in her room, Si Lingxian, gazing at the pitch-black mist outside the window, was suddenly startled by a resounding knock at her door. Instantly, she froze, her eyes widening in surprise as she exclaimed, "What? Is someone actually knocking on my door? There is only the black mist outside." Panic set in for Si Lingxian. In this situation, a knock on the door was likely not a good omen. Chapter 284, more unbelievable than a fortuitous encounter. Unbeknownst to her, beads of sweat began to form on Si Lingxian's forehead. Clearly, she was troubled by something. Bang! Bang! Yet mere worry would avail her nothing. The sound that needed to be heard continued to resonate. Si Lingxian rose to her feet, her gaze fixated on the door. With a voice laced with alertness, she inquired, "Who is it?" At the very moment her words fell, a familiar voice replied, "It's me, Luing." The next instant, Si Lingxian stood frozen in place. "What? It's Luing?" Upon realizing that the voice beyond the door belonged to someone she knew, her incredulity only deepened. How could someone traverse the thick black mist outside, when she herself could not even step out? After all, they resided on completely different floors. The challenges of reaching her here were immense. Just then, Luing's voice rang out once more. "Yes, it's me. Open the door quickly. I need to speak with you." At that moment, Si Lingxian snapped back to reality, vigorously shaking her head before hastening to the door, unhesitatingly unlocking it. The instant the door swung open, she beheld the scene outside. Yet this sight once again startled Si Lingxian. The dense black mist that had previously gathered at her doorstep had now receded several meters, creating an eerily safe zone. And Luing stood within this sanctuary. The surrounding black mist remained utterly still. Not even a quiver could be detected. It was as though the ground where Luing stood was an absolute no-go zone for the black mist. Hiss! Si Lingxian gasped sharply, instinctively raising a hand to cover her mouth. How is this possible? The black mist has transformed in such a manner. Although she witnessed it with her own eyes, she instinctively sought to deny the reality before her, for the situation was simply beyond belief. Why would the mysterious and perilous black mist behave in such a way? It appeared as if it were under someone's control. Observing Si Lingxian's expression, Luing swiftly deduced what she was thinking. Thus, he casually waved a hand. Retreat. Whoosh. The black mist, which had already receded a certain distance, further withdrew half a meter with seemingly effortless ease. Following this, Luing burst into laughter and declared, "Surprising, isn't it? I find myself capable of manipulating this mist." At this juncture, he paused for a brief moment before continuing, stating, "Just a few minutes ago, upon witnessing this scene, my reaction mirrored yours. I could hardly believe that I had acquired the ability to control this mist. Yet, regardless of belief, this remains an undeniable truth." Following this revelation, silence enveloped the space. Luing and Si Lingxian exchanged no further words. A full minute elapsed before Si Lingxian broke the stillness, exclaiming, "What on earth is happening? How did you suddenly gain such power? Could it be that there was some fortuitous encounter in your abode?" This was the only possibility that crossed her mind. Otherwise, how could such an event transpire? Earlier, we had dined together and subsequently retreated to our respective rooms, and from Lu Ying's words, Si Lingxian inferred that he had only just acquired this peculiar power. Thus, it was evident that this occurrence had transpired after our arrival at the inn. In response, Lu Ying had no intention of keeping her in suspense. He candidly replied, "There was no fortuitous encounter whatsoever. The reason I am capable of this is entirely due to Mr. Lin. He is the one who bestowed upon me this extraordinary power." Despite the simplicity of his words and the calmness of his tone, Si Lingxian was left utterly astounded, as if her very thoughts had been shattered. She stood frozen in place, akin to a marionette with its strings severed. She was utterly terrified. If this ability had emerged from some serendipitous event within her dwelling, she could somewhat rationalize it. After all, fortuitous encounters are inherently astonishing. But now, this power had been granted by another? How could one come to terms with such a notion? It was far more incredulous than merely receiving a stroke of luck. Clearly, everyone had arrived in this city for the first time, and while they had been striving with all their might to evade the mist, a traitor had suddenly ascended to the role of commander of the opposing forces. What a jest! After a lengthy silence, Si Lingxian's voice, somewhat stammering, finally broke through. Are you truly not jesting with me? This jest is anything but amusing. In response, Lu Ying affirmed, I would never joke about such matters. Subsequently, Si Lingxian had no choice but to accept this reality. She found herself questioning the very fabric of her existence. The events unfolding in this city could no longer be described merely as extraordinary. After thoroughly absorbing the mist for a considerable time, Lin Bei finally drew all the surrounding black mist into his being. Exhaling a long breath, he whispered to himself, that shall suffice for today. I must take some time to rest. There are many tasks awaiting me tomorrow. Those two seals, along with several other peculiar entities, require thorough investigation. There is much to be done. Observing the surroundings return to their normal state, Lin Bei unhesitatingly called out, those who can come forth, do so. Outside, it is perfectly safe. It is imperative to summon these individuals, for in order to expedite the investigation of the matters at hand, their strengths are essential. Lin Bei was unperturbed by the thoughts others might entertain upon seeing him. After all, as long as the black mist lingered, he could be considered invincible. Within the confines of his room, Ao Ding was the first to hear Lin Bei's proclamation. Instantly, his expression morphed into one of incredulity. Which fool dares to declare that the outside is safe? How can one possibly deem a situation rife with black mist as safe?